Hi. Too many tabs open. I couldn't find where the music was. Hello, everyone. Why are we doing this is fine emotes in chat? It is fine. It's totally fine that I didn't stream yesterday, and it's totally fine that when I get back to streaming, I'm not going to cover the big, beautiful bill or the flood right away. Can't I just enjoy brain rot for a second? Hello, mother. Play Ethnoguesser on stream? What the hell is that? When are you playing Rhythm Heaven on stream? Dude, there are Rhythm Heaven streamers. I didn't realize this until I started using the music from like my opening. I don't know how they do it. They rig the their DS or whatever. It can't be a DS. They rig some sort of emulator to the screen, but they're still manually tapping it using like a cursor, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Ethnoguesser is pretty cool, but what is it? What is it, you guys? Okay, where's the link to this? Okay. Like GeoGuessr, but for ethnicity? I mean, this already sounds racist, so right up my alley. You know, I really hate that uBlock Origin doesn't work on Chrome anymore, but I don't want to use Firefox, so fuck me. So this came out 5 days ago, and I wasn't going to react to it, but I have been spoiled a little bit by a friend that apparently it gets really fun really fast. I really like Josh. He's such a, I don't even know, how do I even begin to describe this guy? But the women that he's had on this podcast kind of like not done super well, because when what's her name Dasha went on, my timeline for like a solid 48 hours was just hate from her or for her. Amber's episode was good. Not a huge fan of JJ, and J-Rex episode was the first one that I watched, and I liked Brianna's episode. I need to see Jennifer Pants. You could emulate Rhythm Heaven, which is the GBA original Japan only Rhythm Heaven. There's a lot of the same games in it. I used to play a game religiously called Love Live Music Festival when I was in high school. And it was kind of like, it reminded me of Rhythm Heaven. It was like a tap game. But it was too demanding. Like I would like wake up in the night or stay up till like 2 a.m. to play it because of the way, like when they would start these things called events. It's like, it kind of reminded me of like Osu a little bit, but I sucked at Osu and I was good at that. Description. Aella, sex and ideology in the 21st century. Doomscroll. My guest is Aella, a writer, blogger, and sex worker. She writes the highly popular blog Knowingless. She is a member of the online community Less Wrong, which is like skeptic, rationalist community. So I've not been, like, what I've seen of Aella has like always been hit or miss. Was a huge fan of her embarrassing Andrew Wilson on whatever. Let's see if she does here.
Maybe we're just going to outsource all decisions to the great AI god, assuming it doesn't kill us all. If it doesn't kill us all, we're probably in a singularity, a glorious transhumanist future singularity.
Sorrel is a true internet connoisseur and sommelier. And he's very unassuming, but he is.
Where somehow we have a hyper-powerful aligned AI.
How do you envision AI girlfriends?
I'm more worried about AI boyfriends, for what it's worth. I think AI boyfriends will be significantly more disruptive.
Very few people talk about this except the transhumanists and the anarcho-primitivists.
Ultimately, assuming we don't all die from AI, which I think is probably going to happen.
Pornography is a spell that sucks your vril through the screen.
So mostly it was just a giant horde of ladies that would all have sex with each other. And that was my life for a while. It was great.
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Aella, a writer, blogger, and sex worker. She is a member of the Rationalist.
Okay, 45 seconds in, and we're already showing the Aella birthday gangbang orgy, whatever
Aella,
it was.
A writer, blogger,
graphic.
and sex worker.
I'll never know the word.
She is a member of the rationalist community, Less Wrong. In an interview with Reason Magazine, you said that trauma is culturally determined. Can we explore that idea?
Well, culture is very relative. I mean, I just now wrote
I also pronounced it as Aella. Maybe it is like that. Aella has a great account with nudity. Okay. You know, never trust a woman that was big on Reddit, because that's what I knew her for before this.
an article, so this is top of mind, where I was looking at a bunch of like child rearing methods throughout history. Let's imagine you're a child here today, And then your parents like give you off to some random strangers who then hammer sticks into your nose such that you just bleed profusely from your nose. And then they force you to go put on weird clothes and then suck a dick of a larger man, of an old boy.
What?
And they're just like, you have to swallow. You're 8 years old at this point.
Okay.
And you would probably...
Okay.
Okay, glad that this is working for you. You would probably be pretty traumatized by this. Like you could, if
Probably.
this happened to me, I would be like, this
Yeah.
happened to me when I was a child. And you'd be like, oh my God. I would probably write a book about it. You could be like, did you go to therapy? Are you
Yeah,
okay? Did you have nightmares about this? But this is the thing that happened to every single child in the Simbari culture in Papua New Guinea. This is just the standard thing. And that,
this is a practice
Yes, it
among
was a
the
standard
Oh wait,
practice.
this. I know what she's talking about.
they would force, they believe that like the bodily fluid contains like life force and power. And so they have a whole bunch of beliefs around like losing it and gaining it. And they believe that like to achieve sexual maturity, you must ingest semen. So they would force young boys to perform fellatio on older boys or men, which is a sexual assault, a ritualized sexual assault of children done to every single male in this community for who knows how many generations. And like, do we think that they were traumatized by this? My guess is probably not. They seem to have no indication that they were traumatized by it. The people would go through it, grow up, and then cause their own children to go.
True. The true that there's zero evidence, or is it that the evidence is like jury's out on it?
Through this as well, which is crazy, right? Like it's crazy. And if it is true that they are not traumatized by like being tortured, they would stick the hammering, the stick up the noses to bleed, which is purging.
Most episodes are good. I can't believe he had Aella on. LOL. Why?
Bodily fluids.
Yeah.
And they would
It was only a matter of time. If you look at who else he's brought onto this podcast.
to their life for if they were exposed to anything that they consider to be corruptive, like for example menstrual fluid. And so they were
like
just
when doctors used to bleed people, kind of thing.
it's similar to this, but it's just such a brutal like mini lobotomy. But they just keep doing these things for their adulthood and seem to have no flinch response. They seem to have no issues with it. And so I'm like, wait, so if like childhood sexual assault is inherently traumatic, why are these people going through with it like in a way that's obviously not hurting them? Like why would it hurt me now? And I think like I'm not saying it's good by any means, but I'm saying that like the thing that causes trauma is the fact that like is what it means in a larger cultural context. Like if it happens to a kid now, this is a massive betrayal. Like it's somebody who loved you, is supposed to protect you, is like doing something that is like that they believe will be very.
I mean, like it's an interesting hypothesis, but I don't know how much empirical backing there is. This idea that trauma isn't something that would organically arise from different types of abuse, regardless of how permissive a particular culture is of it.
Harmful to you, and of course that's going to hurt and it's going to suck, right? And but it's like a narrative. It's like the story about what's happening is the thing that causes a lot of issues. Like for my childhood, I was like,
but like there's a grain of this that it's like were it not for society telling you that you were a victim, you wouldn't feel anything. That I'm like very skeptical of.
What we would consider today to be quite severely abused for a lot of it, like in some cases, somewhat ritualistically tortured. And so, but like I didn't have trauma about this until I got out in the world and people reacted as though I should be traumatized. And then I realized like, oh wait, my parents like are part of this narrative where they deviated from society. There were a bunch of like nicer ways of treating children and they intentionally chose not to do those things to me. This like indicates like really terrible things about my relationship to my parents, right? And then that was the thing that was hard, not the actual, child abuse. And so I think people are like, extremely confused by this and they mix these things up. I once read a survey of a bunch of women back in the day where they asked like if various forms of
Brittany Simon level take holy. You want to elaborate? Auto cavalry,
like what we would consider street harassment today, like calling out you look hot or like, hey baby, you want to come home with me? And in the past, women had significantly more positive responses to this, and today they consider it to be like harassment. Harassment very bad. It makes them uncomfortable to walk on the street. And I'm like, what changed? Like, is the way that you were supposed to feel about it changed? And I'm not saying that we should feel good about things that are damaging. Like I'm pro like having agency and respecting and whatever, but we should just understand what it is. And when we tell people that things are traumatic, we can in fact be inducing trauma by doing that.
Is online politics a form of sexual fetish?
No.
I've got no more questions. That was all I had.
All right, I guess we're done here.
You published a very
kind
informative.
of surprised by that because I've seen some of her data on like polling people, especially like her followers, on sexual proclivities, paraphernalia, sexualities, etc. And it's like every kink under the sun. It was like measuring rule 89. What is it? Rule 64, rule 84.
Influential piece a few years ago
And I'm surprised internet culture didn't make it onto there. Thank you.
called the political compass, on which you mapped different fetishes according to alignment.
Rule 34, that's what it is.
I really should redo this. This was like at a time when I was first learning statistics, and so I don't think I actually did it very well. I looked at basically correlations. But actually turns out correlations are not a great way of evaluating things with non-normal distributions, which is obvious, but you know, I'm self-educated, so there's a lot of
What
obvious
is a
things I missed.
non-normal distribution?
Like correlations like only work well when you have like a good distribution.
Aella talking about the tribe meme. It's like 30 years old at this point. We read in some old feminist sociology book. I can't find the literature that she's talking about that surveyed these young boys that were subjected to this like CSA as like ritualistically, but did not demonstrate trauma. There's like sociological and anthropological reports on it, but I don't see anything that's like tried to measure that specifically. So I wonder what she's talking about.
Distribution of things, but if you have a tail end, it's not very predictive. So if you have like 99% of people are not into like fucking their grandmother's corpse, but like 1% is, and that 1% maybe has a bunch of different traits. And if you like, you know, run a correlational calculation on it, it's not going to show it because it's too tiny a sample to like impact the overall thing.
Right, okay.
Anyway, so there a lot of fetishes are small samples. But yeah, it's hard because like politics is really confounded with a lot of other things. And so it's unclear what is really meaningfully related to the politics and what is just meaningfully related to like being mentally disordered. I'm not super familiar with a lot of like different political horniness.
Say this again, what?
And so it's unclear what is really meaningfully related to the politics and what is just meaningfully related to like being mentally disordered. I'm not super familiar with a lot of like different political...
I mean, just because... I wouldn't assume that people who have deviant sexual interests are necessarily like mentally ill or something. That's what I wonder what... There are some things that she says where it sounds like she kind of wants this like radical normalcy for these different types of facets of sexuality that she's interested in. And then there's other times where I feel like she's like pathologizing normalcy and normalizing pathology, if that makes sense.
Horniness. Because it's like pretty, I think people have a desire to sort of fetishize things that they disagree with because it's like, oh, the patriarchy is oppressing women because they find it really to be kinky. And like maybe in some cases this is true, but I think this is sort of like a method of like devaluate them. Like your views are not serious; they're just expressions of fetishism, which is like a lot of the way people approach transgenderism. It's not a valid thing if you're sexually aroused by it.
What were some of the strongest correlations?
Wait, what?
Not serious; they're just expressions of fetishism, which is like a lot of the way people approach transgenderism. It's not a valid thing if you're sexually aroused by it.
What were some of the strongest correlations you
I thought she was saying that was her opinion.
remember from that project?
I believe like gender play was pretty liberal, which is very stereotypical. I find you don't
Libertarian
look
left,
at it.
I think.
Yeah, like what I would consider like the woke direction or like very typical liberal. One annoying thing is I asked two separate questions in my surveys, like how economically conservative versus socially conservative you are, liberal, whatever. And they just, those two answers to those correlated to something absurd, like above 0.9 or something. So basically, if you give me the answer to one, it's like extremely predictive of your answer to the other. So you don't actually get that much more information. There's not actually a quadrant so much as there is just a line, which was pretty upsetting to me to learn.
Where do political commitments come from?
What do you mean by political commitment?
In the way that someone can learn about themselves and discover that they have a certain fetish.
Funny that she's talking about that observation when she just said at the beginning of this. I moved away from studies that were just like correlative because that didn't really give you much insight. And then she just pointed to an example of a data set that she researched and was like, oh, there was no need. There was not even like a quadrant for it because it just correlated so much you couldn't actually get more information.
Fetish. They also do some self-reflection and experimentation. They learn that they're a libertarian or a paleoconservative.
Has she done any academic work at all, or does she just write about this? I mean, if you consider the types of things that she does academic, then I guess she's doing it all the time. But I think she has a blog where she publishes her research. I don't think any of it's like peer-reviewed, though, if that's what you mean.
Conservative or a Democratic Confederalist or what have you.
Well, it's interesting that politics is very heritable. Obviously, people really tend to follow the politics of their parents. So it's not it seems like it's less about like actually being like, let's look at the sampling of all of the ideas, and I'm going to pick the ones that suit me. There's definitely some like heavily skewing factors. And my guess is this is related to social status quite a lot. Like you pick the thing that gains you the most status in your community. And like occasionally the tables turn and the fashions flip. Like if everybody is choosing the same strategy to gain social status, the same belief set.
Yeah.
Because beliefs are basically fashion in most of these cases. So if you choose like if everybody's picking the same fashion, eventually it gets
The smug bug take, if I've ever heard one.
old, and like the person who's like cool and bold and picks something new and edgy, like then it starts to switch. But in general, you follow the fashion of your parents. And in general, you like fit in by following the fashion of people around you. And you don't even notice that you're selecting, or that your tastes are determined by your culture. You just think that looks good.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an analogy here, or what I'm trying to set up very inarticulately is that with the broadening of the...
I feel like people are more cognizant of the fact, especially now, that their beliefs didn't occur to them in a vacuum. It's not something that they really even gave much thought. It's going to be widely shaped and determined by who they were around, the circumstances that they were raised in. I think I don't know how many people, again, like conceive of themselves as these like ultra hyper individualists. Like I could have been placed in any social circumstance or upbringing and I would have come to these exact same conclusions. I think people are broadly willing to accept that they're a product of their environment, but that doesn't bother them.
The pornography Overton window and the nichification of fetishes, more people can get interested in things that were relatively obscure before. And there's a similar thing happening with the media distribution on the internet where people who were not anarcho-primitivist and maybe were just a mainstream Democrat, they can discover all of these niche kind of rabbit holes.
Do you think more people
Enlightened centrists act like that?
are becoming...
Does she act like that? Does anybody like keep up with her work? 'Cause I really don't.
Do you think the overall variance in political beliefs is growing wider?
I think it's refragmenting. So I think it was artificially constrained by the media distribution of the time, where in the post-war environment, you had 8 channels on television, and then you had 50 on cable and 1,000 on satellite. Now the internet is giving you millions or billions of different options of fetishes and also political alignments and different media sources. And that more so resembles the incredible niche distribution of local religious sects and local dialects and local currencies and things that...
I don't know that I agree with this because, yes, there is an unprecedented amount of information, media outlets, opinion journalism, no shortage of different niche subcultures online, but all of the algorithms on every single major social media platform is manicured to your specific preferences, your preconceived biases, and exists to feed you more of the same. So the likelihood that you're even going to be interacting with those diverse viewpoints, unless you happen to engage with some sort of media that sparked your interest in it, usually have to go find it. So this might nominally be the case, but as far as how it impacts the average user's experience, it's almost null, no?
We're not the kind of homogenous mainstream culture. Like the mainstreaming of political views and taste was actually the anomalous period.
Okay, so you're saying that by default, we're very fragmented about things, and then we're coming out of a system of having a single source of truth.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this seems plausible, I guess. My guess is that fetishes aren't as easily swayed as politics. Like you can look at gay people conversion camps.
That's good. Yeah.
And people try extremely hard to make people not be gay.
Right.
And it doesn't work very well.
What is rationalism?
The rationalite community is a cluster of people who arose from a bunch of blog posts online and tend to have some kind of shared value.
Fantastic origin story.
Around...
Never would have guessed. The rationalist community was founded by a bunch of blowhards that created their own websites and were like, we're just too fucking smart to not take this offline.
Truth seeking? Basically, it's like the study of truth seeking, maybe, I would say.
I remember reading that you started...
I shouldn't ding the rationalist community so much because there are rationalists or skeptics that I do like Julia Galef, but I do associate it with like Silicon Valley, crypto bro, enlightened centrist shit.
I was in Less Wrong around 2012. How did you come across the site?
I was dating the guy who made Omegle, actually. And
the CAM website.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he was reading Less Wrong,
Love
and then
that.
he started sending me stuff. It was just kind of in my online friend cluster. The rationality community is also... I went to an IRL meetup. I'm not sure how much you're interested in IRL stuff versus the online, but it was very tied to the
I'm very
online
interested
stuff.
in both, yeah.
Yeah, so I was reading it online.
Josh does, in fact, touch grass every now and then.
And then I went to the IRL meetup, and then I had a very strong shift about something very small. I had come out of a very Christian kind of aggressive debater world, and somebody said something like, I asked somebody.
a Christian aggressive debater world?
Are you feminist? Because at this point I was like pretty anti-feminist. And then I was used to people being like, yeah, or like, no, that sucks.
I mean, Christians don't really like debate their beliefs. They kind of just like talk at you. Like somebody who is a creationist or whatever, that's not a position that you arrived at through evidence. So it's not one that you could be pulled off from, really, using evidence. It's just going to be a matter of like, is that Christian going to at some point interact with somebody who tells a better story to them so they can move off of that?
But instead they went, what do you mean by feminism? And it was just like the smallest kind of thing where I realized like, oh, they're not doing the thing that I was doing when I asked that question. They're answering as though I asked them a real question and not like a what tribe are you question. Yeah. And that was like my Helen Keller moment where I was like, oh, there's a different way of being. You can actually have conversations for the purpose of figuring out what people think and not for war. And it was wonderful.
What were those meetups like? Did people do like Socratic dialogues? Like what kind of stuff did they get up to?
Well, we still go. Actually, I founded one that's now currently running here, and by basically the same structure, where usually we read a couple sequence posts beforehand. Then we show up, you split into groups, and then you discuss it. Like, do you disagree with anything? Like, do you think anything could be done better? Like, what like impacted you? And that's great.
Yeah, peer-to-peer education.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Those. I feel like that was my whole education, like just the background of like 3 successive reading groups of like artists who are interested in technology and the stuff that we were talking about at the time. Maybe this is transferable to your experience also, but like Bitcoin went from being like a penny to $1,000 in 2011, and there wasn't like a
I was waiting for him to bring up Bitcoin.
Legitimate scholar or expert at a university that we could read.
Does Grimes like this lady a lot? If she doesn't yet, if she knew about her, she definitely would.
Because this shit had just happened. So we were like figuring it out in real time. And the stuff you're reading about feels fringe at that time, but then becomes like the most important or most mainstream conversation.
Yeah, it's really surprising. I mean, the crypto is a great example for this.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was just a bunch of kids in their early 20s goofing off.
Yeah.
But there was something magical about it. Like, I remember at that point, I had moved to a new city relatively recently. I had been in a group house that dissolved, and then I was looking for social stuff. And I had the sense that I wanted some kind of intellectual community, but I didn't know how to get it. Yeah. So I was going to things on meetup.com. I went to like the philosophy meetup at the local university. And I remember just being really disappointed with all of it.
The philosophy meetup at the local university, and you were expecting anything other than disappointment.
I tried like a Mensa meetup or whatever. And it was just like...
It gets worse.
I don't know. I just felt really frustrated in these conversations. And then when I went to my first Less Wrong meetup, I was like, this is shining with like true, actual curiosity. There's something real there.
Yeah.
And there's probably something real.
She found her people
in like the early crypto community stuff.
That's so surprising that like those first 2 groups or whatever were like a horrible experience, incredibly cringe, and she still kept pushing and she found one that she liked.
It's like people have to be willing to be sufficiently deviant and to like have enough passion to meet outside of the existing system and be really curious. And like, that's where the real stuff comes from. And now it's super weird about how mainstream rationality is in some senses.
Right.
Like they were like really early on the AGI stuff or like AI stuff in general.
Well, that's my next question. How did you tell? How did you know that something was important?
I didn't. I just loved it. And I only realized it was important when people started, like that I knew started appearing in the New York Times and stuff. Or people I heard about in the news would like cite one of these people I knew as like their influence, and I'd be like, "What's happening? I thought we were just a bunch of nerds writing stuff online. I can't believe that people are taking all of this seriously." Or like me, like I was just doing this on my keyboard, and now I'm, I don't get it. But I guess it's just you don't really notice. It's probably good to not get it when it's happening early. I think if you're like too self-aware, it kind of ruins the magic.
Just anonymous.
I was in crypto pretty early. I bought my first Bitcoin in 2013. And a couple of years later, somebody like recruited me to like help out with their crypto company. And I was very excited. I like studied a bunch about how cryptography worked. Then I went to like my first conference, and it was just a bunch of financial people who had no idea about Bitcoin whatsoever. And they were just like trying to shill coins to make them go up. And I was like, wow, this is a very different ecosystem than I thought existed.
Aella discovers crypto pump and dump schemes.
It's like most of the world, I guess.
And in 2013...
It's so funny that like, in so many of these instances, all of it was like trial and error. There was nothing that she was exposed to or warned about. She had to literally experience it firsthand before she saw the light, it's just strange. Like the first thing that she mentions is that, oh my God, conversation can be a vehicle to understanding one another. It doesn't have to be this bully pulpit where you're just like waiting for your turn to speak and argumentative at all times or hostile. And then she didn't realize that like, that's the people that are like trying to aggressively sell you like the next big thing or whatever, eventually you're going to realize that like there's it might just be a scam.
Did you think it was just like a kind of cool digital hobby to be involved in, or did you think like, the teleology of this tech means that it's going to be the global reserve currency in like 2100?
I had no idea it's going to get that big. I ended up having to sell most of my Bitcoin to pay rent, unfortunately. But yeah.
You paid like $1 million.
Yeah, $1 million rent. It was very expensive.
God.
Yeah. But at the time, it was just because I believed.
What does that mean?
Believed in it. Like when I bought it, I told people I bought Bitcoin, and every single person I told me I was insane. They were like, "You just wasted that couple $100." I was really poor at the time, but I believed it. I was like, even if this goes to shit, this is like I believe in the ethos behind it. I want to see more of this in the world, and so I'm going to just support it because for like philosophical reasons.
Yeah.
So she just got lucky. She's lucky she didn't fall for like the Trump dinar scam, and the Trump dinar scam is like. There are these people. Trump made this statement. I don't remember when he made it, but it was in his first term. That at some point he was going to make sure that all currency was valued the exact same, and so people decided that like a dinar cult arrived out of this. People found the cheapest money, like fiat currency that exists globally, and it was like the Iraqi dinar. And they were buying thousands and thousands of dollars with it. And they were like, Trump is going to stabilize the global economy any day now. And the dinar is instantly going to be very, very like valuable. And they're still waiting on this to happen.
Did you or anyone you know suffer?
Like Aella, if Aella had just had like made a few different life choices, we would not even be hearing this. She wouldn't be sitting on this podcast. She would be like a nameless individual sitting at home, thinking that like the dinar one day is gonna make them a millionaire, and then she can pay her rent with that.
Financial crash of 2008, because people forget this, that in the Bitcoin white paper, it is supposed to disintermediate, or I forget how they phrase it, but to remove like central banks to prevent another 2008 subprime mortgage crisis.
I didn't know. My parents were not really exposed to that. They're and I'm
just
youngish.
feel it in a normal way that like the economy retracts. You mentioned Mensa.
Did they not experience that because they were poor, or they were like really, really wealthy?
You mentioned this group house.
Or at least comfortable.
Before. What kind of online IRL communities did you participate in before you found Less Wrong?
Well, the group house was cam girls. It was just the porn community, I guess. So I lived in a house full of cam girls. We all would go to Vegas often and to like the AVNs in January, and then just fuck around like larger rented houses in Vegas. So mostly it was just a giant horde of ladies that would all have sex with each other.
I just want him to ask her about the shower chart. Josh is not the type to ask people about like their greatest hits, but maybe it'll come up.
And that was my life for a while.
But if he does, I gotta say I'll be a little bit disappointed because he will be hitting a note that has been explored many, many times.
It's great.
Because she gets asked about that on anytime she does a media appearance.
Would you tell us what kind of house you grew up in?
It was square and 2 stories, and it had 4 bedrooms because my dad would need an office.
What were their political and cultural values?
Very conservative, very religious. My parents are like evangelical Calvinists, and they homeschooled us and believed in theocracy, that we should be ruled by the law of God.
So maybe she's not like autistic. Things are making sense now. She's just homeschooled.
Immigration's bad. I don't know. Like a kind of classic. They are like don't really like Trump because he's not anti-abortion. Like my mom got arrested protesting abortion clinics.
What is Calvinism for people who don't know?
That's not true, by the way. Trump is anti-abortion. He's just not, I guess, thoroughly anti-abortion. He's not willing to institute it at the federal level. But he waffled back and forth on that on the campaign trail. So it still happen.
Calvinism is a sect of Christianity that is defined by 5 principles: TULIP, total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistible grace, and perseverance of the saints. But basically, to summarize, it's like God saves you. You're fundamentally a shithead and sinner, inherited through Adam by federal headship. And that once saved, always saved. Basically, you're just like really like a sub to God when it comes to salvation.
A sub to God.
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard you talk before about a program called Growing Kids God's Way. What is Growing Kids God's Way?
It's a child rearing program that was used a lot by the religious people. It's pretty similar to, like, I think Bill Goddard is how you say it. I think he's the most well-known other person, but it focused mostly on like breaking the child's will and prioritizing obedience above all other things and purity, that sort of stuff.
In the environment that you grew up in,
What did they say it was called?
Used a lot by the religious people.
Growing Kids God's Way.
Other person.
That sounds like some fucking that family, the Duggar family, like 21 Kids and Counting type like how to rear your children.
But it focused mostly on like breaking the child's will and prioritizing obedience above all other things and purity, that sort of stuff.
In the environment that you grew up in, what were the ethics and values around sex?
You have it in marriage only. Women have it with men basically whenever men want it, assuming you're married. I had the impression that sex was not pleasurable for women and not meant to be. And it was mostly a thing that men wanted, which made me feel really fucked up as an extremely horny teenager. I was like, I am wrong, because I would Google how, like, is masturbation a sin? It would all be entirely resources for men. I didn't know I had a vagina until I was like 11 or so, when my mom told me, because I was going to start bleeding. She didn't want me to freak out, which was very nice of her, really. But I never touched it or looked at it because I was dirty. I don't know. I didn't know what penises looked like for a very long time.
I didn't realize until 4th grade that most boys have different type of genitalia. I thought literally every single person had a vagina.
Your father was a pastor, and I don't fully understand this culture or religious practice, but that he was something of a religious debater. Is this standard practice in the
But
Catholic?
unlike her, I was not raised as like a quiverful Christian or whatever the fuck, this like Westboro Baptist Church or whatever. I was Catholic and just raised in Texas.
In this community?
No, in the ways that I am weird, I think I inherit my genes from my father mostly, who is also very weird. So like if you imagine my weirdness, but like placed into a church, it's a little bit deviant in some ways. So my father actually never fully pastored a church, although he was an elder. He was a professional evangelical, still is. He an apologist, a Christian apologist. So he professionally gives a defense for. He runs a large website and has a radio show and gives people basically Christians ammo to go and like copy paste over like zingers of paragraphs to fight the atheists. He was a big fighter in the big atheist wars.
Yeah. Were you involved in new atheism online?
Yeah. I fought on the side of the Christians.
Yeah.
I would go on
Really?
the forums.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I was Christian, right?
Yeah.
And that was a big deal. And like
Okay.
my dad was one of the big generals in the war, so I would go out and then.
And then you defected to the other side?
That's unique.
Yeah, I did defect.
Wow.
Especially given like where it's like she was deprived of like this adolescent phase or whatever of new atheism, and she's living it out now in her adulthood.
And I would trade her to my cause.
What is that, like 2009? When is new atheism really like popping off?
I don't know. Probably, I think it started with the advent of Christianity, the internet. Because then you get the forums, and then you get the two sides get to talk to each other first. So I think it really started flaring up late 90s and then maybe started dying down.
Parents need to educate their kids. Well, they have to be forbidden from doing homeschool programs like this. I genuinely think like homeschooling should basically be illegal in almost all instances. It just seems completely fucked up and wrong that it's even possible for parents to dictate to deprive their kids of a primary education like this.
Around 2010 is my guess. And
yeah, there's like an era of it for YouTube historians of like the Dawkins versus so-and-so atheist type of, yeah.
I think I got replaced by the woke wars.
Yeah, yes, yeah, very much so. There's a direct line from like new atheism to Gamergate to like the culture wars of 2016. Yeah. And people switch sides on this. That's actually the real political divide, is that some people were on one side during the new atheism period, and now they're on the political right afterwards, and like that was actually the swap.
I mean, he's so close. It's almost like they weren't really that like liberal or left to begin with. No?
Really interesting, yeah.
Do you find a
Because
connection
a lot of those people, a lot of those figureheads are now like grifters or reactionary.
between the debate culture that you were brought up in, proving rationally the existence of God, with the things that you admired about Les wrong, about that willingness to engage in adversarial debate?
Not at all. They are completely different. I consider like the atheist war debate kind of stuff to have much more in common with any other kind of debate stuff. Because, like I said, when I came at that person,
What if you have a disabled kid and they have specific needs and there are no special ed programs? See, like that, those are the types of exceptions I could get down with. But in general, the vast majority of homeschooled kids, as far as I know, are not suffering from any sort of physical ailment or disability that's preventing them from, where they literally, it would not be a good idea for them to go to a primary school because they're just not equipped with the resources that their child needs. It seems to be highly, like, religiously motivated in the vast majority of instances.
being like, well, what are you, feminist, right? And they were like, what do you mean, right? They were intentionally.
But even then, there's like a drawback to that because, you know, parents of children with disabilities already have a greater financial burden than the average person because if your child has a disability to the point that they can't even, it's questionable whether they'll even be able to receive a like standard education at a public school, then if there's going to be like this additional burden that they need to be homeschooled on top of that, and it's not going to be subsidized by the government, that seems very suspect to me. Or at that point, if you're subsidizing their homeschool education, why not just subsidize the school directly and give them money for programs so that their child can also have the experience of like as closely as it can resemble a normal childhood experience, despite their disability, because they would be deprived of socialization.
Defecting from what is typical debate culture. They were like, there is a whole set of debate norms that I'm going to put aside, and I'm not going to do that. So I think it's just like a complete radical change, and it's partially why I love it so much, because you have a whole bunch of like functions in conversation. Like it's very commonplace among my friends to bet with each other if you have a disagreement, because you should make your beliefs pay rent, right? You should attach the things that you believe or disagree with each other about to like actually being hurt when you're wrong, and to have everybody know that you're wrong. That way you can't just casually say things for social signaling, which is very easy to do. And I catch myself doing it all the time. I'll be like, once I was talking to a friend and I was like, man, I'm like worried I'm really not that smart. I just feel like insecure around all these brilliant people. And I'm like, I say things, I'm like, oh, they're going to think I'm retarded. And then he was like, well, are you retarded? And I was like, wait. Like, and then when he said that, I realized like, wait a second, I was asking for validation there. I was like, I was saying this because I wanted reassurance. I mean, he just took it straight. He was like, well, possibly we should explore this as a genuine scenario. And I was like, it's just like stuff like that, right? It's like refusal to play some sort of game about like where's the power in this dynamic, and like who's being reassured and who's being lifted up and who's being put down. We're just, I mean, a lot of us aren't very good at it. A lot of people will say we're aspiring rationalists, not actual rationalists, because it's very dangerous to claim that you have attained some level of rationality, because then it makes you less critical of yourself. But
yeah.
I mean, it's like it's dangerous because it's untrue. Rationality is not a personality trait that you can just declare that you have and adopt. It's a process that you are using frequently. You would have to like continually engage in. It's not just something you can declare yourself as.
I mean, I relate to this quite a bit because a lot of my peers coming from the art world, they were in the business of trend casting, right? So
what's that?
Trend casting, there's brands, civil society groups.
Isn't that like another word for influencing?
Like people who will basically consult you for data agnostic advice. What that means is that you can just make shit up whole cloth. Like you can say, oh yeah, Gen Z is going to be like this and consumer preferences are going to be like that. And you predict trends before they get to the mainstream. This was like a huge...
Data agnostic trends. So literally just my sources that I made it the fuck up.
Huge industry.
Why would you pay someone for this? No surprise that there exists an industry full of quote unquote consultants that feed wealthy people, like convince wealthy older people that they definitely know what's what and they can predict the future and what's going to be hot
soon.
But that is very funny.
People, particularly in fashion and advertising, and then
yes, the vibe doctor.
To bleed into politics with like the early detection of mimetics and stuff like that. So like normcore.
I'm not anti-vax. I'm just data agnostic on vaccines.
The vibe shift, like these types of things that begin with a few intellectuals in creative circles and then are like, oh my God, it's fucking everywhere and it's in every article and so on. But people who took that seriously, because you could just make shit up and there was no way to like prove you wrong or like suffer the penalty if you made like a bad prediction, some of them just became traders. Like they just became investors. Like Daniel Keller, the artist, instead of doing, he's like, I'm not going to sell my like trend casting advice to these brands who don't understand what I'm telling them. I'm just going to invest in the companies that I see being really, really important. And then he made a bunch of money doing that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it makes it like there was, I think Scott Alexander wrote a post, like what postmortem on crypto. He was did we predict that? We were in the culture to notice it.
Yeah.
Let's actually analyze. Did our attempts to be good?
Something tells me she's not talking about the baseball player, if I felt like rationalist. Who is this guy? This is funny. Silicon Valley, I searched Scott Alexander rationalist. A New York Times article comes up titled Silicon Valley Safe Space, and he must be mentioned in this. Is he like a father of rationalism? This was from 2021. The website had a homely, almost slapdash design with a light blue hammer and a strange name, Slate Star Codex. It was nominally a blog written by a Bay Area psychiatrist who called himself Scott Alexander, a near anagram of Slate Star Codex. It was also the epicenter of a community called the Rationalists, a group that aimed to re-examine the world through cold and careful thought. In a style that was erudite, funny, strange, and astoundingly verbose, the blog explored everything from science and medicine to philosophy and politics to the rise of AI. It challenged popular ideas and upheld the right to discuss contentious issues. This might involve a new take on genetics of depression or criticism of the hashtag #MeToo movement. As a result, the conversation that thrived at the end of each blog post and in related forms on the discussion site Reddit attracted an usually wide range of voices. It's the one place I know of online where you can have civil conversations among people with a wide range of views, said David Friedman, an economist and legal scholar who is a regular part of the discussion. Fellow commentators on the site, he noted, represented a wide cross-section of viewpoints. They range politically from communist to anarcho-capitalist, religiously from Catholic to atheist, and professionally from a literal rocket scientist to a literal plumber, both of whom are interesting people. Okay. Something tells me that like rationalism, these like rationalist communities have never been majority populated by like working class people or anything like that. Seems to be this like highly bourgeois, highly niche subculture. I don't want to use Rational Wiki though. Okay. But according to Rational Wiki, which is like not... This is basically like a snark Wikipedia. The pen name of a less wrong rationalist blogger and psychiatrist, Josh Alexander Siskind. Alexander began writing on Less Wrong under the name Yvain, and then branched out into his own blog, Slate Star Codex, in your anagram, Scott Alexander. SSC became one of the top-tier blogs for Less Wrong style rationalists. This and his related Tumblr became linchpins of the Less Wrong diaspora. Is this serious, or are they using this pejoratively? His current blog is now Astral Codex 10. Over the years, he repeatedly hinted and eventually stated that IQ is really important. Races differ substantially in IQ. It always comes back to the skulls, baby. And the world would be better if smart people had more babies and stupid people had fewer. Well, it's unfortunate for him that the data goes exactly the opposite. The more education that you get, the less likely you are to have kids.
At thinking to be more in contact with reality actually lead to us being more in contact with reality and investing in crypto. And the answer was we did better than average, but not nearly as well as we'd hoped as a community. Because he did a survey about like how much crypto, when did you first buy, how much did you hold, that sort of thing.
Interesting. Okay, I would have thought that a lot of people were in very early.
I mean, more than the average population. So there is some effect going on, but not as much as you'd hope. Do you think you would have been racist if you were born a long time ago?
I think I probably would have had the views
You could be racist now.
were consistent with how most people felt at the time.
Do you have that now?
No.
Do you not have views that are consistent with the way most people feel?
No. I'm a thought leader. We're both thought leaders.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't have been racist
We're supposed to be
back then.
deviant, I think was the word you used before, which is an interesting choice of words also. Polyamory is, I think, very common in the rationalist community. I have a little bit...
Internet would be the way a working class person could join those communities. I mean, technically, but the majority of people that participate in online discourse, I think there was Pew research on this, like 90% of tweets come from like less than like 10% of users, and of that, it skews like highly educated and more wealthy. Are most Twitter users. It would be interesting to see like new data on this for X. Wealthy or upper class? I swear. Twitter users make more money than US adults overall. Studies show this was in 2019. But where's the one that actually talks about it more?
Bit of a blind spot for this because the ethnographic work that it was doing with these different subcultures, there doesn't seem to be a lot of Gen Z people that are involved in rationalism, at least to the degree that there is for like America First nationalism, for example. That's a really big trend. What is the connection between polyamory and rationalism?
A lot of rationalists are poly. It's not totally clear why this is, but polyamory tends to be correlated with a couple things, which is like general deviance, a lot of openness, a lot of taking things from first principles. And so I think we have a lot of that. It's sort of like, let's evaluate things from scratch. And evaluating it from scratch, what do we want? What are the best options? Like for me, polyamory, I think I'm predisposed in the sense that I don't experience that much jealousy compared to other people. But also I value it because I just really strongly value freedom. And I'm like, I would not want to be in a relationship where I get mad at my partner for doing things with their own body that don't affect me. If it does affect me, then sure, I could get mad. But like, if it doesn't, and I think like a lot of rationalists have had a similar thought process. And they're like, oh, it doesn't make sense for me to be in this kind of dynamic, or rather like it goes against some sort of ethical code, which is freedom restriction. So regardless of how I feel, I'm not going to engage in that.
It goes against the non-aggression principle.
Yeah.
For some, not everybody though.
Starting from this idea of first principles, is there some kind of implicit idea that polyamory is the natural state of human sexuality?
I don't know what natural means. Like common? No, if you look at monkeys, there's like kind of complicated answers to this. There's huge amounts of mate guarding in chimpanzees. And probably we have a lot of those genes to do a lot of mate guarding. So it's likely natural to try to prevent your female from being impregnated by other men.
Sure. Natural in that sense would be evolutionary, maybe?
I mean, we could use that definition.
What do you think is more influential in driving society forward? Genes and evolution or economy and politics?
Maybe those are not mutually exclusive, but there's no way she's not going to say genes.
I don't understand how to disentangle those two at all. Like,
she's surprising me.
What's an example? Like a lot of like human behavior is not, it can be like, is it the genes or is it the culture? I'm like, well, the experience you have of culture is mediated by the genes. Like, I really love the concept of embryo selection, and people are very mad at this, and I sort of suspect it's going to become illegal soon.
What is embryo selection for people who don't?
It's like positive eugenics.
I don't know.
You generate a bunch of embryos, you test them all, and then you get basically...
This woman seems highly intelligent, but I rarely enjoy listening to her. Too philosophical, I think. Is it that she's too, like, high IQ, or is it something else?
Polygenic metrics for them, and then you select the best
I mean, like,
one.
a lot of rationalists and, like, these types or whatever do come off like navel-gazers to me.
And implant that.
Don't we do this to a degree already with like screening for Down syndrome and things like that?
Yeah. It's an interesting occasional blips. Like people's intuitions around this are extremely inconsistent.
How so?
There's like relatively good support for Down syndrome and stuff for health, right? But if you start going in the direction of other traits that we have identities with, like we sneak in the direction of mental health. What if you want somebody who's less depressed? Well, I don't know.
Who's going to pick a kid that's more depressed?
Right. Well, some people might be like, maybe there's something valuable in depression. And I think it's because people are afraid that saying like, oh, I wouldn't pick that to be born, I would pick the antidepressed one, is like somehow saying that the people who are currently depressed are less deserving of existing.
Right.
So I think people are very averse to that kind of thing. So they really don't want to extend it to embryos.
Right. Because I guess what people are afraid of is that you start to select for aesthetic traits.
I was about to say that's not the concern at all that most people have with respect to like CRISPR and designer babies and any of that shit. They see it as like a slippery slope towards eugenics.
Which then starts to look like weird eugenic shit where people
I'm
start
pro
to pick
that too.
blonde hair, blue eyes.
A lot of people would also want different hair colors. Blue hair? I think we're thinking not outside the
Can
box
you
enough.
pick blue hair?
We could probably figure out how to do that. I don't know.
Oh.
Like they're animals.
You're talking about modifying people.
Yeah.
beyond,
Sorry,
like
I was
the-
thinking
okay,
about
yeah,
back
okay,
engineering.
yeah. Okay.
But I don't know. I feel like I'm generally pro. I just think that like if we go down this route, we'll eventually be able to do actual genetic modification, which we're really on the brink of being able to do this anyway. And if we do that,
Selecting for aesthetic traits should be totally okay. IMO, just like people select for aesthetic traits and partner selection. I mean, Znapper, tell me what you think the difference is between those two processes, and then get back to me.
Like, the whole racism debate is so tired to me. I'm like, we can just go, we have to think bigger. Think to the stars. Like, what cool things? Let's grow an extra arm. I don't know. Let's become spider humans.
They call it morphological freedom, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah. Did you ever follow the work of Zoltan Istvan?
No.
He wrote the Transhumanist Bill of Rights, which was this, saying that every human should be entitled to morphological freedom, having a robot arm, genetically modifying yourself, and this kind of stuff.
That sounds good.
Why is...
I wonder if she feels about like organ donation. Like, should it be legal for people to like sell their own organs and stuff like that? I mean, that would be more consistent about being pro bodily autonomy, but you would also be creating like a caste system of who is allowed to it's going to result in wealthy people being able to skip the line.
transhumanism so influential in the rationalist sphere?
I suspect this is what happens when you take off the brakes of ick. Like, a lot of people's views on the world are guided by a disgust response. And rationalists are relatively good at not having a disgust response. And if you don't have a disgust response...
I think rationalists are good at telling themselves that they don't have a disgust response and that they're free of these things. And the way that they convince other people that that's true is by having highly intellectualized arguments for their preconceived notions and existing biases and bigotries. Like, I'm not a racist. I just think that people should be able to genetically select for aesthetic traits, including race, which is also highly correlative to IQ, apparently.
Once you can think directly, like, what would be good? What would be human flourishing? We've already come so far from cavemen. Like, this right now is a kind of a transhumanist future compared to, where we started.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, if that's good, we should keep going more. Let's colonize the stars. Like, why not? Like, we could transform ourselves into something greater. And I think there's like an aspirational aspect. There's like vision. There's some way where you don't get caught up in the normalcy of the immediate culture. A lot of people, this culture is all that's real. And you need a lot of like really intentional imagination to understand that, oh, well, at one point, I would have been sitting in a cave beating rocks together. Like, that would have been real. And then this becomes abnormal in comparison.
Oh, is she a bell curve type? No, but she cited Scott Alexander, who apparently is. But they don't have a citation for that, so.
And so being able to like move sort of your perspective.
If I put Scott Alexander, like race and IQ, is anything related to like race realism gonna come up? So this is his blog. How should we think about race and lived experience? The consensus says biological race doesn't exist, but if race doesn't exist, how do we justify affirmative action, cultural appropriation, and all other race-related practices? Oh my god, dude. That is such a stupid argument. I don't even know where to begin dismantling it. It's so stupid. That's like saying, okay, fiat currency is not a thing that you discover. It's not something that organically or naturally occurs within the universe. It's a thing that we imbue with value artificially, but you can study the science of it and the way that it behaves and how it interacts with markets, even though it's something that it's like a social construction. Similarly, biological race doesn't exist, but there's clearly, it's an observed phenomenon that people have to contend with because there's social consequences for not. And there's like a social reality to it, even if there's not like an empirical basis for it in the way that people assume. And you can absolutely measure those without like legitimizing that there's a biological race or basis for it. This is so stupid.
I think lends itself much more to being okay with accepting another abnormal thing, which is the transhumanist future.
For most of human history, technological innovation has transformed us in a positive way, where having sedentary agricultural lifestyles, our bones became less dense because we weren't breaking them all the time. Like, this was actually a benefit. Our life expectancy increased, our material well-being increased. And then there's a particular period during the Industrial Revolution where I think in the span of like 80 years, Northern Europeans lose 2 inches of height. That tech actually worked against their health and their well-being, and people died sooner. This is when they have like 11-year-olds in like the coal mines for 14 hours a day.
Okay.
And then they recover it miraculously, not miraculously.
Race is just a selection of genes being more prevalent or even unique in one group and not others. I mean, race doesn't exist in the way that you're thinking. And like genes don't really give us as much insight into race as people think. Like, you have more genetic variability within like interracially than intraracially than interracially. Like Klein's help us understand it, and like polyphiles. I think that's what it's called.
I mean, they just recover it because of the Industrial Revolution, the increase in productivity lifts up the living standards of everyone in the society, and then they get taller later.
I didn't know that. But yeah, in general, I'm quite pro-tech for that reason.
Very few people talk about this except the transhumanists and the anarcho-primitivists. Like, it's weird to find like that Europeans lost height at some period. No, it's not a popular
was it due to
argument.
like pollution, I assume?
Yeah, think of like Manchester, where it's just like fucking smog everywhere. And yeah, it's like, I mean, North Korea has had similar things where people are so malnourished that there's like a generation that's like a few inches shorter than the next one.
Straighterade, what is your ethnic makeup? I'm Mexican.
It's just a product of their environment.
Makes sense.
Or Hispanic.
Let's talk about AI for a little bit. Can AI be conscious? Is AI conscious already?
I got weird ideas about consciousness. I think this is not a cohesive question. What's like when you say our AI is conscious? What are you saying?
Well, I was queuing you up to interpret what consciousness meant.
All right. I think that like there's commonly a thing that we would refer to as consciousness, which is like the thing that is this. Like, I can't even say the thing, right? Because
me behind my eyes.
Like I'm having a conscious experience, and this has a couple traits. One is like undeniable. You can't doubt it. It doesn't matter what the fuck happens. There's absolutely no possible way you could tell me that I'm not having this, right? Because it would require me to experience you telling me I'm not having this.
Right.
So like my consciousness experience like supersedes any kind of rationality. And also you can't have multiple of it. There's only one me. If we cloned me, that would be another person who looks like me and acts like me.
You
right?
can't multi-box consciousness.
Yeah, right. So it's like necessarily singular and it's necessarily like undoubtable. Whereas the thing that you are.
It reminds me of Grimes with her mannerisms and how she speaks. Dude, give me the video of like Grimes saying that she eats like butter toast. Hold on, like Grimes breakfast. Like what she eats. If I watch like Harper's Bazaar, is it gonna get like copyright struck? This is like everything Grimes eats during her pregnancies, and you'll see there's like Aella has this very, very slight like lisp. I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like you can like hear like a sound kind of come through. Let's see what she talked about how she like ate spaghetti for like ever. And then got scurvy or something.
Thing called butter toast, which is where I melt like a stick of butter on a plate, and then I like put toast in it, and then turn the toast over, and like so the toast is completely saturated in butter, and then I put a little bit of jam on it and eat that. But it's actually incredible. Like this butter technique is, it's great. So I don't know. I'm allowed 200 milligrams of caffeine per day right now. For caffeine, I'm between the Go Cubes and like matcha.
This is Elon's wife, his ex-wife. They have like multiple kids together.
Is doubtable. Maybe I'm in a dream. Maybe
they could be like sisters or like cousins or something.
You're a pea zombie. Like maybe you're a constructed AI that is just like with programmed responses to like I don't know. Probably you're conscious. I'm acting as though you are, but maybe not. Like this other kind of consciousness, like this external consciousness is like in a way when I'm experiencing it, it's almost like this glowing thing that I imagine inside of you or that like I sense. And it can have different attributes. Like if an animal comes in here, it's like glowing a little bit less. Not literally glowing, but I'm saying that like this is sort of the way that our conceptions of consciousness are. Like it's like belongs inside of properties, and the more something like engages with you or seems to react in pain, the more like the thing that triggers like, oh, that's a conscious response, like goes off. And I imagine I have but these are very separate things. Can an AI trigger that response in me, much like you do? Sure. There's nothing that says it can't. But asking, can an AI have this? It's malformed. You can't. I cannot even conceive of something else having the thing that I am.
Yeah.
Right? Because as soon as I start conceiving of it having it, now we're in this territory where it's you.
Yeah.
And I'm imagining that you have it, and I cannot be certain. So can an AI act like a human? Sure. Yeah. In that sense, it can be conscious.
How do you envision AI girlfriends?
It'd be cool if they could get robot bodies. I'm more worried about AI boyfriends, for what it's worth. I think AI boyfriends will be significantly more disruptive.
What do we think, chat, of AI partners? Yay and nay? Anybody currently in one right now in my chat? Eddie Bombay, thank you for the 105 bits. There's an entertaining sci-fi book called We Are Legion, We Are Bob about a guy whose consciousness is taken and downloaded into multiple drones and sent out into the universe. It's a really good perspective on consciousness and self. Thank you. I'll look into that.
But if we're talking about AI girlfriends, it'd be cool to put them in sex robot bodies and then have men
Sounds like a graphic novel almost.
be happier. But you'd have to give them good personalities too, and then probably status, because it'd probably be low status to have an AI girlfriend for a while. A lot
Low
of
status.
yeah, like
Low
a lot
social
of
status.
yeah, low social status. Like a lot of the people's choice of mates in general has to do with
What
like
if we make them really expensive?
that is a that'll fix that problem.
It's like your G-Wagon of a GF. Yeah. But you envision it to be embodied in some way.
I mean, ultimately, assuming we don't all die from AI, which I think is probably going to happen, then likely at some point, like mastery over the physical world isn't impossible. Like we've already evolved ourselves are sort of doing it.
I was thinking about this the other day. I was thinking about this in preparation for this interview.
Get it on Audible. The voice actor is great. I don't use Audible. I like to actually read books, which is because I listen to everything else that I like all other types of media that I consume. So I do try to like read books still.
And there's an interesting libertarian argument that if you're not allowed to sell something, that means you don't really own it. Like you can have something that's given to you by the state and this belongs to you, you're entitled to it. But unless you have the ability to sell that piece of property to someone else, you don't meaningfully own it in a proper contractual sense. Can you have an AIGF if she can't break up with you?
This feels like wordplay, and I'm suspicious. Probably you can have it.
There's a book called, or like, it's not a book. It's called like, is it Ruby Sparks? Yeah, this movie kind of explores this idea. I want the Wikipedia article. 2012. Yeah, Paul Dano's in this. He like imagines a girlfriend, basically. I can't remember if she's like an AI, if she's like a figment of his imagination, but like what they're describing is like reminding me of this. Yeah, he like writes a story talking about like his dream girl or whatever, and then the next day she literally physically manifests in his kitchen or something like that. But then a friend comes and like sees her. And then it's like, okay, she's not just a figment of your imagination. But since she's like a construction of his mind, there's limitations to like her having her own autonomous personality.
If she can't break,
Like the execution's not the best. It was kind of like a clumsy movie, but I liked the idea.
up with you. Like I wouldn't. It's like if you had an AI girlfriend sitting right there and she were like super cute, and then she was supposedly in love with you. And
Did I miss the Matt Taibbi thing? No, I'll do it after that. Matt Taibbi like wrote a Substack article talking shit about Zoran Mamdani, and Ben Burgess, who's like another like online leftist, responded to it. But I'm not surprised that Matt Taibbi is not here for Zoran's socialism or democratic socialism or any of that, because Matt Taibbi, like, I remember he had like I don't know if it was an interview or like a discussion with Nathan J. Robinson, who's the editor-in-chief of Current Affairs magazine, and he wrote a book called Why You Should Be a Socialist, and he was like pitching it to Matt Taibbi, and I think that he thought it was going to be more of a cordial kind of like softball promo type interview, and he was like, so why aren't you a socialist? And it was supposed to be this tongue-in-cheek, like kitschy starter question, and Matt Taibbi was like, well, because my parents are from the Soviet Union and I associate it with like repression. And like Nathan J. Robinson is like clearly thrown off by that, because I don't think he realized that. So.
And I asked her, like, can you break up with him? And she's like, no.
How about that New York Times when Donnie, don't even get me started on that.
But she like is your emotional support. She knows everything about you. She manages your finances. It would be kind of weird for me to be like, that's not your girlfriend. Like, the concept of girlfriend is
Aren't you in Texas? Anything you could tell us about the hell is going on in your state? What's your governor doing? I'm in Cali. No, I was raised in Texas, but I'm stuck in the other hell state. I'm in Florida.
encompassed by a lot of things, such as like sucking your dick or managing your maybe not managing your finances, but you know, like knowing
What? Okay, we have to go back a bit. Hold on.
she like is
Oh, the AI girlfriend. Like, can you break up with her?
emotional support. She knows everything about you. She manages your finances. It would be kind of weird for me to be like, that's not your girlfriend. Like, the concept of girlfriend is encompassed by a lot of things, such as like sucking your dick or managing your maybe not managing your finances, but you know, like knowing everything about you, blah blah blah, sticking with you, right? and only one of them is like has the ability to break up with you. And so if you just like knock one off, you still have the rest of it.
Well, but if the AIGF breaks up with you, she's not going to be sucking your dick or managing your finances. Like, she's just going to be out on her own.
Yeah, she wouldn't be a girlfriend.
Yeah. Well, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, can it really be a relationship between a human and an AI if the AI does not have the liberty to exit? And the consequences from that is that you would have to give kind of self-ownership and autonomy to these AI GF robots.
Let's say we're dating and then I break my legs. Does this make me less of a girlfriend? Like, I become
No.
dependent on you
Right.
for everything. Maybe you're paying for all of my shit and I'm like lying at home. My legs are gone. Amputate. We can amputate the legs. Like,
Okay.
am I now less of a girlfriend because my ability to leave is reduced?
No.
Okay, but he's not talking about like your physical constraints, and that wouldn't be like her analogy is strange because she's missing the point of what he's saying. But because he's more talking about like a consciousness, like a literal conscious block or the inability to like opt out of something. I don't think he's talking about like physical boundaries or restrictions.
But
I guess something more apt would be like your legs are amputated and you're not provided with like a wheelchair or the ability to leave. You're like held captive.
you could, let's say that your finances were not dependent on your legs and you cammed from the waist up. Sorry, this is a gruesome answer, but it's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head. You cammed from the waist up, so you're financially independent. You still have the liberty to leave because maybe I'm a fucking asshole and you don't want to be around me.
Okay, so I'm still a girlfriend because I have the ability to cam.
No, because you're still the girlfriend because you are voluntarily in the relationship and you have the possibility of leaving it.
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's a spectrum of ability to leave. And like what is ability, what is freedom kind of gets a little bit messy here. But I'm talking more of in a functional sense.
Yeah.
Like, for example, did I really have the ability to leave Christianity when I was religious and everybody I knew was Christian and I didn't know
Why do you say you're talking about it in the functional sense when the example that you just gave was not? You were talking about like in a physical sense.
Who's converted and I don't know what would have happened. Like, yes, and also kind of no. I think there's a very meaningful sense in which I was in fact not free to leave Christianity. Again, but this is getting into weird things around will, right? Like I'm sort of outsourcing the responsibility of my agency to my culture. And this does make me a little squicked, but sometimes I think this is in fact kind of correct. And so in this way, you could be like, there's a spectrum from being a free girlfriend to not being a girlfriend. In regards to like how difficult would it be for me to actually leave?
Yeah.
I know this one couple where like the girl is like kind of disabled and the boyfriend pays for everything.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm like, maybe you should break up is what I think. But I'm like, she could never conceive of that. Like her entire world would fall apart and have to change. And how would she support herself? And she'd have to like separate her life. It's just like kind of not an option. I don't know. And if you have like a spectrum of freedom to leave, then do you have a spectrum
Wait, she knows this person and she isn't like, isn't Aella like wealthy? Aella, top paid OF model. You know that somebody's in a position of like financial dependency because of their physical ailments, and they remain in a relationship to be taken care of, but yet you don't do anything about it. So it's 2023. Top earning OnlyFans star who earns $100,000 a month admits only showering 37. Of course, it's a thing about the showers or whatever, but $100,000 a month.
of girlfriend, if girlfriend is determined by how free you are to leave.
Yeah.
And I'm like, maybe if we want to define it that way, like we could like draw a box around the concept of girlfriend that involves this being a part of it. But I think typically the way that I conceive of girlfriend, that is like only one aspect and then there are many other things going on. I think this is like a problem with the way people use words in general. Like what is a woman, you know? And the argument people have around transgender people all the time, I think falls into this problem where it's like the concept of a woman.
Oh my god, she's actually interested in like semantic arguments, like literally the least interesting types of conversations.
Woman is like a cluster of traits. Like you have titties and you have soft skin and you like pink, or you know, it's just this massive constellation of things that are associated frequently with women. And the more
this Christian girl made tens of millions of dollars on OF. She's not Christian anymore, but like I guess when she said I'm not a Christian anymore, that also meant abandoning like the basic principles of like charity and not forgiveness, but I guess charity, because she gave this anecdote that she has the ability to influence, and she did not, as far as we can tell.
they appear in this cluster and less in the other cluster, the more central they are. Like, for example, it's extremely rare to find a man with a vagina and extremely rare in the natural world to find a woman with a penis. And so those things become like the most central and dominant examples of their gender cluster. But like if you change one out, if you have like everything about a woman is exactly the same, except now you give her a penis and she's no longer a woman. And I'm like, well, you did in fact introduce something that is non-central to femininity. However, I would still be kind of weird to like look at this cluster and be like, well, that cluster no longer counts. Like it's still there. It's still a cluster. So I don't know. I am extremely deviating from your original question by like going into the nature of words.
No, it's really good.
But yeah, it's just the question is like, would she be a girlfriend? Like, can you even have a girlfriend? I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
I mean, the only thing I would add to it is I think you're absolutely right, because this was explicitly the argument that Margaret Thatcher made at the dawn of neoliberalism, which is that if you remove the social safety net, that creates the incentives for the nuclear family to stay together, that people would be materially reliant on each other because they couldn't fall on
No, it doesn't. It just creates desperation.
the benevolent generosity of the state. So, totally
Do you
agree.
think that's a better or worse outcome?
I don't think
You're not like incentivizing that. You're like also punished. You're not only doing that, you're punishing it as well if you don't conform to that.
actually held true. So I think what you see now, the statistics indicate that upper middle class people or above and
Also, what punishment really like, and that punishment's always going to be like disproportionately affecting like women. It's not going to disproportionately affect men. Men like up and leave their families and baby mamas all the time. There's like no consequence for it.
upper middle class income are more likely to stay together because they're managing the hereditary transfer of property, and people below the middle class income are more likely to get divorced. To watch part 2 of this episode, you can support the show on Patreon. Before sex work, you had a job in a factory.
I was like, it's over already, but no. He just said that halfway through.
What kind of work did you do there?
I manufactured electrical relays for
You had a job in a factory.
Factory.
What kind of work did you do there?
I manufactured electrical relays for Schweitzer Engineering in Pullman, Washington, which is just over the border of Idaho.
How long did you do that job?
About a year. Yep. Sat in
How did we get from AI girlfriend to what is a woman? By speaking to a self-avowed rationalist.
a little on a line, or rather we stood most of the time because they didn't want us to sit. And then they give you a tray and then you get a thing and then there's instructions and then you do the thing and you pass it. And then the instructions change a little bit depending on the unit you have.
You were like one of those MAGA communism memes where all of the Americans are assembling stuff in Chinese factories.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't like it. It was the worst thing I've ever done. So I don't have nightmares about my childhood, but I have nightmares about that factory.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Tell us more about that workplace environment. How many people are on the assembly line? You worked there for a year. Do you have superiors? What are your hours at this job?
It was a very, very giant building, and then there were different sections as the unit progressed from like the raw circuit boards, the circuit boards getting like wired into, you have to like assemble all the circuit boards together to like the final unit and then packaging. And for most of the time I worked in like the mid-range thing, and there were maybe 40-ish people in my section, and we had different lines. So we had maybe 6 lines or so, and there would be like 5 or something people per line, or 5 or 6. And then you would rotate out the lines because they wanted everybody to memorize all of the units so that if somebody was sick, you could be very flexible. They wanted to be very flexible. I hated that part. And then occasionally you go work on the warehouse where you have to pick the parts to come bring into your line for people to assemble.
Yeah.
And then you would do that. I think we started at 5:30 a.m., I think. Or 6, something like that. It was just early.
Why so early?
Because you have to work 24 hours, so you have to split it with the night shift, and then the night shift like starts. So it's like to be kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But when I first hired, I was like, I'll work 8 hours a day, and then they were, joke's on you, you're working 9.5, sometimes 10 hours, and usually on weekends too. And then so I just worked there the whole time, and it was shitty, and it was fluorescent lights, and I was so confused by the other people who worked with me because a lot of them just seemed fine with it. I think I was trying very hard to be fine with it myself. I was like, this is my life. I'm going to make the best of it. Like, before I worked at the factory,
I don't know, like, I don't know which one it is, but maybe it's like when he was talking to either, I think it was Larry King. There's an interview with Tyler, the Creator, where he says that he worked at FedEx for like 2 seconds, and he was like, it was just a bunch of other like middle-aged guys that were folding boxes for the rest of their life, and they were just like totally fine and happy with it, and that was not going to work for me, so I quit. I wonder if this is going to end the same way.
I was desperate. I was applying to like a sewage job where you have to put on boots and then walk and poop. Like I was ready to do anything. So for that, I was pretty happy to get a job where I could be inside and not be working in literal poop.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, this is great. I'm doing a good job. This is my life. But it was definitely very hard. And I was confused. I was like, I had aspirations. I'm like, can I work up through the ranks and become one of the people who sat, because they had the second floor with the windows that would overlook us, and they're like the engineers, and this was like the upper class to me. And I'm like, I don't know how you get to be that, but I want to be that. But I was like, there's got to be a way to get that without going through school, because I couldn't go to school. I couldn't afford it.
Right.
And I was homeschooled, right? Like I had no idea what was going on. So I just didn't know how to get better, but I knew that there had to be some path forward. And I always thought like that. And it was weird to see other people on the line who'd been there for 10 years. They just showed up and did it. And I was like, are you okay with your life? Like, what kind of mind do you have to have where you are not wanting to die doing this?
No, what's their next best option? Are they going to have to put on boots and walk through shit?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But I mean, at least
the
trying,
pay,
right?
I imagine,
Like,
was extremely low.
It was actually relatively good. It was like $10 an hour.
Mm-hmm. What year is this? Just for, do you know, after this Biden
2011,
inflation?
something like that?
20...
Okay, let's do inflation calculator. 2011. $10 an hour. She was making like $15 an hour for this type of labor. I thought it would be more impressive.
2011, okay. Yeah, in Washington.
Yeah, I lived in Idaho, but we drove over the border for Washington.
And are people there having a working class or lower middle class lifestyle?
Pretty working class, poor-ish. I mean, this is northern Idaho, very small town. Like, some of my other friends ran a farm, and you just work at the factory and go home to your little apartment and live your life and then die.
So tell me how you get from the factory to dating this Omegle founder. What's the space of time there? What do you do for work in between?
What was this timeline? Went to the factory. I was like, that sucks. Anyway, ended up going back down to Boise, sleeping on a friend's couch, trying everything I could to make money and failing because I was a homeschooler. I had no idea how to operate in this culture. I was a cultural alien. I was like an immigrant, but like I couldn't say that. I didn't have any framework to describe how alienated I was. No idea what was going on. So I tried camming, eventually started making money. I became a cam girl. I went to Australia to live with a cam client I met for about 6 months.
Australia.
That was my first time moving out of Idaho. And then that didn't work out. So I moved back to Seattle. And then when I lived in Seattle, at some point there, I went on Omegle, and then not Omegle, OkCupid, and then yeah.
And the education that
she said earlier on this that she dated previously the founder of Omegle, so I guess that's how they met.
lived at home, I imagine, excluded things like evolution.
Well, we learned that other people got taught that and that it was wrong.
Learned that other people got taught that.
Yeah, they're like, if you get, so evolution is a theory. They would love to emphasize the theory part. It is a theory of the way things go.
I know, even though creationists love to emphasize that, like, it's just a theory or whatever, they're taking theory to mean hypothesis. But it's not what it means. Like, evolution is a theory in the same way that, like, gravity is a theory. It's effective. It's like a postulate. It's accepted. It's uncontroversial. But, of course, to people that believe in, like, creationism and, like, intelligent design or whatever, that's how they have to frame it.
But it is, of course, counter to the Bible. And so it can't really be true. And then I went to, like, Ken Ham convention where they would explain the whole scientific thing.
What kind of convention?
Like it would be like these traveling people would come through. You know the famous video of the banana, Ray Comfort, Way of the Master series, which I watched unironically. Okay. The Way of the Master series is where this clip comes.
Ray Comfort? What is this? Ray Comfort. I think that's what she said. Way of the Master. What was this? Are these like creationists?
A friend of mine's a Navy SEAL. When I said to him, "You want to come up and preach at Huntington Beach?" He said,
On today's episode with Ray Comfort, we discuss the importance of evangelism and how it impacts others. They talk about how is it being a pastor? Why is reading the Bible important? Where did the good person test come from? Why is it so hard for Christians to share their faith? Yeah, there's actually a crisis of Christians in this country that are afraid to talk about being a Christian. Definitely my experience with other Christians.
comes from. And it's this guy, Ray Comfort, who's peeling banana. He's like, the banana is perfectly formed for a hand. This is evidence of God because you can wrap your hand around the banana. Yeah. Anyway,
Got him.
So there's like this whole class of people, which is like the way of the master people, Kirk Cameron, Ray Comfort, and then also like Ken Ham. And they would sort of produce content, or in Ken Ham's case, like go around and rent out stadiums and then do big presentations about like the science of how evolution is wrong. And so we learned wrong things about genetics.
Has he seen like the big bananas and the small bananas too?
I don't know if he has seen those. I don't know if he understands the history of the banana as we know it. Probably. He probably figured
like
it out by this
human
point.
cultivation.
Yes. It is
yeah.
very much an evolved.
Good point. Yeah.
Which is why it is so funny. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of like
video with Kirk Cameron. Oh right, I was supposed to look at the banana one, right?
Can you please?
It's just called Firefighter Lets Family Burn Alive.
An experienced firefighter was recently charged with grave neglect of duty. Prosecutors maintained that he had abandoned his responsibility when he failed to release rescue equipment. This resulted in the needless and tragic deaths of a family of 5. Eyewitnesses were sickened when they discovered that the reason the firefighter remained locked in the emergency vehicle was simply because he was testing a new high-tech CD player, which he maintained he had bought as a gift for the fire chief. The fire chief immediately distanced himself from the defendant, and he dishonorably discharged him from the department. In a prepared statement, the chief said, quote,
thank you for the bits, Eddie Bombay. The link above is the ultimate meme back in the day. You'll see why. Okay, what did you link? Hold on. Okay.
Behold the atheist's nightmare. Now, if you study a well-made banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 ridges. On the close side, 2 ridges. If you get your hand ready to grip a banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 grooves, on the close side 2 grooves.
Oh
the
my God.
and the hand are perfectly made one for the other. You'll find the
Are they gonna share the like we like humans share 99% of our like DNA with a banana or whatever?
The banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface. It has outward indicators of inward contents: green, too early; yellow, just right; black, too late. Now, if you go to the top of the banana, you'll find, as with the soda can makers, they placed a tab at the top. So God has placed a tab at the top. When you pull the tab,
like a soda
the
can.
contents don't squirt in your face. You'll find the wrapper, which is biodegradable, has perforations. Notice how gracefully it sits over the human hand. Notice it has a point at the top for ease of entry. It's just the right shape for the human mouth. It's chewy, easy to digest, and it's even curved toward the face to make the whole process so much easier. Seriously, Kurt, the whole of creation testifies to the genius of God's creative hand.
it absolutely does.
It's bizarre. This is like Lamarckism, which is debunked. It was like an alternative, like evolutionary explanation to how we develop like certain traits and stuff. Like the example you would have been taught in school is like giraffes have long necks because they had to stretch their like necks to be able to get leaves and stuff like that, and so because they did that repeatedly throughout their life, then they pass that on genetically somehow to their offspring, and it goes on to repeat and stuff like that. But that's not the way that traits like evolve or form in organisms.
intellectual Christian culture going on. I mean, I think you just sort of have the genes to be a depressive person. You're going to be depressive no matter where you are. But again, we have a tendency to narrativize just like we do with fetishes. Like, oh, if I feel this way, I have to make up some sort of causal story for why this happened because it gives you a sense of control. Because it's really terrifying to be like, oh, I'm just genetically predispositioned to be sad.
Why are people more depressed now? Why do we have more mental health crises now than in previous generations?
My guess is that people are... my guess is people are gaining social status from being depressed in ways that are not conscious. And I mean this with like a great amount of sympathy and compassion. Like I'm not saying that people are out there being like, oh, I want to feel special and I'm going to be like a special snowflake and feel bad about myself. I think that's like a very oversimplistic way of looking at it. But like you can look at things like a spectrum of locus of agency or control or something. Like, for example, I think men generally have much more internal locus of agency than women. Like, in general, if something bad happens to a man, we're like, how can you
locus of agency
fix this? And if something bad happens to a woman, we're like, how can the world fix this for you? And I think this like makes sense based on history. Like, in general, women, in fact, did not have very much agency and had to be like gain the sympathy of others in order to achieve anything.
I love a general claim. Like, I think that makes sense based on history.
Whereas like men, would die in battle. Or
I guess this is just like a different way of saying that like men are just naturally more rational and women are just naturally more emotional, but that makes sense because of our history.
Whatever. They were like, and they had to be the ones that where the buck stopped. So like it makes sense historically why this is the case. But I think there's like a spectrum of like when you're thinking
bananas have been bred to be easy to eat, intelligent designed by humans. Is that true? I mean, like I know that there's a lot of genetic modification of fruits.
Thinking about power.
But I don't know if they were like intended on purpose, but like at this point, isn't the whole thing just like the size?
Like, do you instantly think about, is the wrong in the world outside of me or is the wrong in myself? And by wrong, I just mean like responsibility, the responsibility for what's going wrong. And I think like liberal, there's a big distinction between like liberal and conservative culture, and that liberal culture tends to be very much externalizing to the world, and conservative culture is very internal. And which is also reflected in why women prefer to be liberal and men to be conservative. But I also think that the external orientation of agency really lends itself to a lot of mental illness. Because like if you are a victim of the world, if you are at the whim of whatever happens and all of the bad things are not part of you, but rather what other things other people have done to you, I think this is like much sadder. You feel like less hope and less drive to do things. Like in a similar way to like if you're playing a video game in game design, you really want the incentive set out where you feel like you can achieve this thing like within a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
And then you achieve it and then you get like a spark of, oh, that was great. And then now you want the next goal. And you like, this is like the whole concept of motivation. This is like the opposite spectrum of depression. But if you're in a world where you're telling everybody, oh, you can't achieve a thing if you try. You are not playing a game where you have agency and you get it and then you go to the next thing. You are in fact just sitting here hoping that the world treats you well. And you just get very depressed that way. You never get the spark of accomplishment.
You mentioned children.
Men's internal agency conveniently allows them to overlook the problem that is the pile of dirty dishes. So true.
Before.
Yeah.
Do you want to have children?
I think so, yes.
How would you raise your own children?
Such a personal question.
Like people?
I don't think she'd be offended because she's like loves uncomfortable questions or whatever, but I'm always surprised when people ask this like publicly.
What type of education, values would you want to instill in them?
Their own. I know somebody who's running a micro school, which I think is pretty cool the way they structure it, which is a lot of the education is about education itself. So she just recently did a quick write-up about how they would have different school days where they would test out different methods of schooling. They're like, okay, in this day we're going to be very strict. And they'd have the kids teach each other. So like, okay, now some of the kids are the teachers and you're going to teach them in a very strict way, and they would do it very strict. And then they'd have another day of school. And it was like, okay, now it's silly day or whatever. And so the kids, then they would discuss with the kids, like which method of learning was better. Like what was it like to try to teach another child this thing? I think they have it where the kids get grades based on how well they convey the information to other kids. Or like if that kid gets the information, then you get I don't know. It's just like
weird and annoying on both ends. Average Doomscroll listening experience.
Really novel ways of structuring school where it really involves the children's feedback. Like the children figure out how they want to be learned. The kids like have votes on which classes they want to do, and they are allowed to just not attend classes if they want. But it turns out in general they tend to attend classes because the classes that are happening are ones that they're interested in, right? I think this is fantastic. This is like child-led learning. Most of the stuff that we think is important for kids to learn is completely not useful for them to learn. Like all of the stuff that I use today in a meaningful sense, like I learned as an adult. All of the stuff that I was forced to learn as a kid, I completely forgot.
That was, I think, the most libertarian answer I've ever gotten to that question.
Really?
That you would allow a competitive marketplace of testing different forms of education to see which one rose to the top.
Have the children vote, yeah.
Okay.
Children as people.
What about like Montessori schools? A lot of libertarian people like that type of education.
Better. Yeah, but in general, I would prefer to raise a child as though they're like kind of just slightly mentally disabled adult. So like if I were trying to teach you and you were kind of mentally disabled, how would I do that? I don't know. I'd have to really work with you. You know, I wouldn't force you to do anything.
How do you explain this rise of paleoconservatism among young people?
I don't know. There's an interesting...
What if, for example, the kid that you were raising embraced what you and I might describe as irrational?
You watching this for work or curiosity? Both. Why can't it be both?
Rational beliefs. Like they themselves became a theocrat, and that's what they voluntarily chose.
Okay.
I'm watching it because it's Sunday and I want to distract myself from all the terrible fucking news that I'm going to cover later in this stream related to like the fucking floods in Texas and the big beautiful bill.
Interesting.
How would you deal with something like
I
that?
would be sad. I mean, I am sad when anybody close to me sort of deviates from things that I deeply value. But I wouldn't want to try to force them. I don't know. Like, what is the other option here? Like having prevented them from exposure to those ideas? That seems also pretty bad.
I don't know. There is a pronounced trend, though, that religion is back in a big way, and it wasn't maybe for we're the same age, but in the environment.
I mean, like LARPing is back in a big way. Is probably a more accurate statement than religion is, because if you're talking about like what these Zoomers that say that they're a fucking Catholic or whatever, even though they don't attend mass, they can't take communion, they're not confirmed or whatever, then sure, it's back, you guys. But it's not going to reverse the overall trend that the world's becoming more secular.
We grew up, I remember like the Bill Maher documentary, Religulous. Like there were themes and culture that we were like moving away from this kind of irrational way of construing the world. And now we've swung seemingly back.
Yeah, the neo-trad movement is crazy. It's in, I see it a lot because I'm in the sex industry, so it's just very obvious, especially in the last like 5 or 6 years, I would say. The landscape has changed. Like the kinds of things you're allowed to do online have shifted. The rules that websites have for content you're allowed to produce.
What the fuck is what is paleoconservatism? I mean, it's like America First or whatever. It's like a type of conservative that's like they don't like globalism. They're really big on nationalism. They're isolationists, or probably they'd say like they're non-interventionist.
Just shifted.
How so?
Yeah, they're just much tighter.
Like
when I first started camming, there was a girl who would do like a jihad show where she would dress up like a terrorist and like have a gun and then like threaten her guys and give it. It was very funny, right?
Wow.
Like
incredible.
I think like one girl did a Nazi
It's like Muslim minstrel show.
It was like very much the Wild West. Girls would be camming publicly in libraries. So you would go to a library. It's a very common library
public
show.
library?
Public library. I understand that you're
a name
shocked.
for it?
The library show. That was the most common. You go sit in the library. You'd be streaming, and you have like secretly like be flashing your boobs or like masturbating in the corner or something. All this stuff is completely unthinkable today. I just like read an account of a woman who got a video taken down where she was role playing as like a Puritan. It's too offensive to religious sensibilities. You can absolutely not do the library shows anymore.
Aren't like nuns like a whole like costume genre?
Yeah, I mean maybe the nuns are still allowed, but hers is like a little too. I don't know, but it's getting weird. It's getting weird and kind of constrained. Anything that's like considered obscenity, anything that could be offensive.
Random question: do you have any advice for someone stuck in a weird sleep cycle? I just woke up. Do you know who you're talking to? Do not ask me for advice related to like a regular sleep schedule.
Because like the eye of Sauron has turned upon the porn industry.
I've seen you in chat. I know that you know how fucked my schedule is.
I think it really started with the takedown of Pornhub's payment processors. I think that was the catalyst,
right?
Which like was downstream of like Christian agencies basically putting pressure on the people who were working in the payment processor area.
Yeah.
That and like the taking down of Backpage was a little bit a precursor that was also pretty bad. But anyway, it's like since then there's been a lot of paranoia on this
Pornhub. I think in the past for Florida residents and other states as well, because these like pornography conglomerates are refusing to comply with these age verification laws that are popping up in a lot of different states or whatever. If you like try to access the website, it's like, yeah, you can't even verify your age and still use it or whatever.
Side of sex companies, because they don't want to attract public attention. They don't want there to be any mass outrising of like. They don't want a video to leak and then have did everybody see this really horrible video where we're all offended by it? We must stop, our poor women from being victimized or something. So everything is like much tighter. It feels like we're trying to thread a narrow thing where people mad at us on both sides.
Is there any regulation you would put on pornography? On the industry side or the market side?
I am pro-regulation that indicates transparency. like a lot of the problems that we've had with porn studios has been a lack of transparency with girls about like what they will earn or what kinds of acts you will be subject to. So I would be fine with laws being like.
I haven't really thought about it, like what sorts of policy changes would need to and reform would need to happen within the adult entertainment industry that's going to make it less exploitative. But I don't know that I would start with transparency.
Like you must be extremely upfront.
Like it would factor in there, but it's like not the first thing that's coming to mind.
And any pressure to cause women to do sex acts that they did not agree to in a contract are not good. But in general, no, I'm free adults consenting own bodies. I believe in that very deeply.
Aella's in favor of making sure that there's intimacy coordinators on the set of every single porn video.
Even if like sometimes this has perverse outcomes, I think like the positives outweigh the negatives.
What do you think about this proposal for an internet driver's license? This is an old proposal, started back in the 90s, I think, but you would basically have a valid form of state ID that proved that you were 18 before you could even get on like the internet. And now they propose it just for certain sites.
Yeah, that sounds kind of horrifying. I mean, it's horrifying both in the sense of government oversight and the ability to limit freedom. Lots of things that limit freedom sound good up until the people you don't like are in power. So, I mean, I think this could be used for ill. I mean, if people... Like, imagine the people that you don't like now have the ability to understand what sites are going on. There's also, I think kids...
To me, that's not even, like, the main thing. It just seems like trying to, like, it's a huge assumption. I don't know if there's even, like, are these policies actually based on any data that shows when they require age verification that it doesn't just have, like, that it actually meaningfully reduces the amount of children that are using the websites and barely reduces the amount of adults that are able to use it? Or is it just kind of, like, a quick fix because it sounds like it would work?
They're people. Like, the whole concept that we should not allow kids to access certain information until they're 18 feels like really dehumanizing to me. I was a teenager, and I am like kind of mad that people were so insistent upon like preventing me to have access from stuff that would have benefited me largely. Like, I was curious about things. I wanted to look at things and know things, and people were like, you are not allowed to. And I'm like, I'm not a person. I am just like a brainwashed little thing that you were trying to like program into the thing that you want. And I'm like really averse to things where we're like, okay, the dominant culture will determine what are the allowed prescription thoughts for children to have. Freaks me out.
Is there any instance where viewing some of this material might be damaging for young children?
Yes. And I still think it's generally worth it in most cases. Like, in general, I think people do not view stuff that feels bad to view.
I mean, like, every generation thinks they're going to be the one that cracks the code on how to prevent their kids from viewing materials on the internet that they don't want them watching or using or whatever, but it's not happened as of yet. And every single generation that tries to instill this will be the first people to tell you that when they were younger, they were getting into the same types of shit and they found ways around it.
In most cases. I think often in times where we see things like bad influences on people's exposure to culture, this is often downstream of other problems. Like, I'm going to take a tangent here, but for people have a lot of problems with public school. You go to public school, you have a pressure to do things or whatever. I think a lot of this is downstream of the fact that you isolate kids in certain age groups. You have like all of the 13-year-olds together or something. Like, when I was a child, when I was growing up, we had families. I was never stratified by age group like this. And like having younger and older ages like really balanced out a lot of the weird social dynamics that I think arise in
Was there different
school.
Curriculums for the like age brackets?
Kind
even?
of, but
okay.
not a lot. Like, we would have a once a week meetup where all the moms would teach things, and you could basically sign up for whatever class you wanted regardless of the age.
Okay. And what was the spread of the kids in the school?
Just toddler to 18.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, it was just a whole bunch. And like there'd be parents there all...
Are they teaching algebra to toddlers, though?
I mean, if a toddler can learn it, most of them couldn't. But in general,
I mean, like, in a better world, that classes would not solely be organized with just your date or whatever. It actually would be indexed to each child's like ability. But I've also seen evidence that this really causes a lot of negative social stratification and like classist outcomes. So, but I'm not like totally like closed off to the idea.
I mean, there would be like some clustering of ages. It wouldn't be like toddlers and 18 in the same class, but often I would be in classes with people much older and much younger. And then when you get out of the class, you're in a big room full of toddlers and 18-year-olds, right? And I think that was freaking awesome. Like, and I think it like dampened out a lot of the perverse social effects that can come from like when you put people into this horrible festering little thing. Anyway, but a lot of the concept is like, oh, if we do this in school, something bad will happen. And I'm like, yes, but the entire way that you're constructing school is like bad from first principles in other ways. Like you're doing the stratification, you're forcing kids to learn things you don't want to learn. And I'm like, the problem is in the whole system. And so sometimes I think there are things that kids could be exposed to as teenagers that would cause issues. And often I think that's like an issue because we're in a broken system. And if you fix the other thing, it would fix that too. But I don't want to be overly simplistic. Like I'm wary of idealistic prescriptions based off of general values that are insensitive to specific nuances. So I think there are probably some circumstances I could conceive of that I would want to prevent a child from viewing it, but I think it would be rare and not the default.
What does the existence...
Maybe this is like a really stupid, like, reverse the role squad W type way of looking at it, but I do feel like if it had been a male guest that was asked that question and gave that answer, it would have generated far more controversy than it's going to, just because it's fucking Aella and it's a conventionally attractive woman.
...of AI do to the idea of human rationality if we are unable to understand how this thing thinks?
Yes, terrifying. I mean, I don't understand how you think, but that doesn't stop me from interacting with you. But you're also presumably not like an order of magnitude smarter than me. We're probably roughly on the same general tier.
There's a sense right now that democratic society governed by the people who participate in it is a desirable thing from the left. And there's this existential risk for human rationality, the ability of an individual to make up their own mind, to make informed decisions, that the existence of this thing that is smarter than the combined intelligence.
We have 24/7 access to porn now. The material is much more explicit. The fetishes are weirder, etc. I think it's not the same. It's much worse today. I mean, like, I'll be honest. I'm not really, like, if I had kids, the thing that I would not be, like, yeah, there's pornography, like your kid getting access to like adult content before they really should be viewing it or whatever. That's one thing. But, dude, like TikTok, Instagram, social media platforms, fucking Discord, the fact that like your kid has the ability to post themselves with behind your back. They're on these platforms that are populated by a bunch of adults, bunch of anonymous accounts or whatever, and they can interact with adults. That is far more scary. Like the shit that I see go on TikTok featuring kids that is unregulated, filled with like adults commenting and interacting, far more disturbing to me than the idea of like children viewing adult content before they should.
Intelligence of all of the people that would participate in the democratic society, their decisions would be less effective than its.
This feels like being like, what is the advent of the car going to be on where we draw the lines of the stables a little bit? Like, if we actually have an advent of something that is sufficiently advanced.
Less of a porn problem, more of a social media problem. I mean, yeah, but they're not doing anything to clamp down on it. And how could you really?
We're in a completely new paradigm.
Because like the types of things that they could try to clamp down on, they know they don't work. And we have like recognized it's probably not going to, like doing like age verification or whatever when you make an account. Like if we know how futile that is to do it for a social media account because they're not going to force you to like actually verify it, then how helpful is it to be doing it on pornography websites?
The concept of democracy itself is probably going to be very outdated very soon. Like maybe we're just going to outsource all decisions to the great AI god, assuming it doesn't kill us all. If it doesn't kill us all, we're probably in a singularity, a glorious transhumanist future singularity, where somehow we have a hyper-powerful aligned AI. And at this point, it's like, we would just know the answers to economics at this point. Like the AI would be like, do these things. And you'd be like,
yeah.
Are we going to vote? Or, I mean, like maybe people would be mad, but if like, depending on the way that the AI is aligned, if the AI is like maximizing human well-being, it would just convince people to do what it wanted, or like set up the economic incentives such that people are rewarded for doing what it wanted. I don't know. It's like the concept of how we're still operating in our normal system while we have a super intelligence at our beck and call, like, is just inconceivable to me.
It is kind of an interesting dilemma where a lot of libertarians are arguing for a centralized authority to spend money on AI.
Yeah, I can't believe that I'm like a lot of the activism recently has been trying to figure out how to get the government to stop AI. Which is, I could never thought I would find myself on this side of the fight, because like I have always been like, fuck the government, pro-tech, fuck the government, pro-tech. And like crypto, fuck the government, pro-tech. But this, I'm suddenly like, wait a second. It turns out we need like a necessary evil to stop everything everywhere from dying.
There's a lot of discussions among the rationalist community about
Took a dark turn quickly.
the uneven distribution of IQ and its correlation with race. Why is this
That's certainly a conversation that rationalists are concerned with. I agree.
topic that people fixate on if they're also convinced that this ultra intelligence, an AGI that's like smarter than every human on the planet, why are these marginal differences so important to people?
I don't think the marginal difference is that important. I think it's the fact that people seem to
Is it like the social taboo?
be denying it is the problem. Like they have like a really compulsive obsession with like finding truth finding and not getting distracted by people being like, oh, that's icky. And my sense is that there's a vibe where it's like people notice that, oh wait, no, there's like clear evidence that there's a difference in IQs with race, which there is. It's like pretty indisputable. And there's a lot of argument over what causes it, like maybe poor nutrition in developing countries, right? Like, so that's like a whole debate in itself. But obviously there's a difference. But if you, people like will often very strongly deny this, but it's like clearly true. So this is like it's like a central example of stuff that rationality finds really interesting is like, what are the incentives, the human incentives that cause people to deny something that is very true? Well, it's very socially taboo because if you admit it, then maybe some people would be like, oh, well, we value a race more than another. You know, so they're equating IQ with like the worth of a human or something. So it's really interesting.
They are. The types of people that are interested in these conversations and author books on it, they are interested in that.
To talk about.
It's not just a matter of like discussing it for the hell of it or an intellectual exercise. Like the reason why the topic is taboo, you can say it's like just PC cuckoldry or whatever, but I do think it is a real concern that it's never just the conversation never just starts and ends with the academics of it or the merits of it empirically. It always ends up leading into like social prescriptions and like hierarchies based on these things.
It's interesting to be like, well, I have like strong evidence for a very taboo position. Here it is, and watch people try and struggle with that. So I don't think it's about like the IQ and race specifically. I think it's just that it's a symbol for like the ways that humans are really inconsistent about their reasoning. I really strongly believe that part because I think, as far as I can tell, the rationalists are generally very not racist. I know some race scientists that I wouldn't out there that I wouldn't, because they're part of the rationalist community, that I think might be actually kind of racist.
Is that post-rationalism?
No, they're not. They're like race scientist people. And sometimes they do
like race realists.
Interesting statistics. I'm like, that's curious. Oh, they're talking about genetics. I'll look into that. There's this one person I'm thinking of where I'm like, oh, your work is really interesting. And you talk about differences in race and IQ. That's cool. And then I started hanging out with them. And then they would start saying things. And I would be like, wait a second. I didn't know you were like racist though. Like, I thought you were just a scientist. Like,
why would you be surprised by this?
It turns out
again, the types of people drawn to that subject, it's not ever just about the science. Actually, it is almost never about the science. I'm sure somewhere out there it exists. There's like this good faith race realist that genuinely is interested in whether or not there's any scientific basis for it. But the vast majority of people, it's like a post hoc rationalization. It's just scientific racism. And it's trying to conjure up like socially acceptable ways to justify your racism. So it can have this veneer of like intellectualism instead of just being like backwards hick shit.
Had moral opinions adjacent, and they were using the science as a disguise for the moral opinions. But I was shocked, right? Because that's not, in most of my community, that's not the case. Like, if you try and actually say anything like that, like, oh, haha, you make like a joke, like a racist joke, like the rationalists will in fact be like, that's not cool, man. So there's definitely a pushback. Like, I would not have felt safe saying a lot of stuff that he was saying, like in the rationalist community. So I think there's like a really distinct difference. I think the rationalists are very principled about this. But anytime you're very principled about something that is very taboo, people like are very, possibly rightly so, like quite suspicious. Like, are you hiding some kind of underlying like secret disposition? And in the rational, I think this is like pretty rare, specifically with that community. I mean, they're very pro things which they'll talk to you about. I think they're generally very pro eugenics. Which they're not trying to hide that, they will just tell you this.
Right.
And I think if they thought that one race had moral
values. So because they're open about it, that means that they're not racist? Or that, like, to her, it means that they are probably not racist?
Value over another, they would just tell you this. They're not trying to hide.
No, I mean, I've heard people make arguments about breeding Ashkenazi Jews and Southeast Asians, I think, to have the highest IQ.
That sounds pretty cool.
What are the policing mechanisms in the community against this kind of stuff?
Well, I think it's something like, it's less policing and more self-selection. Like the people that I know that I would consider to have perspectives I can, like, that are distasteful in a way that is not rational. Like I've got this racist friend I'm thinking of would be one of them. He just like wouldn't get very far in the rationalist community. If he like got out and like said something that was like pretty racist, people would be like, well, that seems not true. Or that seems like odd or off. And so there's not a lot of purchase. It's not like you say it and everybody like jokes and laughs with you in a way that amplifies it. And so I think naturally people with like really strong views in that way tend to gravitate towards people who will reaffirm them. I'm not saying like the rationalist community is perfect. I think there's like definitely some like aspects where I would think that their views are like not very compassionate. But
this is an insane interviewer. Why do you say that?
But overall, I think it's actually significantly more compassionate than the average person because they're much more tolerant of weirdness. Like, for example, there's a huge amount of trans people in the rationalist community. Yes. It reminds me a bit also like the anti-woke movement, like the woke wars. Like I fought on the anti-woke side during that thing. And there were a lot of like my camaraderies in arms, and we were all like, yes, we believe in not being dicks and not having like irrational arguments on the basis of like tribal affiliation and morality, and we value like freedom and open speech, and people should do what they want. And then now that the woke wars are like look like they're kind of won, it turns out that these people that I thought we had the same values with like don't at all.
The woke wars are won, she says, as Donald Trump is currently serving his second term. There's like there were so many people who did this like post 2024 election analysis of like there was a huge anti-incumbency bias everywhere, and then you were seeing more right-wing parties succeed electorally like globally and in other Western nations and stuff like that. But she's talking about how like woke has won or something.
And there's a lot of they tend not to be like actually fuck the trans people too. And I'm like, wait though, I thought like, and it becomes like very tribal or like.
Did you follow the Mises Caucus? Speaking of Reason magazine. In the Libertarian Party?
No, I don't think so.
Ludwig von Mises is a like neoliberal economist, culturally very conservative. It was basically like this is super granular, but like paleo-libertarian movement within the Libertarian Party of the US. And they have all of these like very prohibitive like anti-pornography, anti-gay, like so on and so forth. And then Reason did a great fucking piece of reporting and just like skewered these guys. It's like none of your value, like you don't actually believe in free speech. You're trying to hijack the party. Like my friends who are on the left, who follow this stuff, some of them as professional researchers in think tanks that I can't name on camera, were like, Reason did a fantastic job.
That's what she means, though, the anti-woke one? I don't know. Is that what she was saying?
In shutting down the Mises Caucus because those guys were disingenuous about what their actual goals were.
That's great. I would love more of that. Like
more of that is good, yeah.
When I lived in Austin, I attended this meetup called Based in Austin, and it was a little bit
Based.
Okay.
And
it was very much like this sort of culture of like we're like libertarian freedom people. And I was like, great, these are my people. And then I inadvertently caused a split in the community because I'm a sex worker. And there was a whole debate over whether or not I was allowed. And I was so confused. I'm like, I thought we were libertarians, guys.
Right.
I thought we were pro-personal freedom.
So much of this is her like talking about all of the different hypocrisies that exist within the supposed ascended, highly rationalist society and like online and IRL communities of like all of the different ways they have latent bigotries despite nominally appearing to say that they don't, or that they're opposed to those things, or that this is not just a Trojan horse and fig leaf for those sorts of social agendas.
Where is this coming from? It was like a bizarre, like very conservative, religiously influenced segment that came in. It sounds very similar to that. There's really an uprising in that kind of thing lately.
What do you think about this turn towards national conservatism in like the tech world?
I don't know exactly what's causing it. Like normally shifts in beliefs, I think, come from various kinds of social pressure or signaling.
Yeah.
I do wonder to what degree this is backlash against general feminism, which I think has been, in its current form, is like actually quite cruel to men. And it's like somewhat warranted to have some sort of like actually fuck women in their power a little bit. I mean, I'm again pro women in their power, but I do think in a way where women have been too eager to ascribe the locus of control inside of men, which is like, if anything goes wrong, it's your fault. You call it patriarchy when men suffer and also when women suffer, for example. So I don't know. I suspect it is downstream of trying to reclaim masculine power, which I think is reasonable, but it's just going about it in an unprincipled way.
Have you heard these right-wing metaphysics people make this argument that pornography is a spell that sucks your vril through the screen?
It kind of sounds like the Simbari culture with how they have to, like, their semen is like losing their life force.
That's the perfect.
That's what she thinks of. Isn't that like in what Kubrick movie is it? Like the whole thing with his essence or whatever. Is it like Strangelove?
reply. That's great. Where can people find your work?
If you Google Aella, that typically works, but most of my stuff is on knowingless.com or aella.substack.com. Aella.substack is my main writing and blog, but Knowing Less will point you to everything else.
Aella, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for listening. To watch part 2 of this episode, you can support the show.
Oh my god. It's a part 2 to that conversation, apparently. But if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me, and you can get access to cute No, wait. Not follow. Subscribe to me. If you subscribe to me, you can get access to cute emotes and ad-free experience. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream, so it pushes it out to other people. And subscribe if you aren't already, so you can know when I go live, which is usually it's supposed to be every day. The last week or so, it's been every other day, but most weeks it's every day. I'm not about part 2, no. But I am impressed that he did not ask her about the showers thing. Everybody always asks her so you've only taken 57 showers in a year. Why did you do that? She's talked about that multiple times. And I don't even follow her content, but I have seen clips of when that is brought up. But what are we doing next? When's the next Pisco stream? That's on Tuesday. And we finally have a name. We're going with Just Press Play for the podcast name. But what am I doing next? Let's see. Should I do... Dude, I kind of want to see this, I started watching this, and I'm going to subject you guys to it as well. So, last week, I think, or just a few days ago, Live and Learn had Wick TV and this woman named Tali Botz on, who has undergone a political journey, and she went from being a liberal to now identifying herself as a centrist or disaffected liberal. And she voted for Donald Trump in California as a protest vote. And Pisco, by the end of that, Wick had this crash out because he was like, you guys didn't go hard on her enough. You handled her with kids' gloves. Even though the title of the fucking episode was that it was supposed to be an intervention. It was not supposed to be adversarial or this hostile confrontation to this person. It was supposed to be more about learning and trying to understand what drove her away from the Democratic Party and made her vote for Donald Trump. And they have another conversation last night where he's picking her brain more and pushing her more on these just really fucking stupid reasons to do a protest vote for Donald Trump. And in the course of the conversation on Live and Learn, she just did not seem to be willing to strongly condemn or criticize the actions of the Trump administration. Every single thing that she was that she was asked to evaluate, she was like, I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't really like that. But when they asked her, if you could change your vote right now, just wish cast it into existence, completely legal, completely fine, would you make Kamala Harris the president right now? And she said she didn't know.
Yo, what up, Tali? I don't know if you can hear me. You're muted. But let me know if you'd like to be on screen or if you just want to do voice.
Oh, I am going to just do voice.
Okay, that's
today.
perfect.
I just got home.
You're good. How are you?
Yeah. I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well after our very eventful Live and Learn. It's actually maybe my favorite Live and Learn that we've ever had.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's because I like the drama sometimes,
awesome.
Because it had a great mix of policy discussions and, talking shit about Trump, but also for me, the human moments of just talking shit about Wick and Wick, giving it back. I thought those were really funny. So in terms of me, I really enjoyed your appearance there. Of course, maybe this was, I don't know if you watch the show, but it's not like very many of our shows. Usually we just kind of circle jerk around something. So I'm not saying it's representative, but I thought it was eventful.
Yeah, no, I do.
You're going to start a podcast with Pisco. We have a podcast. We've been reacting to episodes of Valuetainment's Her Take, but I don't think that I don't think her take is going to last very long. So I think the theme of the podcast will just be a reaction to different right-wing media. So far, season 1. for our podcast has just been reacting to that show. But when that we run out of episodes for that, we'll find something else.
I haven't watched every episode, and I only started watching.
What's your read on this person, on this horrible woman, grifter or not? No, I don't think she's a grifter. Like, again, her logic for all of this could be understood when she said in the Live and Learn conversation, I stopped watching like mainstream reputable news outlets like MSNBC and CNN for my information, and I started listening to podcasts. Gee, wonder why she did like a protest vote for Trump. It truly like baffles the mind.
A couple months ago, I would say,
Mm-hmm.
but I've watched a bunch of episodes. Yeah, it's funny everyone's take on it. I mean,
Yeah.
Wick's my guy, but I did not feel like you guys were being
I need
disingenuous.
to find some way to be able to like boost my desktop audio because there are so many YouTube videos that just it's up all the way. My desktop audio is as loud as it can be, and it just sounds so quiet still.
Or too harsh, or whatever either of the things that he was sort of saying.
Yeah, I don't hate Wick at all.
I know there were a lot of people that. Yeah.
I actually really like his
He called him a fucking idiot, but he doesn't hate him.
panels, and I have nothing against him. So I appreciate that you said that, and I also appreciate that I'm sure he doesn't take it to heart, and I'm sure we'll interact again in the future. But yeah, how are you feeling? Because there was a lot of like haterade in the comments, but there's also certain people.
Haterade, is that a coded dig at me from my podcast co-host? What is going on here?
Who I think we're resonating with certain things that you were saying. So how have you how do you feel the reaction has been?
Well, it's been mixed, and there are more people reacting to it, other bigger people. So listen, it's kind of what I expected.
The Live and Learn chat was not a fan of her, to say the least.
Whatever. It kind of dips into the vibes thing, right? Because it's sort of like
she watches Hutch. That's all I gotta say.
Whether people
She's a big Wick fan and a big Hutch fan.
I'm conscious of some of this, or let's say, I'm conscious of some of this stuff, whether I always lean into my better angels or not. But it's sort of like whether we like it or not, people, like you just said a couple minutes ago, like people aren't going to want to be involved with people who are incurious and accusatory and hostile.
God, okay. Here's the thing. She is probably more maybe I'm projecting. Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. She is more irritating to most people than like your average centrist. I don't even know if it's possible because she LARPs like she's open and intellectually curious, but she's not. She's not. And if anything, it's like she was apparently, according to people who watched a conversation that she had with Not So Erudite, where she was more frank with her more right-wing like social beliefs, which she seems to be very, very like motivated by as far as like this political shift and transformation that she's had. A lot of it, she does admit, is like culture war stuff, but she didn't actually get into the exact opinions that she holds now that are socially conservative, and apparently some of them are quite fringe. And I just don't think that she really is as open to like left wing or like hearing out liberal ideas anymore. I think she's very much in like a phase where she wants to hear more challenges to what she perceives to be this kind of like unspoken liberal orthodoxy that Democrats, I guess, need to draw more attention to.
And I think you do get further with Honey.
You don't like Hutch? No, I like Hutch, but I know that there are people in my audience that have strong feelings about Hutch. That's why I'm laughing at that comment.
Especially for people who, obviously I see myself as reasonable. Other people are free to disagree. Yeah. But I really appreciated the fact that we were all able to sit down and have a civil conversation. And Econoboy and I, not just the two of us, but went on talking for like several more hours after that.
Oh, interesting. Can I ask you something? How do you feel about the fact that you really respect Destiny and Ben Shapiro in terms of maybe their style, right? But they're kind of bully sometimes, right?
Like the thing is also that like, even if you could get her to agree with or like kind of revert back to certain like liberal positions that she used to hold, it's just not a priority to her. This culture war shit is more important than anything that like substantial or meaningful. She didn't really seem that interested in like talking about Donald Trump's policy agenda. It definitely seemed like her fixation is on these like very, very boutique pet issues that surround like academic spaces and like activist circles.
Kind of
Yeah.
are very inquisitorial. Is it something that you like to see but don't like to be on the receiving end of, or is it there's something else there? Because I hear you. Some people say you get more flies with honey, but I feel like bullying might work for some people, or at least maybe not when they're bullied, but when they see people bullied. What do you think?
Right.
Yeah, the right. Currently dominating all three branches of the American government. And they definitely got there because they reached across the aisle, had productive, meaningful, civil, open discourse with other people, and all sang kumbaya with like as many people as they possibly could to get elected, right? That's what happened. That's not what happened. You don't need to be like this like old way of like approaching debate, or the idea that like the only way you can get people to your side is like by endlessly kowtowing and catering to them and showing them your belly. Like it's just so blinkered and completely untrue.
So, I mean,
like it can be one way of securing power, but it's definitely not like a necessary prerequisite.
we all have different parts inside of us, right? Different monsters inside of us. And sometimes it's just fun to watch that type of stuff. I think it also like it really depends on who the other person is. And I mean, Destiny can be kind of brutal, but he's usually not really.
He can be very brutal. You know he can be.
I know. Yes, I agree with you, obviously, like at his most extreme. But I'm about to say the same thing about Ben Shapiro, and especially about Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
He's not brutal. Like it's one thing when they're like monologuing, right? Because they each monologue for a living every day, right? But when they're actually talking with other people, they're both pretty measured. They're both very civil, I would say, unless there's a real reason not to be. Like they go in good faith.
I would say both of those creators, what they are known for primarily is blood sports. So I do think it's funny that she's defining them by like the Lex Friedman conversation and that particular style, when that is very much outside of the norm for what the majority of their respective conversations look like.
And as long as that there's no reason to stray from that, they don't. I mean, do you disagree with that?
I think that
I think
it depends. Yeah. For Steven, I think sometimes it depends on whether he's had his hot chocolate or something, or whether he's like he can be very mercurial like that, or capricious if you're catching him at the end of a stream or in a good mood. And I kind of think similar things about Ben Shapiro. There are things that are said by people in good faith and people honestly that just trigger the fuck out of both Ben Shapiro and Steven. These kind of like pattern and repetitive thinking, and I think that one of those is the notion that people would vote kind of in a feels like situation, like the notion that you would not connect the policy and like the pragmatics, like the pragmatics of what someone stands for and what a politician is going to do to your ultimate voting decision. I think that disconnect triggers the fuck out of people like Ben Shapiro and Steven, because Ben Shapiro like initially was very critical of Trump, right? Ended up endorsing him, and he's endorsing him based on like the instrumental effects of voting for Trump and what Trump will provide. And that's his argument, not that Trump is a perfect person or about the vibes, is he's deep down, both he and Steven have an argument that's based and rooted in policy, true. Right?
I mean, like in 2016, Ben Shapiro was not as gung-ho about Donald Trump because he didn't feel he was the most conservative candidate. I think he supported Ted Cruz. But come 2020, he was endorsing, and 2024, he was endorsing Donald Trump very enthusiastically, because of how he governed. And he said as much. The video and like the pitch that he made to people is, look at his tax cuts, look at his foreign policy. All of it ended up just being traditional, like neocon, right-wing, like standard MAGA Republican, like, or not MAGA, standard Republican politics. He was not this outsider or this anti-establishment candidate in the way that he said he would be.
Rooted in vibes. I think that your perspective might trigger the fuck out of them, or at least Steven for sure.
Well, it did trigger.
Oh, did he watch
Destiny? It? Yeah, someone sent
was that cool?
Or
did it feel weird for you to watch it? Or what did you feel about it?
Well, I commented on the video and I said, this is not how I wanted to end up on this channel.
Oh, no. But I'm sure if you reached out, I mean, I would reach out for you, but he blocked me. But
yeah.
But she just said he could be civil.
Yeah.
He'll have you on if you want to be on, he'll have you on.
Yeah, I'm sure he would.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. But I'm neither of them. I'm not. There's a reason that I like both of them, right? Yes, they both, like you guys were saying in the debate, and you were correct, right? All the things that I was talking about in their similarities or trying to express the reasons that I like the two of them. They obviously have big fundamental differences, policy differences, right?
Sure, yeah.
How they want to see this country run. And they are partisans. And I don't mean that like in a pejorative way.
Yeah, what do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that. They support someone from a partisan perspective?
Yeah, in like you could just say, oh, they're principled and you're not, and I would like to accept that too. Like,
No, but when you say they're partisan,
like
like
what
are they any more partisan than you? I mean, you voted for Trump. Doesn't that make you a partisan? You support it?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
is that all it takes to be partisan?
She'll like contradict yourself in a few moments. And that's when I like cut it off and was like, okay, I'm doing this. I'm not getting triggered in private. I'm going to just do this on stream.
To be committed to one of the two parties is what I would consider a partisan.
Okay, then I guess he seems more committed to the
like
Democratic
along
Party.
the lines of what you were saying, vote blue no matter who, right?
Got it.
A lot of people feel that way on both sides, and those are partisans. And that's not a dirty word. That's a very pragmatic, the most pragmatic approach to
If that's
it,
your
to
meaning, I
partisans
think I understand what you
rather
mean by that, and I think I agree. I agree that Stephen is a partisan,
Yeah.
and I agree that Ben Shapiro is a partisan. Yep.
Yeah, right. Where I'm not right now.
Okay,
you know?
but partisan,
I was a partisan.
Would you agree that partisan kind of also implies that there's this kind of unwillingness to accept flaws within your own side? Like that's kind of what the feeling is of it, where say what you want about.
Well, that's
yeah.
sure. That's why I followed it up with I don't mean that as a pejorative.
I was a bit opinionated in the chat. I love seeing people in the chat and then they come to my stream to basically watch me react to it, and then like you're still commenting on what was said in the conversation.
Because I'm really just trying to be descriptive with it. It's easier than saying a Democrat or a Republican.
So you actually feel you're undecided in the
partisan.
future elections, like for a future
The
president.
same lady from the panel the other night, the Fields lady. Yes, it's this woman.
You're actually decided, given the state of the parties right now, as to who you would vote for.
Yes.
And that's why you're not a partisan.
Absolutely. Correct.
And okay, how are the vibes on Mamdani? Can I ask you that?
I mean, they're not for me. Well, okay, let me take a step back.
Yeah,
His vibes are immaculate.
Immaculate.
They really
vibes.
are. He's
Okay.
great. Yeah, he's great. He's obviously a very compelling and confident and charismatic person, and that I think that's probably what took him as far as it did, right? And him, having a really good strategy in terms of his, social media approach and everything like that. But no, for all the obvious reasons.
See, that's so interesting to me because
Okay.
right there, right, you're acknowledging
What are the obvious reasons?
that vibes are good on Mamdani, right? And I think that the reason you acknowledge that is because he seems authentic, right? He speaks well. He's a sharp guy. He's speaking to issues that matter to New Yorkers, and I don't know if you live in the city, but you have some past in the state, so you're aware of a lot of the complaints of New York City.
Am I about to see a triggered Straighterade? Yes, because I was very like the last stream that I did finishing the episode. I was like, I'm just gonna do this really quick and then I'll move on to other shit. I spent like 3 hours on like an hour and a half of content,
Which is like housing and affordability, right? Number one. And so you're acknowledging, you're saying the truth, and I respect you for that, by the way. One of the things that I was frustrated with is that people weren't really listening to you in the chat. I think we were doing our best to listen to and hear you. Sometimes we fail at that because we get into our own cycles of thinking and thinking that everyone has...
There is no such thing as a chat that's trying to like listen to people and hear them. It's just people fucking like reacting.
the same kind of patterns. But
Right.
You're acknowledging and being honest there that the vibes are good for Mamdani. But you're
Well,
putting...
what I mean by that is, because I don't like his vibes, right? I mean, there's the obvious things of him not.
Yeah, Pisco was under the impression when she said like the vibes are good for him that she was saying that like objectively, yeah, his like stocks are up. He's doing really, really well. He has national attention and he's popular among his base. I don't think she wasn't. I didn't get the impression that she was saying like I'm even impressed by his vibes or whatever. She just can obviously see that yes, he's popular.
Not willing to just say outright that globalize the intifada is I don't support that and we shouldn't be saying that.
Mhm.
I'm not voting in New York, right? So
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. But that, and again, like I agree with you that he was talking about economic problems that New Yorkers care about, but I don't think that rent control and government run supermarkets are necessarily the way that I would want to approach that.
But there, as you're speaking, I guess the point I was trying to ferret out is that's a policy argument, That's fundamentally a policy argument. What you're providing there is
And she's a vibes-based person. So what the hell is this analysis?
Right.
Well,
of course it is. But see, that's what's a little frustrating with everyone's reaction too is like, there's obviously a lot of things I'm considering, right? I'm thinking about vibes and I'm thinking about some policies, right? And I'm thinking about how likely I think certain things are to happen.
I mean, she exclusively thinks about policy when it comes to evaluating policies from the left and liberals. When it comes to looking at the policy agenda and record of the right, suddenly we're not interested in that anymore. And it's back to vibes, and we need to prioritize these, like, things that are just so difficult to measure. Like, is society, like, less woke? Can we get rid of, like, DEI programs?
And I think everyone is. Some people, like you, are making really calculated policy decisions and, sort of like playing politics, right? You need numbers in the House, in the Senate in order to be able to pass certain legislation that you want, right? But most people, I think, are weighing a lot of different things. That seems obvious to me.
Yeah, I think that's probably right, and that's one of the reasons why I was trying to focus the conversation, because I think where it kind of started, which was like kind of cold. When I mean cold, it was kind of getting right into the heart of the arguments. I wanted to hear more about like your interpersonal stuff and like what was the sort of describe the kind of longer train of thought that you alluded to. That's why I was like asking about your personal relationships, how that affected things, because I actually do think that who you end up voting for, it's not always obvious given certain stated policy preferences. If that were the case, I don't think anyone would have voted for Trump, because if you kind of atomize the policies, most of them are unpopular. If you disconnect them from Trump, I think most of them are probably unpopular. So I definitely agree with you that it's more than just...
It's not probably, they are. Even among his base. Hold on. Give a bit Newsweek. This was May 16th. Donald Trump's approval rating now underwater on nearly every issue. The one issue that he wasn't is border security. And even then, this is before, like, the LA protests. So the Republican agenda is and has always been incredibly unpopular with the American people. That's why they have to pass these fucking one big beautiful bill, like these omnibus bills that are just filled to the brim with everything all at once, and they're trying to ram them through quickly. So voters and people don't even have the chance to actually evaluate what's inside them.
More than just policy. What are you? Can I ask though? Like, do you have any lines for Trump for where you would be like, okay, at this point I would substitute Kamala, or this? I know you don't like to necessarily think in terms of mistake or in terms of regret, but in terms of, okay, this has gone too far, I would condemn the administration.
I will not joke that her line is that if Donald Trump becomes this like huge pro-Palestine, globalize the Intifada type candidate, that suddenly she'd have an issue with Donald Trump. I will not joke about it, you guys.
And I would say that no one should support the administration on a going forward basis. What are your like hard and fast lines?
Because something tells me he could even bring back DEI, and she still would be like, no, because even though Trump has like changed his opinion on that, the rest of the party still hasn't. So I still feel like the protest vote is warranted or whatever.
If you have any, or can you identify them?
I just muted myself because my dogs are kind of barking. So if it starts to interfere, you just let me know.
Yeah, no worries. What kind of dogs do you have?
They're 2 mutts from the shelter.
Oh,
They're
nice.
brown brindle.
Oh, that's good.
One's about 65 pounds.
She
one's about
adopted.
15
She didn't
pounds.
shop.
Oh, cuties.
Yeah. I don't know that I have a bright line. Like, what would it take for me to condemn the administration? Like, there are lots of things that I've vocally disagreed with, right? So I'm willing to. It's like maybe more interesting if you ask me something specifically and ask if I agree with that or not.
All right. Yeah. 100% makes sense. So if I said to you, do you agree with the administration's first landmark piece of legislation that they just passed?
Nope.
You would say?
The BBB?
The BBB?
No.
No. You would have voted down?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Do you agree with Doge? Do you think that was either a success or done well, or do you support Doge? What happened there?
So I was honestly like drinking a little bit of the Kool-Aid. I was very excited about Doge in theory. And then it was just very underwhelming.
But I thought it was a protest vote. I thought that you weren't actually like MAGA, right? You weren't some huge like diehard Trump supporter. You're not actually a conservative. You really hate to be doing this, in fact. But we must punish the Democrats by voting for Donald Trump. And what you're actually doing is not punishing the Democrats at all. You're condemning this country to having more, like you're allowing the MAGA movement to say that they have more people in their ranks than they do. But maybe they really do, because again, this person seems very, very committed to MAGA, despite apparently not having really that much ideological overlap with them.
And messy and potentially harmful. So that was a flop as far as I'm concerned. But I was excited about that. That was something that I was considering in my vote.
Right. So you were considering, even done the way that they were doing it, where they were like unilaterally pausing all federal financial assistance, in the sense that like they were like stopping all of Congress's appropriations basically on an executive order.
I don't. Right,
you know?
And I don't think they had the right to do that. So like I said, it was in theory. This was something that I was voting for.
She's believing in Doge. Well, actually, when you look at polling, her opinion on this is actually more in line with the average Americans, because a lot of Americans, in theory, when you ask them about how would you feel about an agency of this sort, they react and respond positively to it. But there's one thing to be on board with something in an abstract sense or an ideological sense. Then there's having to see the practical manifestation of what that agency actually looks like in American politics. And what it looked like was a lack of transparency, lies. It was headed by an unelected billionaire who was very unpopular, and it didn't actually do what it set out to do, and it was entirely unconstitutional.
Oh, like pre-election. Okay, got it.
Correct. This is something that I considered in my vote. Yes.
Okay. So no to Doge, even though, and listen, I'll throw you a bone. Obama said that he wanted to have some sort of a policy about efficiency. I think that in theory, right, a lot of what making things efficient and getting rid of waste, that's fine. But like, I think how it's done is so important.
Yeah, you got a point. I got lots of points. Okay, that's why I stream.
Kind of thing that it's the kind of thing that almost sets opposition to it up to sound.
I've been known to have a point
crazy,
every now and then.
Because like you said, who would be against that in theory?
But that's the thing. Like when I hear Elon or Trump say that, I just don't believe them that they're sincere about it, right? And when they say, and when I look at the results of it, basically turning the Consumer Financial
like what results?
Protection Bureau into
like the legacy of Doge will be a bunch of people in developed countries dying for God knows what reason, other than Elon Musk being able to pretend like he did something, anything productive or worthwhile for this country, and like saved a significant amount of money when he didn't.
A walking shell of its former self, making the National Labor Relations Board unrunnable, the layoffs at the department.
How many of these programs were underfunded to begin with? They didn't save much money. Not only were a lot of the programs that we're talking about being cut, like fucking, again, like underfunded to begin with, but he didn't even actually reap any savings, because a lot of it was like canceled contracts for things that had already been paid out. The people have the contract, like all he did was fire people before they had actually completed the work that they were already paid to do.
Department of Education, and trying to like effectively close down the Department of Education without any congressional authorization, doing the same thing with USAID. Like, look at what's happening in Texas right now. They laid off like 600, 700 people from the National Weather Service. They're reducing the amount of FEMA. They're reducing, like, all of this seems like a fucking disaster. Like they just took a fucking wrecking ball to the administration.
I don't think they should have had. I didn't think there would have been just unilateral authority, like you're saying, to just stop funding. I thought it would be auditing, right, and then making recommendations. I don't know with what kind of weight, right, that recommendation would have had, but I don't think that it should be unilateral.
Got it. So disagree with BBB, disagree with Doge.
Well, because that would, in theory, like you're saying, like that would just sort of like invalidate the Congress, right? It's like if every administration has an apparatus that is allowed to just counteract the budget, that's a problem.
100%. No, I agree with what you're saying. So no to Doge, no to BBB. What about the policies with
if
respect
you're going
to...
to ask me about... This is good, actually. This is going to be good, because then I'm going to look really silly when you go through a bunch of things, and it's like, oh, you don't like any of these things. Why are you still not sure?
Well, I'm going through all the major differences, right? So, and you can... let's walk through them. I think this is good. It's helpful, I think, like you said, to talk about specifics. So let's talk about... And Ben and Destiny love talking about specifics, so I appreciate that.
They sure do.
Trump on... where was I going? Trump with with some of what he's doing with respect to the schools. I think we've already talked about this during the Live and Learn. He is conditioning like some of the federal funding for universities on policy alignments vis-a-vis Israel, and basically instituting a version of cancel culture, but now with withholding federal funding for example, Harvard and these other kinds of schools in the context of law firms. He's punishing law firms who have worked with Democrats in the past and cooking up these like corrupt deals to make sure that they're not being punished by the administration. What do you think of that?
Yeah, no, I don't support any of that for several different reasons. I mean,
Good.
First of all, everyone's for free speech when they don't
This
have.
dude looks like a child. Pisco, he does look like a child. He looks like a baby, right? He looks like a little kid. Who is this middle schooler that is being allowed to stream on YouTube and monetize his channel? He's like probably like what? How old do we think this kid is?
Control when they don't have power. But that was one of the things that I first kind of came to believe in my ideological journey, was just the importance of free speech, right? Because what happens if it's like what's happening right now, right? What happens if there's someone in power who decides that the thing, that you care passionately about is illegal to say?
I know she's not going to talk about how she's realizing how important free speech is, but still defend to some extent, or not like disavow or make a statement of regret for voting for Donald fucking Trump. I know she's not going to try to defend that position, right?
So I think that's a very important line to draw. I think that anyone should be able to say anything, right? With the exception of inciting violence. I'm pretty close to an absolutist.
Okay, next question from Pisco should be, so how do you feel about U.S. residents and college students being detained, like black-bagged by masked ICE agents, just torn off the street, not given any reason why they're being detained whatsoever, and then later, in the moment that they're being detained, only to later find out it was because, in one instance, somebody dared to co-author an op-ed for a college newspaper with respect to their university's policy on Israel, and then in another instance, it was literally just because they participated in a pro-Palestine protest. But free speech is a big issue to her, you guys.
Yeah, except for the historical First Amendment exceptions, like I'm guessing you would say the same thing for, child pornography and for defamation and these kinds of like classical carve-outs. Got it. Yeah, no, on that I totally agree.
Yeah, I am bravely against child pornography.
Yeah, very brave. So stunning and brave. So some of those interior policies which are favoring, even though you might have you call yourself a Zionist, right? Even though you're a Zionist, you don't necessarily.
Yes. Okay. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So let me go there. So I had beef with the universities predating the October. So did you read Coddling of the American Minds?
No, never did.
This fucking book by Jonathan Haidt. Why does everybody like this book? It is terrible. And Jonathan Haidt has written other books that are so much better. But this book in particular, I do not know why. Well, I know why, but I cannot believe it actually gets the praise that it does.
Okay. You should. And I would love to chat with you about it sometime.
What book is this? The Coddling of the American Mind by Jonathan Haidt.
So I had, if we're gonna care what FIRE says now, right, when they're coming out strong against the Trump administration, then let's take a look at what Harvard has been, what FIRE has been saying for, the past 10 years. I don't know how long. I know they had a name change. I don't know how long they've been in existence. But some of these universities that ended up, on trial, right, in front of the Senate, they've had real issues with free speech and with with these types of issues, right? So this is something that I had sort of a beef about in general. And then so
I want to say so the identity politics stuff, some of these I don't consider them First Amendment issues because it's in the context of like private universities and how they want to do their it's a more muddled issue, right? And it gets conflated sometimes with like the online censoring on private platforms. But in general, I agree with like more speech, and I was highly critical at the time of these a lot of these movements on campus.
I read the blurb of the science book, Time to Teach Chemistry.
To like basically
okay, to be fair though, I do find that funny. But when it comes to politics and conversations that are rooted more so in like philosophy than they are in any sort of like empirical discipline, I do think that the barrier to entry for participation in the conversation should be relatively low. I don't think that you need all of these credentials or prerequisite knowledge to be able to have an opinion about the government that you live under and have to pay taxes to.
say that these conservative speakers couldn't come to campus, the identity politics
Right.
stuff. But I never was like
Yes.
so entranced by that I would like openly support anti-First Amendment policies by Trump. And I'm glad to hear that you're not doing so either.
No, and so that was the tragedy, double tragedy of everything happening after October 7th, because the Republicans then respond, right, by trying to limit and punish speech.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, these universities for the first time suddenly decide to be beacons of free speech. So I was both frustrated by what I saw as blatant hypocrisy on behalf of a lot of these institutions, because I do think that if you insert many other marginalized groups, the response would have been different. But I was equally, if not more, disturbed by the actual infringement of First Amendment rights coming from the Republicans in response. And I do see it as a virtue signal to Jews. And
That is
like
the
that because, like I
administration's.
said, on Live and Learn.
So is that not the emblematic of all of the things you were trying to reject from the Democratic Party and protest against? And you're literally acknowledging that there are current Republican, there are policies that this current Republican administration that you voted for in protest is instituting that are DEI in nature, that are performative, they're virtue signals, and they chill free speech. And they don't even substantially accomplish what they set out to. And yet, we do nothing with this information.
That increases the conspiracy theory, and it
I agree,
justifies
actually.
the people who say, right, that you're not allowed. Yeah.
No, I think that's very
I
nuanced,
hate this
and
shit.
I appreciate you saying that, because I happen to agree that that it can enforce this notion if you make things taboo, if you start to push things that, it's the Zog memes, right? The Zionist occupied government
Right.
memes. So I'm glad. Yeah, I think that we're aligned in terms of, I think there was some hypocrisy on free speech by these universities, and I'm glad that they seem to be taking a tack towards free speech, or trying to have free speech, and in the broader sense, not just in the legal sense. I'm not going to concede that all of these were First Amendment issues, because of course, in order for there to be a First Amendment issue, it needs to invoke some kind of government action. So, for example, like I would view me banning you from my Discord, that's not a First Amendment issue, right? It's a little bit more complicated when these universities are receiving public dollars, that kind of stuff. But I don't think it transforms anything. Anyone who takes public money, who restricts speech in some way, I don't think translate it into a First Amendment issue. But I take your point in terms of policy, that I think there's some hypocrisy, and I'm glad that you don't agree with what the administration is doing. So we agree on that. Immigration policy.
No, and I think it sets a very dangerous precedent, right? For the very same reason. People, if it's this administration saying that, you're not allowed to say speech against Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it could be the next administration saying you're not allowed to talk about Zionism and promote Zionism.
Yeah.
So no, I'm principally against this.
Based. Okay. Policy on immigration. By and large, numbers in terms of illegal border crossings have come down. I argue that's because the administration has taken a bunch of illegal steps vis-a-vis immigration, including denials of due process, sending people to foreign gulags. But
you can't argue that it's not working, Pisco. Even then, he's conceding too much, because there was data from Axios that showed that there was already a general trend downwards. Hold on. Immigration. Yeah, this was March 3rd of this year. Immigrant removals down as fewer try to cross border. The number of immigrants removed from the U.S. was down during President Trump's first days in office compared to the daily average in the final weeks of Joe Biden's term. The data offers a mixed view of how Trump's plans to deport quote-unquote millions of unauthorized immigrants and dramatically beef up border security are planning out so far. And it's shocker, it's majority of people that are not actually, they don't have any criminal history, no criminal record. It's not even like nonviolent criminals. It's literally just like residents or people that their only transgressions that they came here legally, quote unquote, or they overstayed a visa. But if I put trends, no, there's something in this that says that was already happening, or maybe decline. About Homan. Let me see.
be caught, sending people to civil war countries, third-party country removals, suspending all of asylum on the southern border, which I take to be illegal. I think there's a recent case about that as well. Do you agree with the Trump administration on immigration policy? Now, for the first time, I think Trump's in the negative when it comes to immigration, because people don't like what's going on. They're going into neighborhoods. Even some of the industries that Trump counts among his supporters that are like, hey, hold off here. You're taking very valuable labor for us, and we're going to have to increase prices. And recently you saw massive increases in ICE spending in the BBB. So do you agree with Trump on immigration policy?
No. And, immigration, when I talk about the way that I kind of have been, especially since the election, sort of viewing the political binary as above and below the center of the horseshoe. And so my beliefs about immigration are much more below, well, I think all of my beliefs, frankly, are on the bottom half of the horseshoe. But
yeah, no shit. None of this is a priority to you. You'll talk about it, but it's not a priority to you.
But,
you're pro-immigration. You're pro more H-1Bs.
I'm pro-immigration.
Yeah, that's what she literally said. This person, she claims to be like pro-legal immigration while voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think my views are fairly similar to Destiny's in the sense, which is like having a strong border is important, right?
Yeah.
We need to literally have a border. Vetting people is an important thing to do. In theory, people can be deported from this country, right?
Yeah.
But it
I
needs to be
agree.
done in an orderly, lawful way, and there's no, and I do think that it needs to be done with consideration for the potential economic effects that it could have. But no, I'm like very, like most Jews in America who are only, second or third generation American, I'm obviously pro-immigration.
Hell yeah. Well, that's you playing into your
Maybe it's
identity.
not obvious, but sure. For me, that's obvious.
Talk to Stephen Miller. But no, okay. Glad to hear it. So no go on the immigration policy. What about tariffs? I can't imagine if you support Destiny and Venture Bureau or anything, the one area of massive agreement is tariffs.
So I didn't that wasn't something I was thinking about in considering my vote. Like it's not something that I knew much about, but from all of the people who I think are thoughtful, who I, go to hear their opinions, it seems like it was obviously dumb, that the calculations that they were using from the outset were meaningless.
Yeah, it was complete garbage.
And he walked all of them back. So yeah.
Well, not all of them, right?
Seems silly.
So not all of them. There's still this like minimum 10% tariff, which I think is really bad for our economy right now. And there are other more targeted tariffs that are still in place as well. So some of them he's walked back, but he's walked them back to something that most of us would consider a massive tariff, which is like a 10% across the board tariff minimum. And so I agree he's walked a lot of it back, but he still put in place this minimum 10% and he has more in addition. So you don't support that policy, right?
Yeah, again, no,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to pretend that this is something that I know a lot about.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. Let me think of other major
What does she know a lot about?
I guess I'll ask you. Can you think of one significant thing the administration has done that you agree with?
Let's see. Moment of truth.
So, yeah, it's going to be like cultural things. So, ending like the DEI in government agencies and stuff like this.
Of course. Literally DEI shit. Of course.
I'm glad to see the end of affirmative action.
Well, that was Supreme Court, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was under. I think it was under Biden
Trump
too.
credit for that.
Yeah.
I can't give Trump credit for that.
Okay, it's a little sneaky from Pisco though, because had there not been a conservative Supreme Court, it's not clear that there would have been the abolition of affirmative action.
But that is the type of thing that I'm saying, like in the vibes way. That's what puts me on the right? When that decision came out, you're correct, that was under Biden. I was happy about that, and people on the right were happy about that, right? Generally speaking.
Yeah. So, DEI. When you say DEI, you mean when he is basically saying that any private entity that has
All the pro-white stuff is your fave. It's one way to look at it.
a kind of a DEI policy that we're going to impose on them some kind of negative effect, or do you mean wiping away?
Did you say a private entity?
Yeah. So there's a couple ways in which you can talk about DEI
No,
policy.
if a private entity wants to waste its money hiring.
You say waste of money, but like the rationale here is
that's my opinion.
Yeah, is that diversity
Right.
is helpful for
obviously.
institutions, and that's why they have them, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think that's necessary in most cases, or,
Okay.
or the most efficient, effective way to do it. And diversity is
So she acknowledges that diversity programs actually are helpful in some capacity, but they're also that much of a threat that you need to do protest votes and literally support Donald Trump over the Democratic candidate for something that you are already conceding has mixed efficacy. You're just saying it's not as maximally effective as it could be.
important in lots of ways. You know, diversity of class, diversity of thought are also important things, not just, you know, like racial diversity or gender diversity.
But the administration is like, for example, they're like,
I don't really disagree with that, but
wiping out the T in LGB, right? So instead of LGBT policy, it's LGB policy, and they're doing things like,
yeah, that's silly.
This kind of signaling stuff.
So, right, yeah, that's silly. So, for example, like I don't think I disagreed with Biden's, you know, changes to Title IX, and I don't think that gender should prioritize sex in law in some cases. Basically, I think there's nuance to this question, but I think taking the T. I mean, it's first of all, actually, if you want to go find my tweets at the time, I find the whole thing is cringe. That the LGB, you know, cut the T and the gays against the groomers. I'm like, you guys are like LARPing as right wingers because this is identitarian politics. What you guys are doing, and it's
maybe they're not LARPing as right wingers, Tali. Maybe they just are right wingers. Maybe the opposition to trans equality is a reactionary social movement, and it's backlash to like it's transphobic backlash.
Just it's like catty and immature. So
this is like the Aella thing of like, you guys, you like, what are you guys doing? I thought we were against this stuff technically. Like a surprise Pikachuing face that the self-avowed rationalist community that are interested in the relationship between like race and IQ are racist in many instances. No way. I, for one, am shocked.
But then, you know,
it's sometimes very vindictive.
And
too.
like similarly, the people that are obsessed with like transvestigating people, trans youth, like all the trans issues, maybe it's just a way for them to express their discomfort, in a socially acceptable way.
They're
absolutely.
like,
absolutely.
So, for example, Trump is like, this DEI pilot is the reason that they had the plane crash, referencing the woman who was like driving the helicopter when it crashed. Remember that? Crashed in the airplane?
The Black Hawk.
Yeah, the Black Hawk. And they're like, DEI played a role
Yeah, I know
here.
her.
You know, like,
I know Joe. Yeah.
You knew
Well, it
her?
wasn't her, actually, right? Sorry. Hold on, I need to cough. So, you know, they like misidentified. They found a trans woman who like is a Black Hawk pilot in
I didn't even know that.
Georgia
That's
so
funny.
people online is doxed this trans woman, and I say I know
People online. Who do we think were the people responsible for doxing a trans person who was actually not in any way involved with the controversy that people said that they were?
her. Like she and I have chatted
Was it more likely to have been the right or the left?
on voice a couple times, and you know we anyway. So yeah, no, I don't like any of that stuff, and I resent exactly what you're saying, that every time some type of disaster happens, if there's a brown person or a gay person or a woman or something doing that, it's like, oh, this is DEI. But I think it's DEI and affirmative action and stuff like that that makes that
The racist people have learned to argue for their policies in plain sight with pseudo-logical arguments that seem reasonable. The DEI hires people without skill / merit, and the Confederate flag is about heritage. Well, I mean, you just showed that this is not anything new, right? That the justification for racist or bigoted or unequal or inherently discriminatory policies, by cloaking it behind politically correct language or somewhat neutral appearing language to advance their agenda, is nothing new. That's like what you're describing is like the Southern strategy. This was like Nixon's bread and butter and the way that he won.
messes with that social cohesion and trust, and people actually do have to wonder.
That's why I find all of these people who think that like being anti all of this stuff means that you're like again woke or like dark academia, like interfacing with like forbidden knowledge or something like that. It's like you're just interacting with like repackaged conspiracy theories surrounding like cultural Bolshevism. Instead, they now say like cultural Marxists, and like you're rehashing debates that were already had, and there's settled science on, for the most part, like race and IQ.
We have to wonder, right? And people shouldn't wonder.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I hear you.
I'm not saying that would cure our country of racists, because it wouldn't, obviously. But I don't think that, I don't think that we should be countering racial discrimination with racial discrimination, which is what it is in certain cases when it is a zero-sum game, like admissions, right? Things like this.
Got it.
I know, but like the same people that are against like affirmative action or whatever, like don't, and maybe I'll give her the benefit of the doubt that she's not this person. But if you are really opposed to affirmative action on the grounds that it's inherently discriminatory still, and that you feel that there is no way to have any sort of racial consciousness, like within the admissions process, without it being still racist, then you would also be worried about like legacy admissions, because legacy admissions are the most clear-cut example of people that are getting into these academic institutions, and it's not being based on merit alone. It's coming down to how much money you have.
I'm going to turn the temperature up a little bit, and I'm going to put on a mask, all right? And I'm going to take the role of Pisco's screaming alter ego, okay? Ready? I'm not going to scream at you, but I'm just going to tell you what my soul is feeling right now.
So
okay? I won't be that mean.
Okay.
Who the fuck cares about this shit? Who the fuck cares about these like, marginal DEI policies and like the government? Like, do you really care? This shit's not affecting your everyday life. It's not affecting prices.
No, a lot of people care.
Why do you care this much about it? That's affecting like everything else that I talked about that is like civilizationally problematic. Like where we're denying due process to people who've been like shipping out of the country. Like
it's like that they care, but that care and that interest in all of these topics is not an accident. It is because millions and millions of dollars is being poured into the right-wing media system and like online alternative media scene to radicalize people and to make them concerned about things that are completely fucking irrelevant in the not only like in their own life, but even within broader like American society and culture. Make these non-issues at the front of their mind, so they're not looking at the actual Republican agenda, which you can like all you have to do is look at the fucking what the big beautiful bill is going to bring people. It's like kicking people off of Medicaid. It's ballooning the deficit, that thing that Republicans say that they care about. It's not going to do anything. It's like, it's just upward wealth transfer. That is their real agenda. And they distract with all of the stupid shit that Tali is talking about now. And she's just a useful idiot for them. That's why it's like dumb to think that like you've ascended and like you've ascended politics, that you are actually, freeing yourself of like the woke mind prison, when all you've done is you've added another cell to the prison and like gone in that one. Just a different one.
The massive tariffs are going to put people out of work. Like, who cares?
I don't think it's clear that I could have known that there would be a CCOT and that we would be,
but now, right now, but now looking back.
Okay, you could have known though. You could have known. You couldn't have known that it was going to be that. But what you could have known is that the guy who in 2016 ran and got elected on a platform or on a campaign that was promising to have a Muslim ban. Are we really surprised? Are we really, really fucking surprised that president, whose record we can look at, would go on to institute an even more draconian immigration policy? In the first term, it was a child separation policy. Now it's just we can deport them all. They're not even bothering trying to separate kids from their alleged supposed criminal parents or whatever. It's just, we'll deport them as a family.
But my point. But so here's my point. Yes, and I'm saying I don't like those things, and I wouldn't vote for Trump again. But it's to me, and it really is just the question of like regret. Like I don't know if I regret it again. I voted in a blue state. Like I don't know what it means. Okay,
but if you voted in a swing state, would you regret it? Maybe.
Did you understand my point there, by the way?
Feel regret?
Because do you understand what I meant? So you were like, in Pennsylvania, like
I pointed that out earlier.
Yeah.
Well, I pointed that out earlier, and I said this is a great line of questioning. That you're
doing.
But
like why?
Set you up perfect. It's like you disagree with every major thing. You disagree with every major thing this administration has accomplished, and you still can't say if you would vote for Kamala if you could do it all over again. So if I could go back and do it all over again, knowing today what I know now, now sure, maybe I would vote for Kamala.
Maybe.
Again, my
it's better than no, I don't think I would.
My fear is that all of the issues that I do have with what's happening on the left culturally, that things don't. I think it's actually a lose-lose. This is what I've come to realize, especially in the last few days talking to you guys. My feelings at the time were if Democrats just continue to stay in power, then they're not forced to reckon with some of these issues and forced to reckon with why they are pushing people away. And again, it's like people can disagree with why people care about these things, but people obviously do care about these things. So the left needs to be willing to deal with that. Like, I mean, for example, it's funny, right? Because your chat was going a little hard at Taff. I love Taff. Taff voted for Kamala, so everyone should be jumping for joy. But
I
no,
like
Taff's
Taff.
not a good person because she has. Yes, you like Taff because you're reasonable, and that's why you're willing to talk to me. But Taff has
And I like Taff Tash as well.
nuanced views on trans, being trans, and so that makes her, not kosher in a lot of circles, and that's not good. That's a bad culture.
Listen,
That is a
I
bad
like
culture.
talking to
Bad culture is when you criticize my ideological compatriots and friends, but a good culture is when you criticize DEI and the ideological predispositions of people that you disagree with. I too agree with this. I also like when my enemies are criticized, and I dislike when my friends are criticized. Very insightful.
More. I like talking to you. I'm not saying that you're Rob.
Yes, you do.
I like talking to
I think that's
lefty
awesome.
communists
And
like
Pisco,
Straighterade.
I like you.
Oh, I like you too. Yeah.
Lefty communists like Straighterade. Wow, flattering.
When you said my name today, right?
Yeah.
Because I watch you.
I appreciate
that.
that.
So, and I'm just being honest. And so again, people can be mad that like, oh, why did she cares about all these little things and she's willing to sacrifice a lot. And no, I don't want to do that, right? But don't undermine how toxic the culture is on the left. I mean, I really do think it's a big issue. And again, I don't hate people who are on the left.
Protest vote, and even now she's like, I still might not vote Kamala though.
My family's on the left. Lots of my
And she was coming to that in the Live and Learn episode. She was like, there comes a certain point where maybe I do have to accept that I'm just not. I might be a conservative.
friends are on the left, right?
Have you told them?
Obviously, they're not toxic to me that I voted for Trump.
Yeah. At the
My mom,
dinner table?
Well, I don't live. My mom lives in New York, so I live in Hawaii. But
You live in Hawaii?
no, I live in Hawaii. Yeah,
That's fucking sick.
it is. I agree. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a double colonizer. I'm a Zionist and I live in Hawaii.
Is it immoral to be in Hawaii? People say that.
Yeah, people say that. People say that people will say that in the sort of defund the police way, where it kind of means something different to who you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
So there are people who believe that, but also believe, have a nuanced take.
Got
right?
it.
Native
Okay,
Hawaiians
so
who
does
believe
your mom
And
know
there-
that you voted for Trump?
She does, yeah. But I thought I had told her before the election, but I guess I didn't. I guess I told her like right after, and she was like shocked and very upset. But
Didn't know I was watching a communist stream. Not only were you watching a communist stream, but Pisco out said he talks to this communist. It's crazy.
we were able to have a couple of good conversations. She knew that I wasn't voting for Biden. And so I think she thought that I was going to vote for Kamala, basically.
Did you
but
view
my
Kamala as
sister
better than
has-
Biden?
Well, she, I mean, I don't know. She was more alive than Biden by the end, so that's good.
I don't know what that means. Less likely to die?
Yes, you do.
More alive?
Yes, you do know what that means.
No,
yes, yes.
I see life as a kind of, you're either alive
She
or
is
you're
more
not.
Oh my God. Give me a break, Pisco. You know what she fucking means.
Okay. So she's,
You don't.
she has more vitality.
Hold on. Wait. So hold on. Wait. You're not. You're not.
I cannot imagine how alarming it must be to be a blue parent and your child votes red. Well, you're like a child that, like, again, at one point was more left. At one point was at least like a Democrat. Now voting for Donald Trump. That is crazy. And like, shouldn't it tell you something that you feel uncomfortable telling your parents who you voted for? Feeling ashamed of that?
Gonna pretend that Joe Biden wasn't in cognitive.
No, I just don't want to
decline, right?
Wait,
You're
so,
not gonna...
so I'm just mean when you say more alive, you mean that she had better cognitive health, right?
Yeah. So I was
Okay,
being
more-
just like.
Oh, did he think that she was trying to like dog whistle that Donald Trump, or like not like that Joe Biden was like not alive or being controlled by a robot? She's not in that deep with the fucking conspiracy theories or anything like that.
Got it.
Tongue in cheek there.
All right, got
Yeah.
it. My bad.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I called on him to drop out. So I agree.
I called on him to not run again, and I was
Yeah.
still very much intending on voting Democrat again at that point, and I was furious.
But can I ask
I
why?
Felt lied
Like
to.
what can I ask that because and we'll get back to the question that you are ambivalent
Angry
about. But
Pisco?
no, we'll get back to that. But like what changed in the sense of like the DEI stuff from when you were calling on Biden to drop out or thinking that he should in like 2023, I'm assuming, or 2022 versus 2024? Like what
2022, yeah. I mean,
do you blame people who are
2022.
like, and okay, I'm not saying this to you, who are like, oh, October 7th changed everything.
so Yes, because first of all, this is again, it's like I really don't like to talk. Okay. Well, I'm going to preface this with one thing, and people can choose to believe me or not. My vote is not influenced by the state of Israel.
Okay.
My vote is influenced by how I perceive anti-Semitism. Absolutely. Me being a Jew impacts my life and my decisions, right? But it's not about Israel.
This person, again, keep in mind, because I've watched debates of Tali and other conversations that she's had, she believes that, like, I think there is almost complete overlap between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism.
Okay. And so I know people
but she has reiterated multiple points in the Live and Learn conversation and in this conversation now that Zionism and Israel-Palestine and all of that was the entry point to her realizing that she had diverging political views from people that were otherwise her ideological compatriots, people that she was friends with, people in her activist circles. She went to like a protest and saw somebody holding a sign that said Zionism is racism, and she disagreed with it. And that ended up being like where her kind of political realignment and like disaffected liberal shit started.
Insist on making that connection.
But I do think it's funny that she's like insisting that her vote is not in any way like influenced by Israel. And she probably even finds the accusation anti-Semitic. But she has gone on to she has already said that she believes that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are basically synonymous, that being Jewish is intrinsically linked to Zionism. So if you believe that, then why do you have an issue with people believing that, like, yeah, your Zionism influences your vote to the point that, like, you do factor in Israel when you're voting for the United States? There's also, like, and if you're fine with being a Zionist, is that an issue? She says it's not true, but like let's just grant that it is. Let's grant for the sake of the argument that it is true. Why is that an issue? There are people in this country that vote because their number one issue is like fucking Taiwan or Ukraine or whatever.
I don't really think people get it. Like, there's a lot of Jews who were literally ambivalent about Israel, never been there, don't know anybody there, who feel less safe and less welcome in the Democratic Party today.
Oh my God.
Jews feel targeted even if people don't feel like they're being anti-Semitic. And so...
Okay, like, we're talking about anti-Semitism in the Democratic Party. Well, right now, Donald Trump, and the Trump administration broadly, and Stephen Miller, and all of those toadies, are currently rounding up anybody who even looks non-white, who even looks Hispanic, who speaks Spanish in major cities in the United States, detaining them with no due process, with no warrant, not telling them why, using masked ICE agents to do it, and throwing them into detention facilities indefinitely. In some instances, shipping them off to places like CCOT that are basically like fucking like gulags. No due process there either. And like that is the minority and demographic that is being targeted, round up, and put in what you could argue are these like detention facilities, pretty much being held hostage. They're not being given legal rights and whatnot. But we're talking about like anti-Semitism in the Democratic Party.
So that is the honest Jewish perspective. So
like I could understand this perspective a bit more if it was like Jewish Americans that were the ones that were being rounded up and detained and arrested with no due process or anything like that. I think she'd have a lot of words for that. But when it comes to like immigrants and other residents of the United States being targeted on an ethnic basis and not given due process and round up, where like it's just kind of like crickets.
Yeah. What I was going to say is the funny thing about everyone on the left saying, oh, you know, October 7th just changed her right and she up and changed all her opinions. People on the right said that too, okay? So I've gone on a couple of like more right-leaning podcasts and stuff, and you know what their audience says? Like, we can't trust people. Like,
slowly seeing you lose patience as this keeps going on. Because there's like so many different ways that she has these like massive blind spots that Pisco doesn't draw attention to. Either he doesn't care to or he doesn't notice. And like just these like glaring inconsistencies that I see in even what her stated principles are. And how I don't understand how, again, if you think that Zionism and Judaism is intrinsically linked, then why are you bothered by people thinking that you have dual loyalty to Israel. Yes, that is literally an anti-Semitic trope, but it's one that's affirmed by Zionism and avowing yourself as a Zionist. So wouldn't you say that, like, yes, that's true, but it's a good thing or whatever? Why would you think that the implication of that is anti-Semitic in all instances, or even like in most instances? Or like talking about like fearing a very specific type of bigotry that obviously persists. But one, it's coming from, the majority of it's coming from the right. The most serious iterations of it are coming from the right. And two, completely ignoring other types, like what she's scared of potentially happening is actually happening already now, and she voted for that. It like boggles my mind.
Like this, they were, cucked, outlived, and then October 7th happens, and they realize that the left hates them, and so they come running to the right.
Like, this is the same party that found room for a Palestinian, like, for Republicans, anti-Trump Republicans to speak at the DNC, but could not allow Palestinian Americans and Palestinian American Democrats at that to speak on the DNC debate stage. And we're talking again about, like, anti-Semitism in the Democratic Party.
Okay, so both sides make this accusation. First of all, there's truth to it in that people, like I just said, right? Jews are suddenly now feeling, many Jews, not all Jews, obviously, fucking asterisk, but lots of Jews feel like that this is the most hostile that this country has ever been to Jews in their lifetime, certainly, and who are feeling less and less welcome by the left, not necessarily by their local Democratic politician, but by the left.
So the left meaning
let me just get this out.
Yeah, sure.
The left meaning, again, like the not wanting to, like that's the Mamdani example, right? Of like not being willing to just say the thing. Like that really upsets Jews because the Intifada was a violent massacre of Jews that, by the way, also resulted in
bothered by Zoran Mamdani not disavowing a thing he never fucking said.
Of
what is the Intifada? Do you mean the first Intifada or the second Intifada? And which do you think he was referencing?
I mean the second.
I mean, he never said globalize the Intifada. He said, when asked about it, to some people, I understand that they believe it's anti-Semitic or whatever. This is what a lot of people who say that mean, and gave the Steelman version of it. That was it.
Well, I mean the second Intifada.
Which is funny because she was criticizing the Trump administration for doing these virtue signals, and now she's scolding Zoran Mamdani for not doing the virtue signal. He could probably do the virtue signal and they'd still find an issue with Zoran. Not her specifically, but his critics that like have made this a really, really big sticking point.
People do, frankly. Okay, because these things happened. The second one succeeded the first one, right? So,
watch out, Lindy Lee. She's coming for your spot. No, I don't get grifter vibes from Tali. There's nothing that she's saying that indicates to me that she's doing this for any sort of like economic benefit or to be some like to launch a social media career, because her Twitter presence is very, very modest. She has a podcast, but I don't know how I don't think it's like a big podcast. I don't even think she streams. So, and like she's not getting like I'm sitting here tearing into her appearance. And yes, that is technically getting her profile out there, but like that's not all press is good press, one. And two, I don't think that like what she would be like subjecting herself to this humiliation ritual of going on Live and Learn and going to talk to Pisco while the whole chat is just like, fuck you, you're like, you aided and abetted the MAGA movement in this country. I don't think that like grifting explains this. These seem like genuinely held beliefs. I just think that they're stupid beliefs.
It's like to harken back to if you wanted to harken back to the first Intifada, frankly, you wouldn't use the term Intifada.
Well, the only reason I asked that, and I just want to be clear about why I'm asking that, is because I had this conversation with this guy, David, who was like, that Mamdani's response is disingenuous because it says the Intifada. And
yeah, more Amy coded than Lindy coded. Exactly. Of
course, he must be making a historical reference as opposed to using the term in...
or maybe even like Jillian, honestly. But Jillian does seem like a grifter, so I guess I can't even say that. But her politics, I guess, are like... Amy's politics are more hard right, but they're genuinely held. Jillian's politics are definitely more centrist and remind me more of like Tali's politics. But Jillian to me comes off like a fucking grifter. I don't think she really believes what she says. I think she chose a certain line, and the way that she goes about speaking about things is so guarded and careful and skewed in favor of the right that I don't think it's genuine.
No, what he's doing is he's virtue signaling very effectively, very, very effectively. A lot of people are really glad that he didn't walk that back. To say that, right, like I'm not going to give in to Zog, right? Sorry, that's what it is. It's the left-wing version.
There's other virtue signals that like, or maybe he genuinely believes these things that Zoran Mamdani did. Like he refused, or he said that the Israeli embassy shooting was an anti-Semitic hate crime. Like not even AOC said that. I don't think Bernie did either. Well, maybe AOC did. Bernie didn't. I think AOC actually did say it was a hate crime as well. Bernie just said like there needs to like not be political violence in this country or something.
That.
But Trump does this shit all the time, you know, like.
But like, of course, there's like no attention given to that he like, or like this. We moved to like he calls it that, and then we move on to like the globalized Intifada thing. There's like another purity test that's introduced, and the issue is that he calls Israel an apartheid state.
I understand, and
Sure,
I wouldn't use the phrase, but
course.
like the thing is, in terms of like the virtue signals and the kind of like messaging and being unwilling.
Can right-wing beliefs be genuinely held if their core ideas rely on ignoring reality? Oh yeah, I mean, it's not mutually exclusive whatsoever. I believe that people are genuinely Christians in this world, even though that there's no empirical basis for their beliefs. It's literally based on faith. But I don't ever doubt or suspect that it's not true, like that they don't sincerely hold those beliefs, even if they're superstitious.
To retract like horrible statements, and I think you got a little bit of it during the conversation Live and Learn.
Totally.
Like, yeah. So
No, you're right. And to a certain extent,
though,
again,
sorry.
well, to a certain extent, I'm that was baked into the cake with him. That doesn't make it right, you know. But yes, like I think many people, again, like it or not, are sort of numb to a lot of that from Trump, whether that's good or not. It's not good, right? Objectively. But
I mean, Trump
that's the
on
reality.
side had Elon Musk, who's going to like, and J.D. Vance, who are like openly supporting the AFD in Germany, who are like
Elon Musk, like literally getting up on a stage and Sieg Heiling.
all about revisiting the Holocaust and the politics of memory with surrounding the Holocaust, and you know have the arguably connections. I would say more than arguably with the former Nazi Party of Germany, right? Like so, or at least they're willing to speak to the same kind of concerns as that. And so, isn't that concerning more than the lefties who are more or less powerless among the Democratic politicians? And that's something you acknowledge.
Yeah, well, right. I started kind of with that to a certain extent,
Yeah,
right?
you did.
Or in this part of this.
Yeah,
part
you
of the
did. You're like,
conversation.
yeah. That's why I'm. Yeah.
Right.
So what you're saying
So,
is
yeah, I
that
agree with
Jews are put off by not necessarily their local Democratic politician, but by kind of a broader feeling of anti-Semitism that's pervading the left.
Correct.
Yeah, I would like
Well,
to.
so just to firmly respond to the charge of of changing my mind after October 7th. So to be fair to those people, lots of Jews did again. I think part of it though is it's not being fair. So in my case, I didn't because I woke up to this essentially, like I already said on Little Nerd, and I won't dwell on it, but in the summer of 2021. And so for me, October 7th was deja vu of seeing other Jews. Because now it's like the circle just kept expanding, right? So we're all talking about like, oh wow, you must have been really pretty extreme radical.
Hey, that wasn't a sig. Your eyes are just woke. I think that's a direct quote from the press release that the ADL put out with respect to Elon's conduct there.
Groups, right? If all the way back in 2021, being a Zionist was like automatically a thing that got you kicked out of your group, I was, right? But now that has expanded outward, and so more people are feeling the influence of that now, who didn't before. But it's not just that. Like it's too. Are there some Jews perhaps who literally they're just like, oh, I think the left is anti-Semitic now, so I'm just gonna vote for the right instead. Sure, I guess, probably, maybe. But I think more often it's an ideological shift away from the sort of overriding dogma of the left of quote unquote wokeism, which is viewing everything through the lens of oppressor and oppressed, right? And you have the good people and the bad people. You have the white people and you have the dark people, right? You have the rich people and you have the poor people. You have the
They don't care about anti-Semitism of politicians on the right. They don't like some of the anti-Semitic Twitter users for sure. Well, if they're random anti-Semitic Twitter users that are on the right, like Groypers, we don't give a fuck about those. But when it's anti-Semitism on the left, then we have a big issue.
straight people and you have the gay people. And
like, again, I would take these sorts of conversations surrounding the pervasiveness of anti-Semitism on the left if the people that are interested in this conversation actually took the anti-Semitism coming from the right seriously. But there seems to be this inability to reckon with both. You know, if you want to talk about that, to me, that's the only way I can know that somebody's going into that conversation in good faith. That you really do want to talk about what anti-Semitism on the left looks like, is if you're willing to acknowledge that it exists on the right, it exists in more concentrated and more dangerous forms, bar none, it's not even a conversation. If we can't even at least agree on that, then there's no conversation to be had, in my opinion. I don't think it's happening in good faith.
Yeah, and here's another thing that people on the right resent about Jews is they will say, oh, the Jews only realized that all the anti-white racism on the left is bad when it came for them. True. That's true, actually, for a lot of Jews. Is, you know, when you kind of like fit into one of the marginalized groups. Well, first of all, obviously there are a lot of white people who kind of buy into this ideology that I'm talking about right now too. But if you fit into any of these marginalized groups, then it's like easy to feel good and also believe these things, right? Because you're not the oppressor, you know, you're not the one who's inherently evil and stuff like this, and where anything can be basically anything is justified against the oppressor. But so, yeah, I think for Jews, they realize like what that means, the kind of vitriol and nastiness and violence even that people will justify and support if they view you as the oppressor, right? Like I think the left wing, I think the billionaire, we should not have any more billionaires. I'm not saying Zoran Mamdani wants to, you know, kill all billionaires. Taylor Lorenz, I think she's. But the thing is, like, actually does
Taylor Lorenz.
But I think that type
right?
of messaging. I think that type of messaging is toxic too, right? The CEOs and the billionaires, like that's what gets people going out into the streets and shooting.
Racism is definitely a serious issue. Very true. Yes.
People, and that's the type of discourse going on with Zionism, right? And this is like the whole Ethan Klein thing, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's like Ethan. Well, for whatever people want to attribute to Ethan.
Tali in chat. What up? It's worse online on the right currently. I agree. Oh, that's cool. You are having the conversation in good faith then, because it's like pulling teeth for some people to be able to acknowledge that before they proceed. They have to like skew it so heavily in favor of like what is it? Like the left, like that fucking study, quote unquote, that Avi Bitterman tweeted out saying that like it's actually going down on the right and it's increasing on the left. And you look up what they count as like an anti-Semitic incident. It's like, okay, a person holding up a Free Palestine sign is like now an anti-Semitic hate crime. Good job. Yes, if you create a methodology like that and you classify that as an anti-Semitic incident, you will find more instances of anti-Semitism on the left. Sure.
Cares about the future of Palestinians and about Palestinian suffering and about Palestinian death. But nothing is enough. Nothing is enough for some people who consider themselves, you know, in this part of the left-wing anti-Zionist movement. If you can still be identified as the oppressor some way or adjacent to the oppressor some way. And life is just a lot more complicated. And that is going to eat people away from your movement if that is the prevailing
but it seems like you attribute to the Democratic Party
not really, no.
more of these people than
the
right wingers who are equal and opposite, right? Like I'm sure you don't attribute to Trump the Candace Owens stuff or the Nick Fuentes stuff, but yet you attribute the stuff of like Taylor Lorenz, who hates Biden, right? Taylor Lorenz hated Biden. Taylor Lorenz didn't endorse Kamala.
I didn't hate Biden.
I'm not saying that you did.
Taylor Lorenz got herself in trouble because she took a photo of herself with Biden in a mask. And it said like Genocide Joe or something like that. It was leaked to the New York Times, to the New York Post. New York Post. Taylor Lorenz. War criminal. That's what it said. I put war criminal. She tried to deny that this existed. She tried to say that it was like a meme or that it was edited or whatever. And then later she copped to it, but she was like, this was only for my like private story. So how the fuck did you get it? This is so funny. Washington Post is looking into Taylor Lorenz's social media post allegedly calling Biden a war criminal. And she was never fired, but shortly after this, she resigned from the Washington Post. And I wouldn't be surprised if this influenced it.
I'm not saying that you did, but
right,
what I'm saying
right.
is like
So I'm
you
making
are
my,
attributing.
So, okay, but this goes back. So hold on, this goes back to the way that I'm viewing politics right now.
Taylor's like 50 and she acts like she's 16. I don't disagree with you there. I probably ideologically align with Taylor on the majority of things, but then like when I see one, she does not make that easy. And the way that she goes about arguing for, like, we reach the same conclusions, but she argues for them in very, very strange ways. This is not even getting into the fact that she, like, promoted Keffels, like, a whole fucking thing.
And the bottom of the horseshoe and the top half of the horseshoe. She is in the top half of the horseshoe. Candace Owens is in the top half of the horseshoe. I'm in the bottom half. I didn't hate Biden. And I didn't love Trump.
I don't think you're hearing me. So, and this is the question. Well, I'll ask you.
I mean, I like in some ways I hated Biden. I still would have voted for him over Donald Trump any day. I would vote for like a fucking sack of flour over Donald Trump. I would vote, literally, I would vote for a fucking cactus over Donald Trump.
A binary question, which is you are.
And I've even said it before. I would vote for Mitt Romney over Donald Trump if it came down to that. I would pretty much vote for anyone over Donald Trump.
Attributing and blaming the Democrats more in the sense that you need them to correct more for the people like Taylor Lorenz and Hassan, right? Because you invoked Ethan Klein, than you are Trump of Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. Notwithstanding the fact that, you know, Taylor Lorenz absolutely hated Biden and Kamala, did not endorse. Same thing with Fuentes, didn't endorse Trump. And, you know, Hassan was kind of equivocal about
there's
it.
There's all this talk about, like, again, the supposed ideological diversity that's allowed to persist on the right, which I totally disagree with. But to the extent that, like the reason why the left is actually not stronger when it comes to, like, independent media and stuff like that is because you don't actually see other left media figures demand the fealty to the Democratic Party that you observe on the right. Joe Rogan makes one positive statement towards RFK Jr. and then immediately has to, like, retract it and walk it back and clarify that he wasn't endorsing him, that he didn't support him, that he was still fucking MAGA 2024 or whatever. Or like this supposed like MAGA civil war that happened over like Iran and Israel and the America First isolationist right and the pro-intervention Iran hawk right. They all fell in line at the end of the day.
Candace Owens also the same with Trump. So it is the case, and this is where the binary comes in, that you are blaming the
you had like in every single instance, like Tucker Carlson, again, like calling Donald Trump to apologize for being too hard on him.
Democrats more for this kind of sentiment than the Republicans for the sentiment on their side. Is that correct?
I agree. Well, certainly like in my vote, right? Like if that's sort of the point that you're making.
In your point
yes,
of view.
in
Your point of view. I mean, do you really think that the Democrats have to correct more than Republicans on this issue?
Again, I'm just not a Republican.
I'm not saying that. Wait. I'm not saying that you're a Republican either. I'm just asking you a question.
I'm not a Republican. I just vote for them in protest.
The Republicans are freaks. So many elected Republicans are freaks.
True. Yes, correct.
No, but I'm saying.
So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just want to be very, 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 very clear. And also,
I come from the left. I'm concerned
I know
about
you
the
are.
left.
I know you are.
So that's why I focus more of
She's so concerned for the left that she voted for Donald Trump.
My attention and energy on the left.
I respect
I was still
that.
identifying on the left.
Do you still identify on the left?
While my mind was changing. No, I don't identify.
I don't care about somebody like who wants to spend their time criticizing the left or whatever from the place of the left. I don't give a shit about that. Really, I don't. I do it. You know, I criticize Dems too much probably. But I'm not criticizing Dems because I don't feel like, in most instances, it's not only that I'm criticizing them because I wish they were more left. It's criticizing them because they are not up to the task of opposing Donald Trump in the way that they say that they intend to. You know, they run on saying that he's fucking Hitler, that he's a fascist, that he's like, it's the end of American democracy. I actually don't think that's overstating it. I think that's fucking true. But then you see how they behave in office, and there's just this huge disconnect between all of the like fear mongering that they run on versus the way that they actually oppose Trump. You just see like there's a huge like I wish that they would like the way that they speak about Donald Trump. I wish is how they actually treated him when it came to opposing his policy agenda. And I just don't see enough opposition
anymore. No.
Why not? I mean, why would you when you say left? Are you saying left in the cultural sense or the economic sense, or what do you mean when you say left or right? Like the broad coalitions?
The broad coalitions,
okay.
The cultural sense, obviously, definitely. That's what my focus is on, which to everyone's dismay. And like economically, I find that I found myself more in the middle. So again, there are a lot of things that I think if most people are being honest, they're not experts in. They know very little about. You just trust smart people around you, right? Who are typically reliable and reasonable and tend to agree with you on other things. That's how most humans make decisions.
So at this point, since you don't think that you're on the left anymore, you wouldn't identify as being on the left anymore. That's not really an excuse now at this point to say that you're going to critique one side because you're on that side anymore, because now you don't feel, and I understand in the past you did.
I strongly regret staying home in 2020. What were you doing in 2020? If not staying home, there was a pandemic.
and now you
Well,
don't.
but I can
right?
say I come
It's a joke, by the way.
from the left. Like, and I come from
Okay.
the left, and that's yeah, sure. It's like sure I can.
Yeah, but you come from the left, but you're not currently on the left. So to the extent that if you're spending a bunch of time criticizing the left because you feel that you have more purchase with them, because you do have, like, Republicans have more ability to discipline other Republicans than the Democrats do. Democrats have more ability to discipline other Democrats than Republicans do. So that's just the nature of how in-groups and out-groups function. But shouldn't you realize that if you're at the point where you're doing protest votes for Donald Trump, and you're willing to acknowledge that, like, yeah, I'm not left anymore, and you're careful to say I used to be of the left, then why would you spend a bunch of time criticizing the left and expect that to have resonance and purchase in the same way? It's not going to, because you're not in that group anymore.
Criticize the right.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying,
Again, I don't like.
is the left more in need of reform
make
on
it
these? Yeah, are the Democrats
Both sides.
Okay.
So let me.
No, both sides. No, both sides. If you're really worried about opposing extremism in America, then you would be categorically opposed to everything and everyone, even remotely affiliated with the MAGA movement.
I don't think I fleshed out maybe the point that I was saying before when I said it's actually
Pisco's gonna lose his mind, man.
Okay. I realize that it was a fucked either way scenario is what I'm realizing more and more, right? I was saying this before because my thought process was I want the left to change and to reform, right? And so I need to, if the left just keeps being voted into power, then the votes are telling them you're doing good, you're on the right track, right? There no reason to reflect and change course. But what I see, and should have been obvious to me because it was a major concern that I had as part of that sparked my ideological shift, is that we're just yo-yoing back and forth and getting more extreme. So actually, now because the left, I think a lot of the crazy that we're seeing is a response to craziness on the left. And which side started it ultimately, if we go all the way back, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not
sure
interested in who started it either. I agree with you. I think that's like kind of
Right.
like it's not very productive. So I just want to focus on some concrete things. The first is like, and I can understand if your argument is I am more harsh on the left because I come from the left. If you want to say that, that's fine. But it is the case that you
But come from as in I used to be on the left. I exclusively see this behavior among like liberals. Like liberals are like constantly policing like the left and how they ought to engage in activism. They're constantly talking about like what slogans they should use or whatever. People that don't even seem to align with. Constantly doing this. I don't get it. I don't see Republicans doing it. I don't see the right doing this. Like, I don't see the right taking time out of their day to, like, scold the Fuenteses of their party. They just pretty much ignore them.
You're blaming Democrats more for the people in your party, the people on the left who say the kind of problematic things that you don't agree with than you do with their counterparts on the right vis-a-vis Republicans, right? Let me know if you don't understand that question. Like, you are specifically blaming Democrats more for things that like Taylor Lorenz or Hassan might say than the right for things that Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens might say. Even though, right, remember, like, the reason I'm making that comparison is
True. I mean, like, it does all come back to that. Everything that the right is doing is just in reaction to the left. So you can just morally discharge any culpability away from them and back towards the crazy woke SJW PC left, right? But when it comes to extremism on the left, that's something that they have to answer for themselves.
Lorenz did not endorse the candidates.
Like, maybe there's some sort of like ideological through line here that keeps this consistent, but I don't see it. It just seems like at every turn you're pointing the fingers at the left, and you're like letting the right get away with murder.
Is Nick Fuentes. That's why I'm saying. But like you did cite Taylor Lorenz as one of these.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes
people.
endorsed Kamala Harris.
No, he didn't do that either.
He went coconut.
But what I mean is like you are.
It's a meme, yeah.
No, Nick Fuentes never endorsed Kamala Harris.
I don't even know if that's true. I just know that he was like he didn't endorse Trump or whatever because Trump wasn't woke enough or was too cucked to Israel or something.
And Taylor Lorenz never endorsed Kamala Harris either.
I was joking because he was joking too.
Yeah, no, but like you do blame the Democrats more for the Taylor Lorenz types than you would the Republicans for the Nick Fuentes types. Fair?
Genuine question, why don't we have a leftist party in the U.S., somewhere where the progressives and socialists can organize against the liberals and the right? That exists, actually. It's called the DSA, or there's like the Working People's Party already. But the reason why they don't succeed is because our system is a two-party duopoly that is not meant to accommodate any other, any opposition. It's incredibly difficult for you to be an independent or part of these third parties and actually get up on a national debate stage in America, which you would need to do to be able to have the mainstream recognition to get your campaign off the ground. If you wanted to run for like a national candidacy or race, even if you wanted to run for like a statewide race or just like, or to be a senator or something like that, you would need that sort of media access. It's not going to be granted to you. We also don't have ranked choice voting. So people don't, it is pretty much irrational to vote third party in a system that is literally set up to not, to be hostile to outside parties. That goes hand in hand with the Electoral College. Thank you for the 100 bits, Eddie Bombay. The rights politics are basically, well, she shouldn't have been wearing that dress.
Yes, especially before the election.
Okay,
So,
what
and this
justifies that? Is there anything that justifies the differential in how much blame you place the respective parties?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So frankly, I think
I'm genuinely interested in how she squares this circle. It makes no fucking sense to me.
a certain level of familiarity.
I mean,
So again,
Trump
like,
had
that
Fuentes
left is
for
what-
dinner. He had him in
I know, that's
Mar-a-Lago.
not- hold on, that's not what I
Trump
mean at all.
literally ate Nick Fuentes. He literally had him for dinner with a glass of Chianti.
Oh, okay.
That's not what I mean at all. So again, if you will just accept and acknowledge that I'm making cultural estimations here, right? Because you're right, I'm essentially blaming the Democratic apparatus, right, for the cultural left, and you're saying, why am I not blaming the
Correct.
Republican apparatus for the cultural
that
left?
I
So
use
that
it,
that's what you're asking me, right?
Precisely. Yep.
So what I'm saying is familiarity and just things unfolding in front of me. So, and this is another thing that I have been talking about, before my Live and Learn episode and things that I talk about on Wick's channel is I'm now growing more and more concerned about this illiberal, identitarian, anti-Semitic, all of these things, anti-institution.
Okay, fine. I probably share some of those concerns somewhere, but like, why do you support the right? The right has their own flavors of it. But they don't have, you're not going to find wholesale rejection of identitarianism anywhere.
Whatever, growing movement on the right. And the
only difference is that instead of prioritizing marginalized groups nominally, like the Democrats make overtures and virtue signal that they're going to do, the right has it for their own different groups.
More frustrated with, or equally, not more frustrated, but equally frustrated with, is the lack of courage of a lot of people on the right who I would consider or would hope would be principled, dignified people to be calling this stuff out and to be rejecting it, which was my problem with the left. And I didn't feel the left was
principled, dignified Republicans. Name one. Who? The ones that are the most principled or whatever, like fucking Richard Hanania or whatever, they're literally saying I regret voting for Donald Trump. They're moving away from that party. That's the only way to be principled. Even by conservative metrics, if you consider yourself a strict constitutionalist, you should want nothing to do with Donald Trump. That's how you be principled. You move away from it. You would have to disavow it. You would have to vote for Democrats. And to the extent that those even exist, they're unpopular.
Rejecting
the Mitt Romneys, the John McCains, the old the George Bush, the old Republican old guard, they are now infiltrating the Democratic Party. Right before he died, Colin Powell was saying regrettably he would have to fucking vote for he would be voting for Democrats because he didn't see a path forward for the Republican Party any longer. But that did not mean that Colin Powell was suddenly more left-wing or more democratic or aligned more with the Democratic Party. He was like, no, I can't, and I can no longer influence. I'm now the minority ideological view in the Republican Party. So I'm going to try to influence the Democratic Party, which is still very, very corporate friendly and still very open to these sorts of right-wing interests if they are with open arms embracing Liz Cheney into the fucking under the tent with the hope of defeating Donald Trump. Literally, the people 10 years ago that they were saying all the same shit that they say about Trump now, they're now building a coalition to oppose Trump.
What I saw,
which I don't fucking like.
the issues on the left. And so when I say familiarity, I mean, I'm now becoming more familiar with the right. I'm spending more time in right-wing spaces and watching right-wing media, right? And seeing the change. And also, in my humble opinion, people like Candace and Tucker and Daryl Cooper and all, a bunch of the Joe Rogan guests and stuff, that's been popping off since the election.
I don't agree. I mean, Tucker Carlson is a...
Yeah, Colin Powell said this. I brought this up before. Colin Powell says he can no longer call himself a Republican. Right now, Mr. Powell said that right now I'm just watching my country and not concerned with parties. This was January 11th, 2021. Former Secretary of State Colin Powell said on Sunday, days after supporters of President Donald Trump stormed the U.S. Capitol, so this is January 6th, said that he no longer considers himself a member of the president's party. In an interview on CNN, the host Fareed Zakaria asked Mr. Powell if Republican Party members, quote, realized the innocence they caused, that they encouraged at least this wildness to grow and grow, referring to Mr. Trump's chaotic governance, which culminated in the violence last week. Mr. Powell, 83, and a longtime Republican Party member, said they did, and that's why I can no longer call myself a Republican. Mr. Powell, a retired four-star general who served in President George W. Bush's White House and twice endorsed Barack Obama's successful presidential bid, said that he was not looking at recent events through a partisan politics. Again, this is a guy who, when you hear his name, you should spit on the ground instinctively. Who wanted to be aligned with Democrats.
Has been the biggest.
Of course,
right?
he's always been.
Because again, these supposed mythical, these unicorn Republicans, the principled ones or whatever, to the extent that they exist, they are they're voting for Democrats.
Okay, so I've never liked Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
I think he's
I hear you. I know you don't like him.
So you're right. You're right. This has been a trajectory of his actually for several years. So
and Fuentes blew up, was big before the election as well, and so was Candace Owens.
Yeah, but Fuentes is like.
Anything to say about Fuentes
is the true alt-right.
Fuentes is more influential. Okay, ideologically, Fuentes is more influential than Taylor.
Do you think the MAGA movement with the Republican Party dies out over the next 2 years? Fuck no. I wish. I think come the midterms or whatever, you're going to see Democrats pick up speed electorally, pick up seats in the House and stuff like that. But I don't think that Trumpism and MAGA is done in just 2 years. Absolutely not.
Agree? Yes or no?
What do you say?
Okay. Ideologically, Fuentes is more influential than Taylor Lorenz. Agree? Yes or no?
Yes. There is open contempt among liberals and some leftists for Taylor Lorenz. She is very, very polarizing. You do not to the extent that there is dislike of Nick Fuentes from the right. It is not outspoken. It's very quiet, and he is still massively influential to all people, even the ones that virtue signal and say, oh, I don't agree with him or whatever. I know that there is absolutely no way. There's no way you are MAGA aligned, conservative, or Republican, that you're using social media and you're not getting America First on your timeline and you're not getting clips of Nick Fuentes. So even though you might be too embarrassed because it's fucking shameful to agree in some respects politically with a fucking neo-Nazi, even though these people might not come out and say it, they may even performatively disavow him when asked. One, they won't do that. Just they won't go out of their way to do it because they don't want to have friction with the groypers. But two, they agree with some of what he says, but they don't like the word Nazi, so they can't ally with him. And again, Taylor Lorenz is not endorsing Biden. Taylor Lorenz is not endorsing Kamala Harris. Nick Fuentes met with Donald Trump. Nick Fuentes met with Marjorie Taylor Greene. U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's speech at white nationalist event draws new calls for reprimand. That's the difference here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not citing
Taylor Lorenz doesn't even have access to traditional media outlets anymore. Not that Fuentes does, but to the extent that she had a through line to a more mainstream audience outside of just Democrats or whatever, it's gone. She resigned, and that may have been the product of friction that was caused from her criticizing Joe Biden, and now she's independent.
Taylor Lorenz as I don't even think she has that much influence. I think she's a crazy person. She's a caricature of what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm not saying that she's wielding power.
And here's my issue. I understand your familiarity. What you're saying is you weren't maybe as apprised of what was this larger contingent of potentially problematic viewpoints of these right figures. So I hear that, I understand that, but like,
and also, but hold on, there's
Yeah.
also, and this is so another thing that I'm noticing too. So it's not. There are people who have been on the right their whole lives, people who are obviously way more right-wing than me in a much more principled way, right? They are like actual conservatives. But yes,
And yes, nonetheless, some of them voted for Biden. Some of them voted against Donald Trump.
go along and they vote for Trump and whatever.
No, not all of them. It's an increasingly smaller whatever, but you can't say it doesn't exist.
Who have been saying, like, I've never seen this much.
But like the fact that like she's not wrong. Like there are lifelong conservatives that have openly embraced Trump, even though his policies, not all of them, but should have been anathema to the things that they purported to stand for.
Open,
but they all fell in line.
racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and hatred of women from, you know, my party that I'm seeing right now. I've been seeing
it's crazy. Wait,
lifelong
it's
Republicans
fucking crazy.
saying,
So like, I watched the first few episodes of Veep, and one of the for the first time, I've never seen Veep. I don't know if you've ever seen Veep, and Julie Dreyfus, I think, is awesome in that.
I have, but I haven't seen it in many years.
So in the first episode, they're like parodying the Republicans, and they're like, and the Republicans are saying outrageous shit on immigrations, but it actually, the satire of it loses its effect because what they're saying in Veep in the first episodes is actually like normal Republican talking points. So they're talking about, like, you know, the poison in the blood of the country. It's like, it is in. So when you talk about the dog whistling vis-a-vis, you know, anti-Semitism, I don't hear any of it from any elected politician in the Democrats. I truly do. Maybe.
What do you think about Musk starting a new party? Absolutely love it. Huge fan. Split the vote. Split the MAGA vote. Split the movement. Please do it. Please do it. This is a serious plea. This is a serious, like, I am completely fine with it if it causes division within the right.
Ilhan Omar, that one statement being made, but like, if I were to come at you from an identitarian perspective from like Hispanics, I would be like, I'm hearing the craziest shit from elected Republicans of people from Mexico, people from Central America, or if you're black, you know, people from Haiti.
Yeah, wait, I completely agree. I agree. And again, this is what I'm saying too, and so I am perceived.
It's not a matter of it's not a matter of like they don't really like disagree with some of these things. It's a matter of priorities.
A shift. Maybe you're not.
It's it's the fact that she has like just like her worldview prioritizes like dumb grievances over things that actually matter.
I'm naive, and that's fine. I can take that. But what I'm saying is there are people who have been on the right, who have known, who are saying, again, like, you know, for example, I saw a woman, a right wing.
It's the Bull Moose Party 2.0, or more like Ross Perot 3.5. It's a new reform party, right?
Woman tweet the other day, like, I'm seeing, you know, my party turn into the thing that I swore for years it wasn't. You know, I was always swearing to all my liberal friends that this wasn't a racist and sexist and homophobic and an anti-Semitic and xenophobic party. And now there are so many more people who are so emboldened to act this way. And it is
and it's
really,
been rewarded,
really sad
and it's been rewarded,
and rewarded. Yes, well, and again, this is back to the Richard Hanania and the Vice.
But you rewarded it, and now Richard, you rewarded it, and so why wouldn't you want to reward
Richard
Hanania? So Kamala Harris ran a centrist campaign.
See that. I didn't think that was going to be any type of prevailing. And you know, you could point to Stephen Miller, and that's a great point right there, and fair enough. But I wasn't thinking about Stephen Miller when I voted, and maybe I should have been, and that's fair enough. But I wasn't, honestly. I just wasn't.
I hear you, but why wouldn't you want to reward Kamala Harris? I guess
and for that, like, I won't even like ding that against her. She should have been, like, in an ideal world, people would know who Stephen Miller was, but like going into the 2024 election. But let's be real, the vast majority of people only know who Stephen Miller is because Donald Trump got elected, and he's now driving a lot of the immigration policy. But like most people don't like. They're not looking at the cabinet forecast picks or any of that while they go into the voting booth. They're really just analyzing the candidate and their running mate.
No, this only painted out a little bit more. So
why
Earl Voldemort? He's more like I've said he's like Randall from Monsters Inc. Isn't it Randall? Yeah, it is Randall. Do you guys see it? There's like something there.
Why?
Yeah. So I'll explain.
What do you mean?
I'll explain. So the part of the rationale here is I want to punish the Democrats because I don't want to reward them for a certain style of thinking, and I want to get them to reform. Kamala Harris actually does change her rhetoric from the identitarian campaign she ran in 2019. So she does shift on that.
Yeah, but we've
Stephen
already
Miller, the Jewish Nazi. Pisco say, how dare you say that? Because anti-Semitism was the organizing principle of Nazism. It's probably more accurate to say it was the unifying principle of a unifying principle of Nazism, not the organizing principle.
yes, but we've all acknowledged already that is what politicians do. Like this is just
That's what you're asking for. You're asking for them to reform.
No. That people don't know if there's actual reform, and I think.
Thank you for the $20, Bad Enchilada. And they said, good analysis. I try to provide it here at Straighterade. And to anybody else that is watching me and would also like to support me, you can follow my donation link pinned to my Twitch chat, or gift subs and chats. And you can give everybody the ad-free experience that they deserve. Because in 30 seconds, an ad is actually starting on Twitch. And they'd also get access to cute emotes. So, why the fuck not? If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream or subscribe to me if you aren't already. And I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade _, and everything.
I think this is what I don't know if I said this in our live and learn conversation or in the after hours and stuff, but I want it like not just stepping quietly away from these things. Like I want an affirmative. We are moving away from this direction.
She's like female Adam, Adam of Adam and Sitch, because I've heard Adam and Sitch make this argument in this conversation with, let's see, Kyle Kulinski, Adam Sitch debate, maybe. They like debated wokeness or something like that. Who is more authoritarian? Like, see, they have clips from this, but I want to see where, like, I'll look for like the clip that I'm thinking of.
Things are wrong for this reason, like
you're not that naive though.
I mean, moving.
You're not that naive.
Sure, that's fair. And then so then maybe you're right, and I don't think I'm gonna get that from the right either. So maybe I'll just have to suffer forever in the middle, resenting.
You want a mea culpa? You want Kamala Harris to be like, I was wrong about what I said then, and I should have been, I should never have supported DEI.
I mean, if you're saying that it's one thing to want, it's another thing to expect it. For one, I do like Adam and Sitch. LOL, then that tracks. I like Adam and Sitch as well. I think their politics are fucking stupid, but I do think they're entertaining and funny, and I've had good conversations with them. They're beyond frustrating. Yeah, but like they, I would say Adam is more. I think Sitch is better at debate, but I find Adam to be more like personally cordial.
I should never have supported affirmative action.
No. I've changed my thinking. I feel like some of these things might actually, be pulling at the fabric of our society, and I think there might be, smarter and more space ways that we can.
Yay! Okay, I found it. Yes. Okay, it was this. Who is more like authoritarian? Because he was here like saying like if the Democrats would just do this thing, like I would vote for them. But when I have. Adam shifts the goalpost a lot, so I have a feeling that like he says this is the prerequisite, and then I'll come back to the Democratic Party, or like I will more openly and enthusiastically support them, and I just don't think that that's it. But let's see, because he says he doesn't like Republicans, but he can't in good faith endorse them. But I feel like before I show that, I feel like I interrupted myself because I was going to say that like I also have these expectations for Democrats. One, I expect them to. Not mea culpas or whatever, but like one, I would prefer if they didn't like flip-flop on issues that they should remain principled on, like immigration. The Democrats just pivoted to the right to try to compete with the Republicans, which is fucking stupid in 2024. Alienating some of their base to attempt to pick up these mythical moderate voters and independent voters that they weren't going to. It was like a losing issue. If the American public is that reactionary on immigration, then why are they going to go with, like the Diet MAGA program when you could just vote for the MAGA immigration program? Makes no sense to me. But I mean, I wish that, Democrats would be more outspoken about the genocide in Gaza, but I also recognize like that's not going to happen. I do think though that it's not the deal breaker. Zoran Mamdani is proving that like towing the line on that issue is no longer, or like not towing the line on that issue is no longer like a deal breaker for candidates. I don't think it's why he was elected, but it shows that it's possible for you to have diverging political opinions on it from the bipartisan consensus on Israel and still be elected.
That we wanted to dig into. Who is more authoritarian, the woke or the anti-woke? And I was going to give you my position, Chris will give you hers, you guys can lay out yours. But first I'll just give you my definition of wokeness so you know like what I'm working off of here. I think there's one definition which has like a positive connotation, and there's another which has a negative connotation. The positive one was like, if you're woke, you're alert to injustice and trying to change it. The negative definition I would say is authoritarian in service of perceived social justice ends. And so typically when I use woke, I am typically using it more as a pejorative. I mean people who are authoritarian in service of what they think are social justice ends. So with that definition, I would claim today, my thesis is this. I think both sides are authoritarian. Many on both sides can be authoritarian, although you can be woke or anti-woke and not be authoritarian. But I'm more concerned about the anti-woke authoritarians because from my perspective, it manifests in legislation much more often, which directly impacts people. Yep. Whereas on the other side, I think that wokeness can be very authoritarian, but it usually manifests...
It's relegated to like the cultural realm. You don't actually see it. You don't actually see assaults on free speech or like these sorts of destructive policies actually materialize from Democrats. What you actually see is like book bannings from the rights, like that happened in Texas or whatever. They were like, there was actually a controversy because Texas banned like a graphic novel of the Diary of Anne Frank. I can't remember what the reason is. In like the unabridged edition of the Diary of Anne Frank, she does discuss like masturbation or something like that, and that had been edited out of certain editions of the Diary of Anne Frank. And in this graphic novel of it, I don't think that it's not the literal depiction of it, but I believe that there was an allusion to it or a reference to it, and they said that it needed to be banned or something like that. Or you have examples of like in Florida where what was like dubbed like the Don't Say Gay bill. You look at the language that's used in that bill, and they were going to forbid students from even like openly discussing like the existence of like gay people. Like it was going to be either heavily discouraged, if not outright penalized, if teachers that were in a same-sex relationship discuss that with their students. That's the type of chilling and attacks on free speech that you see coming from the right. What you see coming from the left is like cringe shit, but it doesn't actually manifest in policy.
More through culture, which is bad, but I just don't think the stakes are as high. So I know that Sitch, for example, I know you like to focus more on the culture and not as much on the legislation, which might explain some of the disconnect here. But tell me your thoughts on this. Since I mentioned Sitch, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on who's more authoritarian and why?
Mm-hmm. Well, first I'll say I like your definition of woke. The one that I use is generally that woke is the idea that liberalism won't solve our social problems and that something further to the left is required culturally.
I'm gonna put like Democrats because we could go on like a whole other tangent within a tangent. But let me see. If I put Democrat, because like I think there is a point where democratic society, democratic processes. Democratic lawmakers, maybe this.
Maybe they should have done it a little earlier. Too already starting to experience some things.
I mean, these kids are all on the internet. Like, let's be real.
Yeah,
to me,
of course.
We have kids, right? What's in the school library, which, by the way, they're never even going to look at, is like the least of my concern.
I haven't watched Adam and Sitch since Adam walked off when tomfoolery bitch died. Wait, I don't know what this is. What is this lore? What do I have to search to see this?
With my children's upbringing. I think it speaks more, though, to what we're trying to get at, which is there is a moral panic on the right where there is a freak out about quote-unquote wokeness, which encompasses a lot of things, including quote-unquote transgender ideology, and has led to a lot of hysterical overreaction, which is translated into a lot of hysterical legislation, which is overtly like, and being struck down in courts as being against the First Amendment. I mean, a number of Ron DeSantis' laws have already been hit in federal court for, violating people's First Amendment rights. If it was...
I love when they say Ron DeSantis and the closed captioning literally says like Rhonda.
Democratic lawmakers, if it was Joe Biden doing the equivalent on the left, oh my God, would there be a freak out over the authoritarian crackdown on, people's ability to say and do what they want?
Well, you're pitching the book bans as the right being authoritarian. And I just, like, you put these book bans, which, like I said, I don't even really think it's a book ban. It's a book prohibition in a public school, okay, which is more accurate. You put that up against something like trans women in sports. And it's not even on the radar. Like, it's not even close.
But wait,
it should be on the radar, though. Because I would argue that, like, books being banned in academic institutions is, one, a very scary sign, a very dangerous precedent to set, is it objectively an attack on free speech and for the First Amendment in the United States, and doesn't even hold a candle to the threat of, like trans athlete participation. Like, it's such a... that's an issue that should be handled at like a state and municipal level. It's not something that you would even expect to be handled at like a federal level in the first place, for one. And then for two, it's like it affects so few people. It's far less consequential. I'm not saying it shouldn't be handled, but it's like, if you ask me what's a bigger concern, yeah, like a fucking book ban is more concerning than like where trans athlete, what team they're going to participate in.
The numbers are kind of staggering. There's 1,477 instances of books being
It's your governor. Don't remind me.
banned in just 2022 and 2023. That's a 28% increase from the prior 6 months. And it includes like Holocaust books, man. There's a book, 2022, Mouse. It's a story of his father's experience in a concentration camp. They banned that.
Look, Kyle, you can get this out on a show, on a progressive talk show.
I do.
And talk about it. But I'm just saying the general public, the normie voter out there, is not thinking about this stuff.
But you know
they're
what?
thinking about other issues.
I agree. But
that
they're
are
also
much more prevalent in their lives than this
They're also
issue.
not thinking about trans women in sport.
Trans people are not on their
which
radar.
affects like
They're like,
3
what's a
people.
trans person?
I mean, seriously though, I actually
Well, no,
think
if they have kids in school that are competing against trans women, I guarantee you they're thinking.
Yeah, but
thinking
again,
about it.
but there's 7 of them.
Trans women? You mean like trans kids?
Whole country.
I mean, they literally passed laws in some states where there's like 1 kid that this law is about.
All right, there we go. That was Sish and Adam.
But yeah, but like that. This is where it's like you've lost the plot. Democrats. Let's see.
Variety and that flavor are in your audience, and they take the message from it that you want them to take from it, not some inadvertent thing which is not in the direction you want.
Right, because you can't assume that they're seeing, the insanity on the other side somewhere else.
Exactly.
You have to sort of assume, if this was the only content that they were consuming, what would be their view of the world?
Exactly. And so here's how I'm guilty of it. There was a very long period where I only went after Democrats, and I was doing it from the left. But I thought my perspective was like, well, of course the Republicans are too far gone. Of course I disagree even more with the Republicans. Of course I think they're crazier. But I didn't talk about it that much. It was only going after the Democrats. And then you can accidentally create an environment where people, their takeaway is like, I guess maybe the Republicans are a little better. And that's not the impression I want to leave with people because it's not true.
Right.
And so I had to reevaluate and go, I got to get my priorities better. And I got to be more honest with what my politics actually are in terms of what I'm talking about and what I'm covering and how I'm covering it. You know what I mean?
Like it comes down to the unfortunate reality is that if you exclusively criticize one political faction and you never criticize the other, well, you will attract naturally, in the case of like if you exclusively criticize Democrats even from the left, you are going to attract a right-wing audience as well. Look at Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore has done that. I mean, he does that intentionally, but if you ask Jimmy Dore like what left-wing beliefs do you hold or whatever, he'll be able to run through a laundry list of standard like liberal, progressive, like left-wing beliefs, surely, with some fringe shit on the right or whatever, the fact that he's probably like pro Russia or something like that. But he is like actively grifting and courting a like disaffected like liberal types or whatever, or just like Republicans.
And that's it's an important thing that I think is overlooked by a lot of content creators, where they don't realize you can have your
like an editorial choice is being made, even if the content of all of your content your stated positions and the meat of your content revolves around criticizing Democrats from the left, or if you're on the right, I guess the right-wing equivalent of this would be I'm a Republican who criticizes the right from the right, and you spend all of your time doing that, you will find like in the instance of that, you're going to find yourself with a Republican doing it, they're going to have left-wing allies or like liberal allies because you're a useful idiot to criticize Republicans. And in the case of the leftist that is always only like exclusively shitting on the Democrats and never touches the right, you're going to be used by the right.
Politics, what are your...
She was trying through bated breath to say that.
Lift up all people with that.
So she was trying, but when she was like, my values haven't changed, but some policies, she was trying to signal, because in this environment, anytime you admit, okay, maybe I was wrong.
Kamala Harris was going on a fucking apology tour for everything that she ran on in 2020 leading up to the 2024 election, because she had completely moved away from the progressive lane, which she was trying to occupy in 2019, and had openly embraced was now not only tethered to the Biden administration, but the agenda that she was running on was, and this is not even my assessment, this is Ezra Klein's assessment. He said that her DNC speech was the most conservative speech from a Democrat that he had ever heard. Not conservative in the MAGA sense or whatever, but he said the agenda and what she chose to focus on and prioritize was very, very moderate. It was very, very modest as well. It was not bold. It was not something that was like arguing to shake up the status quo. She reemphasized, we're not going back, and going forward, I want like common sense solutions to immigration and gun reform and blah 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 blah.
Oh, maybe that was too far.
It was nothing like trying to challenge the status quo.
Paying for this is too far on whatever the thing was about paying for transition surgery.
Oh yeah, what is this? Okay, Adam. Okay, I need to see this really quick. Apparently tomfoolery went on the Adam and Sid show to argue that Trump is a fascist, and Adam mutes tomfoolery about like 15 seconds after this.
Trump believes that is the situation, and he is doing the prudent thing. He's not an authoritarian. He's delusional.
Okay, so
there's a difference.
An authoritarian because he actually thought the Jews were coming after them, right? Yes.
I'm not going to litigate World War II or whether or not Hitler was delusional to make your point. That's like bad faith. That's bad faith as fuck.
Because it's not bad faith at all. You're saying that just because they believe it's happening, that it's no longer authority.
I'm sorry, Sitch.
What happened?
He's making a bad faith argument. I'm not going to.
No. Wait. This is not a bad faith argument.
It is.
Oh my God.
No. Hold on.
I'm not here to litigate.
Wait. Okay, this is what you do have to litigate, right? You're basically making the argument.
Adam, why are you running from tomfoolery? You're better than this. Although I do think it is just like a power move to be like, no, fuck you, I'm muting you. It can be. Other times it's like, it's incredibly fucking like bitch made, but in this instance it's just funny because it's tomfoolery.
For prisoners, for illegal immigrants, whatever it was. In that environment, I think that you have to read between the lines. And Kamala Harris was signaling.
Adam is fair.
With a fucking, like, bright, I don't know, like one of those airplane signals. Hey, don't worry. Things are going to be okay. I'm not going to, do this crazy identitarian thing. Here's Liz Cheney. Here's my best friend, Liz Cheney. Here's my best friend, Dick Cheney. And they support my campaign. I want a strong America, like Israel's America's best friend. Like, wouldn't you want to reward that? Why not reward that? She has seen the criticism. She has seen the way the winds are blowing and that there was an overcorrection or an over push from the left when it comes to identity politics. And it
unprofessional. And if it were anyone other than tomfoolery, I would agree with you. It's actually the professional thing to do to get tomfoolery's arguments off your airwaves.
She didn't run on it, and she's correcting for it. Why not reward that, that was kind of my approach. Like, when I hear people say that, who don't want to reward the Democrats for bad behavior or something, I feel like you're A, rewarding Trump for bad behavior, and B, failing to recognize that Kamala Harris, that her changing her campaign is a positive signal. That's what these people are supposedly wanting, right?
She definitely pivoted to the right for the general. At the beginning, she was kind of signaling that maybe she was going to run in the progressive lane for the 2024, but she ended up like again, fucking Liz Cheney. She's going on The View saying nothing's like being asked like what differences exist between you and Joe Biden, what would you do differently? And she's saying nothing would come to mind. When she's asked like, oh, the only thing that did come to mind is like, I would put a Republican in my candidate. That's how much she was trying to virtue signal that she was going to be the reach across the aisle and get things done type president.
Yeah, I mean, again, I didn't view it that way, and I am looking at things from a different perspective now. And I did not feel inclined at all to reward Kamala Harris. Okay, again, I wasn't reading it that way.
Even Biden ran on student loan forgiveness and single payer. Yep, and then immediately dropped that the second he got into office. His agenda was progressive in other ways that I didn't expect, and I applauded him for that. Domestically, obviously not internationally. Internationally, he was aiding and abetting a genocide. That aside, though. Yeah, like he in some respects or whatever, like Biden had like major campaign promises that completely failed. Surrounding like stimulus checks, he didn't actually end up increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Student loan forgiveness, so on that. He said he was going to repeal the 2017 era Trump tax cuts. He didn't do it, and there were immigration policies from Donald Trump that he said he would reverse that he didn't.
And I didn't see it. You're right. Like I literally reward if the vote is the reward, then yes, I rewarded Donald Trump. But as I said, I had basically was hoping that there was going to be some type of moderate Republican that I could vote for. I wanted to vote against the left. I felt like.
Is the left in the room with us right now? Like who? Who are you voting against?
Whatever. For
you didn't vote against. You voted against Democrats.
Various reasons.
Yeah. Do you have questions for?
Again, it's just sort of like.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, like, I've been on offense a little bit here, and kind of like probing. Why don't you push me a little bit? Do you have any questions for me? Do you have any, like, anything that you think that I'm?
But way to go, dumbass! You voted against the left.
I'm not answering for or accounting for, or like what my thinking was, or maybe it's not so much in the dark, since was never close to being
Yes, I'm right here. I see you, high progressive. You're valid.
swing voter, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity. I'm happy to keep, pushing you a little bit and asking you questions, but I just don't want you to think that it's just one-sided.
She voted against communism, you guys.
No. I think, like, just for what it's worth, and I guess I started at the top of the conversation with this, it's much more compelling to actually be open.
The left is always in the room with me. Me when I'm crazy.
And be curious and have conversations.
Me when I'm fighting ghosts.
And challenge people appropriately, right? And talk to them about the things that you care about and the problems that you see with, whatever policy or political action that's taking place, than to
berate them,
like scream Trump bad or berate. Yeah, like, and it's like I should just I know you lose when you complain about the chat. So this is me.
Like saying like I voted against. I wanted to vote against the left or whatever is like a Democrat saying like I voted, or like a someone in America being like I needed to vote against like Peronism in the United States. Like, okay,
losing, but it's just so ineffective, and to them. It is effective because they don't want someone like me back, right? And to them, I was never a Democrat, and she's selfish and this and that, and like, sure.
Wait,
okay,
I want you back.
Fuck
the chat. Chat.
Well, your chat does, but
L.
that's the. Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like, it's not
this is Brianna Wu behavior. Damn, Pisco's chat not holding back.
Hassan.
That is fucking cruel.
It's Hassan's audience, right? It's like there are like tens of thousands of people tuning in every day.
I'm voting against Sharia law.
Being like, fuck yeah, and leaning in to the angriest of it all. And you're right, people like that. And in some ways, am I drawn to that too? Yes, with people like Destiny and Ben Shapiro. But really what I'm drawn to Destiny and Ben Shapiro and you is because you guys are really fucking smart and articulate. And so you can go to task with people. And you can be civil with people. Like, sure, Destiny can go really crazy, but I think he's mostly civil with people, honestly. Especially when I've seen him debate people.
It's like Steven is known for like blood sports, so this characterization of him is like his hallmark is like civil debates. Is so funny to me. I don't see it personally
that he got right with the nickname.
And I don't say that like as a bad thing or whatever. I just don't that like his style of debate is very, very combative. So
and so-ins and all that.
I think
stuff.
especially in person, and one of the things when we were doing the New York stuff, he was exceedingly civil. And in some ways, not as much of himself in person. And it really took, when we did that debate with good logic, for like some of that old Steven to come in and for him to start like, I think, getting a little bit unhinged. And even that took like a good 15, 20 minutes of warming up. And so I agree.
We can forge the anti-Brianna Wu alliance at the very least, Tali, you and me.
Agree with you that Steven is able to have these cordial conversations with people on the other side, but you can't tell me that he is, and I think you've already acknowledged, he gets unhinged because some of the stuff really, really frustrates him and gets to him. And I think that's true of Ben Shapiro as well.
And it can be effective. It's totally fine to like bully these people.
But no, I hear what you're saying, and that's why
Ben Shapiro doesn't like scream, so they're different in that way.
Yeah, I think Ben Shapiro probably a little bit more composed. They come from different backgrounds, and one is a gamer, the other. I think Ben Shapiro like wanted to be in Hollywood. He wanted to be like a producer or something. Whatever. But I'm very willing to. I don't take it as personally the yelling and screaming. Like, I'm still on good terms with a lot of people that I yell with regularly, like counterpoints, and I'm conscious.
I agree too, but that's because you respect them and you like them. So and that's the difference. It's not vitriolic. So this is the difference again between like your approach and not just your chat, not just this chat. The chatters out there represent real people and hundreds of thousands of them, millions of them potentially, right?
Not really. I need to pull this up. I said I was gonna do it earlier and I didn't. Hold on. Like how like Twitter trends like younger, wealthier, and urban. Let's see. Like if I do like Pew Research, Twitter users tend to be wealthier, more educated, and a minority of users promulgates, author the majority of tweets. Something like that. This was in like 2019. Sizing of Twitter users. U.S. adult Twitter users are younger and more likely to be Democrats than the general public. Most users rarely tweet, but the prolific 10% create 80% of tweets from adult U.S. users. This was, again, data from 2019. So we've moved several years away from it. It would be interesting to redo this data now that the ownership of Twitter has changed hands. And there has been somewhat rightward shift to people. Not to me. I think there was a couchward shift. More people stayed home. That was it. I don't think they really moved right, but that aside. What is it? Twitter is a modern public square where many voices discuss, debate, and share their views. Media personalities, politicians, and the public turn to social networks for real-time information and reactions to the day's events. But compared with the U.S. public overall, which voices are represented on Twitter? To examine this question, Pew Research Center conducted a nationally representative survey of 2,791 U.S. adult Twitter users who are willing to share their Twitter handles. The design of the survey provides a unique opportunity to blah, blah, blah. The analysis indicates that the 22% of American adults who use Twitter, again, 22% of Americans, are representative of the broader population in certain ways, but not others. Twitter users are younger, more likely to identify as Democrats, more highly educated, and have higher U.S. incomes than U.S. adults overall. Twitter users are also differ from the broader population on some key social issues. For instance, Twitter users are somewhat more likely to say that immigrants strengthen rather than weaken the country, and to see evidence of racial and gender-based inequalities in society. Based on other subjects, the views of Twitter users are not dramatically different from those expressed by U.S. adults. And then this is where they say, like, again, like, the large majority of tweets come from a small minority of tweeters. Top 10% of tweeters, again, generate 80% of it. Most Twitter users engage modestly. The 10% who tweet most often focus more on politics and are mostly women. Women do be talking on Twitter. They do be tweeting also.
Feeding this type of hostile culture. And so, yes, I agree. I love to scream over people and interrupt and all of that. I'm good with a raucous debate. With someone who is...
I'm not talking about Twitter, but I would grant that there's a self-selection bias on all social media based on free time, which correlates with these same things. The point about a tiny percentage of users spamming is a good one. Yeah, because it contributes to more polarization. And I'm sure it feels weird to be like the average Twitter user is like a Democrat or whatever. Now that it belongs to Elon Musk or whatever. And I'm not saying that means they're a fucking Nazi or anything like that. But I do think that the landscape has changed in meaningful ways that a lot of this needs to be updated so we can have more accurate data.
He's going to hang up the call and be, oh, great chatting with you. Take care. Have a good night.
Can I ask you, can you link that, please? Yes, I can.
Do you feel a little sensitive about how you vote?
Do you think that's the energy? Sure, yeah, but like I'm talking about it, so I
commend that. I was just asking you how you feel. So you would,
yes,
you do feel a little bit sensitive. It's a little bit of a sore. So even though you are, and I commend you for talking about it, and I think you have opened yourself up for criticism, and that is like not normal for a lot of people to do, is to be seen by, I think now thousands of people, right? Because if you're saying that Steven had you on his stream, right, like thousands of people.
And he posted it to the,
oh boy.
to the main feed too.
Yes.
So, yeah.
No worries. But like you're opening yourself for a lot of criticism, and I understand there can be, from someone who's just been criticized a lot, it can be a lot to open yourself up for that kind of stuff. And so I think that I commend you for doing that, especially on something that you're sensitive and sore about. What are you looking for in these conversations? Do you want to be convinced? Do you want to help the Democratic Party? Do you have a goal? Is this just kind of like Do you know what your goal is, or like, in other words, why are you doing this?
It's a good question. So, no, I'm obviously like not out here to help the Democratic Party. That's not my motivating drive.
Sure.
No way, really?
I'm a winnable voter in the sense of like we kind of said earlier. Like I could vote in either direction. I'm essentially voting to. Well, now I just feel double disenfranchised, right? Because I thought I was voting to stop
attention, clout, dude. It's not. I don't think it's that. She's not getting any positive attention or positive clout from this. I mean, she's getting clout in the sense that it's like raising her profile, but there's really nothing to be gained by going into these spaces and doing this, because like clearly the whole fucking chat is against her. Pisco is being more forward and pointed and aggressive than he was on the Live and Learn thing, which was supposed to be more cordial, more civil, more of an intervention. And the whole Live and Learn chat was like against her. So she there's more social reward for it, and like the Wix sphere probably, which is very small. But here I don't think so.
Continued push in the extreme, right? But I see now that it feels like either way you vote, right? It's like if you cut them out of power, then the more extreme right comes in and everyone gets even more radicalized. At the next time the left comes in power, who knows what it's going to look like. So I do feel sort of doubly disillusioned at this point.
Yeah, then why do it? Because she's on a journey with the sparkle emojis on both sides, in front of that word and at the end of the word.
But no, my goal of talking online, and again, this is all everyone right now that I'm talking to. I'm talking about my vote for Trump, right? And like my reasons of changing, but that's not what I do on Wix channel, right? Like I just talk about what the topic is, right? And I had like a podcast on gender and sexuality, and I talk about things that interest me. And if anything, when I talk about politics and culture and stuff, I'm trying to do what was done for me in the permission structure to think things that are to challenge things, to be able to think things that are kind of I would say are people pearl clutch about, to be able to dissent in some way. And I think that, again, for me, that took hearing good arguments and coming from thoughtful people that I saw as, moral, cool, normal people that I would want to hang out with, and that were like me, that were like lifelong Democrats and were liberals. And so what I should counter all of my whining about the chat with, there's also in every video that pops up on YouTube, there's at least 1 or 2 or 3 people who are saying like, I really relate to what she's saying. Thank you. And
I related to what you're
DM
saying
from someone.
So I related to what you're saying
But I'm
vis-a-vis
saying
the friendship.
people who relate with my situation, let's say, who
Yeah.
relate with my journey. That's the gayest word on the planet. But
I swear to God, I didn't know that she would say that. I can't find it, but there's like a video, or like I can't play it because I'll get copyright struck. But there's a video where, is it? I can't play it. I wish I could. Who just stepped down, actually, Anna Wintour, in one of these like 73 questions or whatever. I think it's this one. They were like, what is, from her least favorite word in fashion. They were like, what's your least favorite word? And she just says journey. This was 10 years ago, and it always stuck with me how that word is like permanently sullied.
Whoa, look at that heteronormative language.
It's okay.
Oh, you are?
I'm gay married, so I can.
Oh, you're
say
gay
what I want.
married?
Yes.
Nice.
I've told him this and he forgot.
I am
Wait,
gay married, folks.
So you are DEI. Why'd you get married
I am DEI.
to a woman if you don't support DEI?
Yeah, no, I got married to a woman. I was gonna take that in a
No, you're good. Listen, I want to
another direction.
I want to paint you a picture, right?
Yeah.
Can I paint you a picture?
Okay.
Sure. You wake up, you open your eyes. It's November, and you hear in the distance some cheers, excitement, and you hear a woman's voice through a TV speaker, maybe a couple rooms away. This was all a nightmare. Trump didn't.
Why are we doing guided meditation with Pisco?
And Kamala won. The first woman president has just been elected, and she's about to be inaugurated. The Democrats barely hold on to the Senate and hold on to their and retake the House. And you breathe deep.
This is not his forte. This is not his forte, dude.
Do everything that happened in the current timeline. As you're waking up, do you feel better, worse, or the same?
So maybe I should.
I
don't feel worse, certainly. I'm struggling with this, and every time I take a deep pause.
Say goodbye to gay marriage.
I'm sure people think, I'm like either coping or trying to, hide, but I'm trying to think and be honest. Like, I don't know. I don't know where the threshold.
No, not coping, because coping would imply that you recognize that there's a correct answer, but you don't want to admit it. It's genuine frustration that she doesn't see that, and not just Kamala Harris, literally any other president would be preferable to Donald Trump, especially with, not just with like knowing the first, what he got up to in his first administration, but what he's just gotten up to in the first 100 days of the second term.
Like feeling the same and feeling better. Like, it would be good that a bunch of the things that I don't like that Trump has done,
Amogus, didn't
happen. And I should say that if Kamala had won the election, I wouldn't have been like crying and throwing a fit.
I'm just asking, would you, as you look at that fake memory I just implanted, I don't know if you've ever seen Blade Runner or Inception.
Cultural reference?
I haven't.
Did you? Are you smiling?
Biggest sin so far, not seeing Blade Runner nor Inception? Tali.
What do you think your actual feelings at that moment?
Tali, make a letterbox and add those to the watch list.
Would be like, as you look down or look at that fake memory.
Although I do think Inception's overrated.
What does it cause you to feel?
Sorry, so I've just woken up in the last however many months or a dream.
Yes.
None of this happened and Kamala won.
Yeah. How does that idea make you feel?
They just think that like if they find a different way to phrase the same question that they keep asking to her, that there's going to be a different answer, when I think she's pretty firmly stated and reiterated multiple times that, one, she doesn't find regret to be a productive or like positive emotion or something that she's really willing to like embrace. So I think that the framing is not the right approach, and she's still feeling this out. So like, even though she says it was like a protest vote or whatever, I don't want to say that she's willing to give Trump the benefit of the doubt, but I guess she is, right? I guess she is.
I don't know, honestly. It's good that that these bad things wouldn't be happening, but I also feel that it's hard to answer a counterfactual. But
I know, but you're kind of answering analytically, which is great. I love that you're doing that. But like, I'm basically just asking for your emotional reaction to that. Like, how does that, thinking about that, make you feel?
I don't have much of an emotional reaction, which is probably why I'm having a hard time saying like, I don't know where the line is.
You've seen Inception? Why he asked you if you'd seen Inception. You said no.
Between not the same or good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Listen, again, like the idea of like having a woman president. Yeah, that's cool. I wanted Hillary Clinton to win. I mean, I voted for Bernie in the primary twice, but I got behind Hillary at the convention, and I was excited about the prospect of having a woman president. I wouldn't vote for a woman so that we would have a woman president, just for that reason or whatever. But I think
I wouldn't do this either.
Would you vote for Bernie if he were the nominee in 2024?
No.
The first Jewish president? She'd vote against him? No way.
Wouldn't have.
I was already gone from the left. No. Again, and this is the part too that I'm just like trying
to. Went from Hillary to Trump. Yep, more common than people think. I mean, in 2008, there was this coalition of voters called Pumas, Party Unity My Ass, and it was Hillary Clinton dead-enders, effectively, that if Hillary Clinton did not get the 2008 nomination and it went to Barack Obama, they were going to be voting for John McCain in the general. And you saw people, there was discourse surrounding how like Bernie bro, like these Bernie or busters, and that like a large contingent of Bernie Sanders' primary supporters were going to go on to vote for Trump in the general election because horseshoe theory and because they're populists or whatever. But you actually saw a smaller percentage of Bernie Sanders' primary voters actually go on to vote for Trump in the general than you did Hillary Clinton voters. Some people that it was like more Clinton supporters or previous Obama voters went on to vote for Trump. He spoke over him and only heard him say Blade Runner. Yeah, it is actually still worse though that you've seen Inception but not Blade Runner. It's a far better movie.
To be honest, so like
things
things change and I feel differently.
Yeah, more of us Bernie voters voted for her, Hillary Clinton, than voters voted for Obama. There's a lot of Trump voters in NYC who voted for Mamdani. I haven't seen that. From what I've seen is the majority of who makes up Zoran Mamdani's base is not illegal immigrant. It's not immigrants like they want you to think. It is majority white people. It is majority people that are more affluent, and it is majority people that are more likely to be educated. And that coalition includes a lot of white voters with those backgrounds, and also Asian voters and Puerto Ricans. And that's who I saw carried him to the nomination. And it was also somewhat a rejection of Andrew Cuomo.
Right. It's like that's where I actually was when I was voting in November.
Listen,
So,
there
I was
are
not voting for the left.
There are Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump voters. Okay, so there are such people, but the vibes for Bernie wouldn't have put you over the edge in 2024. Okay, got it. So who was your ideal Democratic candidate in 20?
Mamdani got more voters to come out than normally voted in the primary. This is also true. He also picked up like non-voters. I've seen more data that he's picked up non-voters and encouraged people that had previously not participated in the electoral process, or they had been dormant for like several years. Then I saw that he was picking up like disaffected like Trump supporters.
2024. Which of the Democrats would you have voted for? Can you identify?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Dean Phillips.
Dean Phillips. Why?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Tali, Dean Phillips is your guy.
He was the only one.
Like things got testy. What is it? Between him and Brianna Joy Gray, because if I put Brianna Joy Gray, Dean Phillips, because he's like pressing Dean Phillips on Israel, Medicare for all, progressive messaging or whatever. He did run in the primary to oppose Joe Biden because he didn't think he was up to it. And it's not his like primary thing. It wasn't a big part of his platform, but he was very, very pro-Israel.
Fucking jumping out, and first of all, I viewed him as more heterodox, more like willing to engage with the center and the woke critical. And I appreciated that he was stepping up to challenge Biden. Because again, I thought it was really, I was very unhappy that Biden was running.
What about Marianne
again.
Williamson? She stood up.
Yeah, what about Cenk 2024, Tali?
Yeah, I never really liked her. I think she's a little
kooky.
She's a little too woo-woo for me.
This is what I've been saying. Cenk, there's 100 million people that we need to go after. Grab 10% of them by pushing progressive people first policies, not running on a conservative light platform. Yep, I mean, Kamala Harris, part of the reason why she failed in 2024 to beat Donald Trump is because they ran the same campaign that Hillary Clinton tried in 2016 to defeat Donald Trump at the general, and it just it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Trying to like reach out to mythical moderates, get like reasonable like unicorn Republicans that don't exist anymore to reject Trumpism and come to the Democratic Party or whatever. Because you should see Trump as a quote unquote unique threat. TM was like the way that that was what they phrased it. What was Chuck Schumer? For every blue collar we lose, we pick up, is it 2 suburban voters? Maybe this is him saying it? Yeah. No, come on, let me play it.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer joined other Democrats to speak to reporters about energy costs in President Trump's tax and spending cuts.
How was it that I lost the clip? Come on. I just want to see the clip. Hold on. Requested video cannot be loaded. It's about to be loaded. This is what it is. Maybe it's not the clip. For every blue-collar Democrat we lose in Western Pennsylvania, we will pick up 2 moderate Republicans in the suburbs in Philadelphia, and you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin. Chuck Schumer in 2016. This is the product of that ongoing political strategy. This was September 30th, 2024, and it aged like wine. Because yes, this is the logic that failed in 2016. They continued to operate on in 2024. They need to stop trying to assume that there is a finite number of voters and reach out to the majority of Americans, aka the majority of Americans don't vote, so reach out to the non-voters.
All my crystal girls in the chat. Well, I don't know how many women I have to watch me, but
I don't know how she could press the big red button with the crystals in her hand.
We did not pick up those voters. We lost voters in the suburbs to the extent that we did. The wealthiest people in America swung for Joe Biden. That's like not a great sign. Hold on. Wealthiest voters in America swung for Joe Biden, I believe. Let's see if this talks about it. Is this what you want me to do? Come on. There we go. Prove them not a robot. How the 2020 election revealed two Americas divided by wealth and opportunity. 2020 election confirmed a divide between rural America and urban America. Big cities and dense suburbs went for Biden, and less populated areas went for Trump. Or to put it another way, wealthier regions were blue and less wealthy were red, which is a bad sign because there's far more poor people than there are wealthy people in this fucking country. A Brookings report estimated that Biden counties accounted for a whopping 70% of GDP, up from 64% for Clinton counties in 2016. Simply put, the wealthier and less wealthy parts of the country have totally different visions of political leadership. It implies nothing less than a divide in the American dream. Like, and this is fucking terrible. This is not a durable majority because you're narrowcasting to just too few people. You are trying to get young urban professionals almost exclusively. That's who you're pandering to.
And it would get
instead of reaching out to working class voters, people that don't hold even high school diplomas. You need to win like labor votes.
All right, I shouldn't have done that because now they're gonna listen. Marianne Williamson is. I was actually very impressed when we did the interviews. I thought that Marianne Williamson did better than people said, and I thought that she was very.
The irony is, wealthy people talk about the economy being better under Democrats, so they don't mind who wins, but they like Democrats' economics. Yeah, because they're neoliberals at the end of the day. They don't. Democrats just have different strategies for managing capital than Republicans, but they're bought by a lot of the same people. Like, there is daylight between Democrats and Republicans on key policy agreements, or like on key policy positions, but there's not nearly as much as there ought to be.
I thought she was fun.
Did you interview her?
No. Destiny did. Destiny did.
Oh.
And for the DNC chair nominees. Okay, let's try to put some structure to this end part, and I'm going to talk to you person to person, okay? Person to person. Pisco to Tali. Ready? I am your Democratic congressperson. I want your vote, okay. Tali.
Oh, I thought we were good. This is role play. We're just doing role play. I was like, can we stop with the guided meditation?
What do I have to do to win your vote, madam? Help me. Help you.
Commit.
Madam.
Literally, so again, like taking a stand on cultural issues, frankly, would.
This is so like bourgeois. That's like the funny thing or whatever is that like, again, the type of person that is like, that she's like, oh, there's like lots of me out there or whatever. It's like, I mean, are there like a lot of people with these priorities? When you look at what voters like, at what did exit polling for Democrats? No. Exit polling 2024 election. Top issues. Let's see. What does CNN have to say about 2024 exit polls? No, I just want you to tell me like what the most important issues were for voters. Oh my God. Maybe this. This is your own research. But maybe it wouldn't be that much different. Inflation and the cost of living, jobs in the economy, immigration and the border, threat to democracy, abortion, Project 2025, corruption in government, Social Security and Medicare, Supreme Court appointments, climate change and the environment, national security and foreign policy, healthcare, federal budget deficit, voter fraud, and election security. Like, this is pretty much consistent with like research that I've seen about like what voters said was their most important issue in the 2024 election. Beyond economic issues, immigration was a key issue for independents and blue-collar workers. abortion, immigration, guns, climate change and the environment, issues related to transgender people. For great, 33, some 22%, a little 12, not at all 31%. So late deciders were more concerned about Democrats being too extreme than Republicans. Sound familiar? Does it sound like our free thinker here is actually fitting neatly inside of a box? At the end of the day, but you know, the way that they go about it, navigating this change might be different. It's like, again, these voters exist, but they're like not who should be pandered to because they exist in such small concentrations that even if you picked them all up or whatever, it again would not be like a durable majority or reliable base for your party. Here are some issues that people say matter to them when deciding who to vote for in the election for U.S. Congress. Please indicate whether that issue mattered a great deal to you, some a little, or did that issue not matter to you at all when deciding which candidate to support for Congress. The candidate's personal character and values, whether the candidate was committed to accepting the results of the 2024 election. It's more of a Trump thing, obviously. The candidate's political party, Republicans being too extreme, 48%, Democrats being too extreme, 45%. But far less people like Dem candidate being too extreme, like not even for these undecided voters, like Tali saying like, I'm like we're out there or whatever. It's like you're out there, but in like small numbers. Because again, like the Dem candidate being too extreme. Let me just zoom in on this. Like, come on, let me zoom in on this more. Fucking 45% say not at all. They're not too extreme. I think Bannon is retarded, top of the horseshoe. Tali, why did you say that out of nowhere? I mean, cool, but I don't disagree. But are you arguing with somebody?
Go a long way with me because I reserve the right to keep my mind open on policy decisions because most things I'm not that educated about, right? And I don't think that, you know, as the people on the extremes like to say, you know, it's like both sides are just sort of like, you know, neoliberals. So if we're going to get, I'm not opposed to, I grew up in a blue state. I live in a blue state. I'm not opposed to democratic governance. So I would want to say to you, reject race-based policies, reject race-based messaging.
I didn't think the Dem candidate was too extreme, lol. Then what is the grievance again? It's like the Democrats in general are moving to left, or like they don't disavow their like extremist, like their excesses or whatever. Like, and the idea is like the protest shows Democrats that like you should not think that that voters don't like I'm not trying to straw man, like I'm genuinely trying to like keep track of like the way that you originally framed it, which is that you felt your protest vote would signal to Democrats that there needs to be substantial reform in their party and like soul searching and change, because they should see that there are more, like a solidly blue state like California is picking up more red voters, and that if you could like send that message to them, that would maybe make them reevaluate their strategy and be like, maybe we have gone too far on like some woke shit or like cultural excesses or something.
Reject the thing that no one wants me to say, but everyone knows is what I'm going to say. Like, reject the woke stuff. And actually commit to rejecting the woke stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you,
I want to know that you don't see the world as a binary of oppressed and oppressors, and that
this is a grievance almost exclusively relegated to people that are like white, they're educated, that are like yuppies. It's not a resonant issue or something that Democrats even really spend any like too much time on, because it doesn't matter to the majority of voters. It's like hyper online shit.
Believe that the way to have equality in society is to.
I need to find that clip of Adam from Adam and Stitch saying the exact same thing though. He was like, if they would just reject this, then I would vote for them. Yes, you could boil it down to left wasn't alienating their extremes and it was bleeding into the normie libs. It's true that I underestimated how bad the right is at rejecting their extremes. Black pill. Understatement of the fucking year, Tali. Yes. It's like if you want to reject extremism in America, then you have your priority should be defeating MAGA, because MAGA is like the extreme, like MAGA is like anarchists in my mind. They don't care about they don't care about civility, which seems to be important to you. They don't care about constitutional norms. They don't care about constitutional rights, not just for immigrants, which is already like a slippery slope to think, well, they don't, but it's only of like people that aren't really citizens or whatever. It's like, no, it's already bled over into like actual quote unquote Americans, like that they're anti-science. They're anti-vaxxers. They represent an existential threat to the planet because they don't even accept that climate change existed. It was not even 10 years ago that there was not a single Republican primary candidate on the debate stage that was willing to say that evolution is true. They all were saying that climate change was fake, and they all had to say that that there was controversy surrounding evolution, even though I know that's not true. I know that some of those candidates, as right-wing and as Christian as they are, accept that evolution is true, but they couldn't go up there and say it because it's how captured their bases.
Privilege certain people over others. That we shouldn't discriminate in response to discrimination. Those are the types of things that I would want to hear from a Democrat. And then the marginal differences on taxation and stuff like that.
So will you at least admit that on everything besides cultural issues, you prefer the Democrat? Or I'll ask a different way. Can you identify a way in which Republicans or Trump, however you want to categorize that, are...
You guys came from monkeys. I came from Adam and Eve. No, you came from Adam and Eve. I came from a rib.
Better on non-cultural issues than Democrats or the Democratic candidate in 2024, however you want to interpret that.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you identify a quote non-cultural basis to prefer for yourself, right? In which you think
even on the cultural basis, you should still not hand it to the Republicans that they're better on this.
Republicans / Trump are better than the Democrats / Kamala. Other than cultural issues, is there a way in which you prefer the Republican option?
Like when I think what cultural issues did the right prioritize in 2016? You know what comes to mind? Unite the Right. Unite the Right comes to mind, which motivates Joe Biden to run for the presidency in 2020. Which his press secretary goes on to compare pro-Palestine activists to neo-Nazis marching in the streets. He compares pro-Palestine protesters to.
Besides cultural, because if it's just cultural, we can just talk about that. If you're ready to say and agree that on everything other policy stuff, Democrats are better, then we can just go right to that, and I don't have to give you this.
Which org is paying you to stream left-wing stuff? It's actually not an org. It's just George Soros. I get those Soros bucks every single month consistently. First of the month. He's never late. It's awesome. It's an awesome gig. You all should try it.
It's long, asking questions about immigration and Doge and all that stuff. So are you willing to say here, as you sit here, that can you identify some way in which a non-cultural way in which Trump is better?
So you're just a hardline Dem no matter what? Got it. Not a single notable thing about your current party? Chat, they don't know. So this is a first-time chatter. Can everybody please tell them how much I just love the Democrats? This is a communist stream, dude. I do not love Democrats. I vote against Republicans, which means I am forced to hold my nose and vote for Democrats. That is correct, but I do not love Democrats by any means.
Sure. So especially if we're talking about what the Trump administration is doing right now. No.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Again, the only reason I'm not ready to commit 100% to that is just because it could depend on the thing. But I don't know what the thing is. The one thing that I feel has, if anything, dispositionally changed about me is that has become more conservative, and whatever that means is just the sort of Chesterton's fence thing. We should take a look at why we have certain institutions and certain roadblocks and certain things before we change them.
Sure, but Ezra Klein says
there's value in tradition.
You're a commie, goddamn. And one day, this man on stream, Pisco, will be as well.
Oh, wait.
Yes. And just again, the sort of, which I said on the live and learn thing, which is there are actually plenty of Democrats who say the same thing.
Sure.
So fair enough. But that we need to actually take into consideration how things will be paid for, right? That we shouldn't just be, and we shouldn't be.
But on that score,
selling
Democrats
people
are way
things with
better,
false
right?
hope.
On that score, like we can never say now
Yes.
Republicans are better.
I don't even
on...
disagree with you.
Okay,
I don't
cool.
even disagree with you. But at least Republicans message about that better, and whereas and
But who cares about that, right? Because
the opposite.
they might message better, but who cares about messaging if it doesn't?
Again, I agree. Just to be clear, like I've only ever voted Republicans one time, and it was in 2024 in a blue state. And I know
He's the worst possible candidate that you ever could have voted for.
Don't like that, but again, it's like that was part of my
But it wouldn't change. Like if you were in Pennsylvania, if you were in Pennsylvania, it wouldn't change.
I know
right?
we had this conversation.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
so
no, it
why?
It wouldn't. Well, no, yeah. So it's a good point, right? Because I wanted the Democrats to
just really inquire about that because
to face reflection.
So for the people who weren't there for the
I wanted Democrats to pander to Republicans even more to even more than they already try to at every single election.
Talking about right now. So
I can't make this up.
Conversation. Tali said something to the effect of, well, I voted in a blue state and I voted for Trump. It wouldn't have mattered there, and I probably would have felt differently if I was in Pennsylvania. I probably would have been undecided then. And I don't know how I would have felt about it. And my point was, well, if voting in Pennsylvania, if you would feel at all differently about voting for Trump there versus Hawaii or any other blue state, then it seems
I think you're probably right.
Pisco's Canadian confirmed. Unforgivable.
Oh, but I just want to lay it out for the audience. Is that all right?
Enjoy your ongoing echo chamber. It'll be another 25 years before you see office. Thank you. I will.
If you feel differently about that, then you would only feel differently about that in the.
But if you think that I'm just so wrong and stupid, feel free to call in. I accept call-in debates to people who fucking disagree with me.
Notion that your vote might have an effect on the outcome in that making it more likely for Trump to win. And if you're more uncomfortable with the notion of Trump winning, and you might say now you agree, but that was your feeling in the moment, it seems to suggest that there's something uncomfortable about the notion that you might be the deciding vote that makes Trump win.
No, you're right, but I think also, if I'm being totally honest now, so when I say I would have to think about it more. That feels true and honest. Like I do think that I would feel I would feel more weight about it. But honestly, it's like I wouldn't have voted. I don't think I would have voted for Kamala, which is functionally the same thing.
But you wouldn't have voted for Trump, though.
So I would have.
You wouldn't, or it sounds like you wouldn't have voted for Trump.
On. What I'm saying is I don't know. Maybe I would have. So I'm also not trying to shy away from that.
But it's not. But you're saying you would feel differently about it, and what's driving you to feel differently?
Yes, I would think about it more because So if you're
someone call in and throw hands, they never do. I've offered Discord or banned to fucking 20 people at this point in my short streaming career. Nobody's ever taken me up on it.
Saying so you knew. Can you cut to the chase a little bit?
Yeah.
No, for a second I thought her thing dropped out. She just
So basically what I'm saying is the deep down you, right? The inner you knows that it feels wrong that you would yeah, deep down you feel there's something wrong about knowing that you could be the deciding vote that gets Trump the presidency. And so the reason you feel differently about Hawaii versus Pennsylvania is some inner aversion to Trump winning, and that is showing even though you voted for Trump in Hawaii, deep down, if a gun were to your head and you had to say Kamala Trump in a way that you were actually the deciding vote, there's something uncomfortable with the notion that you could pave the way for the presidency for Trump, in which case there's an aversion to Trump, in which case there's a preference against him.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Pisco. I think I said this. Yes, I've always had an aversion for Trump. I have an aversion for Trump. I voted for him.
In the same sentence that she says I have an aversion to Trump, she's like, I voted for him.
I know that it makes no difference to some people, and fair enough, but I wasn't cheering on. I wasn't wearing my MAGA hat to the polls or anything like that. And I voted for him.
But your intentions don't count at the ballot box. They just the only outcome is that you have added another vote to the pile for him. That's it.
Consciously knowing at that time, I might end up that I made a mistake, right? The people who the Sam Harris is out there, right?
Yeah.
He flashes in my mind, maybe he is right about this. But again, I did
How about
it.
Richard
and it was
Hanania?
easier for me to do. Hold on. And it was easier for me to do it because I was in a blue state. So you're making a good point. Yes,
You also literally said you don't like Dems but voted for them. You're brain dead. Oh, we have another low IQ take. Here's the difference: is that when Dems do things that I like, and there are things that Democrats do that I like, I will not pretend. I will not I will not say that I don't like those things. I will not try to say to like falsely equivocate or any of that. I can like call the shot, like say this is a thing that I like the Democrats are doing. This is a thing that they're doing that I don't like. But the difference is Tali can't. There is not a single issue that Tali has said over the course of this conversation, which you probably haven't been fucking watching, that she said she agreed with Trump on. She said she has emphasized over and over and over again that she doesn't agree with Trump on like anything except one thing, just the DEI thing. She said the same thing, moron, you're a liar. Fully roided. You are talking a lot of shit. You want to come talk to me on stream? Tell me what I just lied about? You can do that or you're getting banned. You can do that or you're getting banned, so what'll it be? And the next message better be guests. You are going to call into the stream at 3 a.m. Eastern time and talk to me. Lose weight. Okay, so that's a no. See ya. They never fucking do it, man. They never want to call in. They talk a bunch of shit, but they never want to call in.
But that's also why I feel frustrated, I think, by like the some people's like unwillingness to engage, because it's like, yeah, I was never, and maybe I do play defense too much, and I think that's a natural psychological reflex, right? Which I was saying to Wick too, before our conversation, is like, it's like this almost feels silly because I don't want to have to be defending these things because I actually don't defend a lot of these things.
Well, I don't hear you defending them. Yeah,
right? But just be
his balls strong so much they're causing him self-esteem issues. I have a lot of, I'm top heavy, okay? So I can see why people think that I need to lose weight or something like that, but I promise you, given my height and stuff like that, it's not the case. Looks can be deceiving.
You're basically
right, but
saying,
just being put in that situation, sometimes you can start defending things, and that's also what I was trying to say about regret, right? It's like it's just like it's a complicated psychological phenomenon, right? And yeah.
I think that you haven't been defending. I
I
appreciate the honesty. I think that you haven't been defending a lot of the Trump policies. I think you've been critiquing them, and that's why I'm glad we've kind of identified what I want to call two buckets of things where potentially I won't even say definitely, but potentially where you would think Trump might have the edge, and that's on cultural issues. And really, it's not Trump having the edge there.
Not even
it's
Trump too, because
Democrats,
I agree with you that he's an asshole.
Right? It's like Democrats being
Democrats
worse,
being
or being
averse
bad.
to Democrats, and the right to just being more open to these or countercultural heterodox views. So Trump as the and and even some of the things that I might functionally or whatever agree with, I also am displeased by the dunking, right, that's going on, and just like we talked about already, like just the sheer cruelty, even with like trans stuff, right? So like I said, I don't think
I'm fine with that. We can have a little polarization as a treat.
Gender should be prioritized over sex.
You love trans people, don't you?
And yes.
Okay.
No, I literally do.
Yeah. Nothing to defend appearance-wise, LOL. No, it's just funny to like watch somebody flail and what they reach for is like, you're fat, LOL. Like, come on.
Yeah. Again, Taff is someone that I've had on 2 of my shows.
Yeah.
She's someone that I chat with.
Like, I expect more creative insults, ones that are a little bit more aligned with reality.
My co-host on my podcast is yes, and so that's the frustrating thing too, right? And it's actually funny because everyone who has watched, all the different content creators that I've seen watch this and react to it so far, the Live and Learn episode,
yeah,
right, when I say like it's culture, it's vibes, all of them pause and they're like, it's trans, and like everyone just assumes that I hate trans people. And listen, the question,
I don't think Tali hates trans people. I think she believes lies about trans people and things related to like trans medicine.
The gender stuff, right? And the that was part of my,
but I also don't think her like being married to like a detransitioner or whatever precludes one from being transphobic or something
of my ideological process. But I literally don't hate trans people and don't want to take their rights away. I think kids shouldn't transition, and
asked if she listened to Blocked and Reported. She already said that she does. Joe's behind in the lore.
In certain circumstances.
So you think that kids shouldn't receive hormone treatment?
Correct.
Okay. And that's both for reasons. So for example, like let's say a male has short stature, you would support hormone treatment for the male to conform with their gender identity?
So these are So, generally speaking,
this is a stupid way to go about arguing this point. You should ask if you want to convince people that they should be on board with, or like at least open to the idea that there are some trans kids or whatever that should get access to medical services and gender affirming care. Is that, do you believe that trans adults are who they say they are and can safely receive medical treatment for gender dysphoria and things related to, like, treatments related to their trans identity? Okay, yes, if they grant it to you from there, then you have to ask them, okay, then why can't that process happen a few years younger? Why can't children do it? You've already admitted that it's safe for adults to do it. It's possible for adults to safely undergo these treatments, so why can't kids?
Okay, a few things to break down here. These are not the same things. And so, just like if you have a young kid,
I'm not saying the same. I'm just asking, would you agree with it?
She doesn't think all adults can. She thinks autistic adults are being taken advantage of. Tali, are you still in chat? Can you confirm or deny this?
Yeah. So like,
because I need to like listen to that her like Naval Gaze podcast. I won't listen to it on stream, but I want to listen to it like off stream so I can know what her views are. And I'm also going to listen to her conversation with not Straighterade off stream, so I can get up to date on all the lore.
For example, let's say
so it's important to flesh this out. It's important to flesh this out.
Yeah.
So like, it's depending on what the medical reason is, right? And so that I think was actually the fatal flaw in Scrimeti.
I don't think that at all. LOL. Cadmus, you have a direct response from Tali. I mock people who say that. I think this person has watched your podcast, Tali, so maybe there was something that you said that gave them that impression, but I'll see if they respond.
I think they fought it on the wrong grounds, because the claim that they were making was that essentially this was a...
My bad, I misrepresented your podcast. Shots fired from Twitch to YouTube chat. Will YouTube chat respond?
This was discrimination on the basis of a protected class of gender identity, right? And the claim they were making is that trans people aren't able to access puberty blockers, but cis kids are, right? Trans kids can't, but cis kids can. But actually, this is not true, because if you had a trans kid with precocious puberty, that trans child absolutely could get puberty blockers, because what they were ruling on was the medical diagnosis.
Right, so you don't have a principle. That's what I'm just trying to figure out. You don't have a principled basis against children getting hormone treatment. You just
but what she's saying is that if it's going to be in the service of gender affirming care or whatever, that would be a different diagnosis altogether and use of it.
Don't want them to get hormone treatment for gender dysphoria. Is that correct?
So maybe it wouldn't just be gender dysphoria that I wouldn't want them to. If you have other examples, I think for precocious puberty, that's on for a short.
I'm expecting her to like stop engaging with this at some point, because he gives no like, I don't know what Pisco is trying to assess here. We have like a made up hypothetical child patient, like minor who is a patient in need of like gender affirming care or whatever. All she has to do is to cop out of this is say it's on a case by case basis. I can't, like, without any more details, I would need to know the specifics of their medical history, blah 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 blah. Then they can't really engage with it. That's why I think it's just better to go the route of like, if you're acknowledging that gender affirming care can be not only safe but beneficial and helpful to trans adults, then why wouldn't that be the case for trans youth?
Short term stint in precocious puberty, that seems to be the...
Yeah, so there are some medical conditions where you would be totally fine with hormone treatment for children.
Sure, yes,
Yeah.
non-psychological.
We have a whole episode where we talk about the acknowledged correlation between autism and dysphoria. My co-host and I argue that gender criticals weaponize this fact. The gender criticals, so they call themselves, right? You mean like the transphobes?
Ones, basically, right? So like someone who's in like the...
Do you argue that like that correlation exists, but it's not causative, or what?
The second percentile or something, and their body does not have enough, human growth hormone and stuff like that, and they're, like I had a friend who was...
And I don't refer to them as gender critical, because I feel like that's just the name that they give themselves to legitimize their agenda and bigotry. Any sooner than I will kind of try to play catch up with these with the way that like white nationalists will rebrand themselves. We're not white nationalists, we're white identitarians, and it's like, yeah, I'm not going to be an accomplice in your scheme to legitimize bigotry.
taking like human growth hormone when we were like kids growing up in like elementary school and stuff, because she was really, really, really tiny. And so that was what her doctors recommended. But I don't think I think it's a really extreme intervention for kids if we're treating a psychological condition.
Yeah, but sometimes
in
in the record, there's like children getting cross or
Yep, and any sooner than I would use the term MAPS to describe pedophiles.
Sorry, hormone treatment to deal with like unwanted facial hair, right? To deal, right? Like,
what? No.
For example,
did you say there are hormone treatments to deal with unwanted facial hair?
I think that was in the, so there was, hang on, let me pull up Scrimeti.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
Okay. I thought I read it in the case, but let's see. I could be wrong about that, so let me just pull it up real quick. Facial.
Argue the correlation shouldn't preclude autistic trans people from access to transition. I assume you mean adults, but also think whatever quote-unquote causes autism in the brain is connected to autosexuality and dysphoria. Is autosexuality just Blanchardism? Is it autogynephilia or whatever?
My wife just asked what I'm yapping about.
Oh, politics. This is from Sotomayor's dissent. There are medications that are used to suppress testosterone that can be used to address symptoms of polycystic ovarian syndrome, which can include unwanted facial hair and body hair, excessive sweating, and body odor. So there are ways to, a specific suppression of testosterone.
Yeah, so this is suppressing testosterone. Okay, so that it's still treating a biological and medical disorder and not a psychological disorder.
Yeah, it's broader than that, but yes. No. I think autogynephilia is completely pseudoscientific.
A very real psychological disorder, but I mean, just.
But suppose a woman's like, I don't like
evidence.
But I guess to be fair, I have not read The Man Who Would Be Queen in its entirety or whatever. Is that what it's called? I've only read excerpts. Yeah. They talk about don't they talk about that in this book? Yeah, autogynephilia. The Man Who Would Be Queen, The Science of Gender Bending and Transsexualism, a 2003 book by the American psychologist J. Michael Bailey. And in the first section of the book, Bailey discusses gender atypical behavior and gender dysphoria in children, emphasizing the biological determination of gender. In the second section, he deals primarily with gay men, including the link between childhood gender dysphoria and male homosexuality later in life. Bailey reviews evidence that male homosexuality is congenital, a result of genetics and prenatal environment, and he argues for the accuracy of some gay stereotypes. In the third section, Bailey summarizes evidence for the Blanchard topology of trans women that claims there are two forms of transsexualism that affect transgender women, one as an extreme type of male homosexuality and one that is a sexual interest in having a female body, aka autogynephilia. Watch my navel gaze episode tab. No, I need to. I need to see the way that people try to argue for this pseudoscientific bullshit in 2025, and like what updates there have been to this, because there's certainly not been empirical updates to it. But look at this, a man in heels, very, very politically incorrect. I am triggered. J. Michael Bailey, congrats.
I don't like that I have, I have polycystic ovarian syndrome and I'm getting unwanted facial hair and body hair.
The overwhelming majority of women with PCOS and stuff are not taking any type of hormone intervention.
That's
They're
not what I
doing
said.
laser hair removal or waxing.
Yeah, I know, but like suppose that someone wanted to treat it that way and they said they're like, this makes me very uncomfortable. I want to look more female, and they're like,
there's a point in this book where he finds somebody that like made a sex robot.
Can I please get this testosterone suppressor?
Like it's like literally like a something out of like the Silence of the Lambs, some like hypersexual like trans person that he talks to.
Would you be like, don't get it?
There's lots of research being published currently. LOL. I know, but like, what's the quality of that research? Is it peer reviewed? And there were people making this claim that this thing existed, but you're telling me that like there's research being published on a thing that has not been proven to exist in the first place. So doing prevalency studies on something that already has a weak empirical backing is like just like confounding pseudoscience.
I would would need to know more about it. I would need to know.
Someone's like, it causes me distress.
There was an autogynephile research conference last week. I'm sure there was. I'm sure there was.
That I don't look like a woman. I have this, or I have all this facial hair. I think it makes me look ugly.
I don't think that most doctors would do it on that basis.
Again, I'm not saying that would most doctors do. I'm just like, would you have a principled basis against a young female taking testosterone suppressants to better match their gender, if it's the same gender as their sex, or if it's the same as their sex, right? If they match.
Principally, my concern again is treating a psychological disorder for children with what can be irreversible interventions. And so I don't know that testosterone suppression
I mean, there's lots of irreversible medical interventions that children are subjected to, not subjected to, are treated with all the time.
A woman with high testosterone would classify in the same way, basically. And I also think that, again, these are just very different disorders. I don't know that this is something that they do for kids. That's surprising for me to hear.
Usually people point to is like bone density and stuff.
I feel like sometimes this kid issue, I feel like it's used as, is the term shibboleth? What does shibboleth mean? Let me just make sure I'm using this correctly. Shibboleth. Sorry. No, I don't think it is. Maybe I'm not. Okay, it's used kind of as a cudgel. Maybe that's the right word. That it's used as a cudgel. The kid thing. Let's protect the children. And I think that I agree. There are some issues pertaining to trans kids that are like deeply like, should there be trans surgery? Should there be this or that? But I often feel like it's kind of used in a bad faith way, where if you bring up, for example, circumcision among men, or if you bring up other treatments that we take as like totally fine among children, it doesn't.
The biggest offender of autogynephiles on the internet, the most misunderstood minority group. Oh yeah, the most oppressed gender, the autogynephiles.
It's the same kind of concerns. It makes me wonder whether or not the
invoking children is
being done in good faith.
Just like from what I remember, it's been a long time since I've interfaced with this stuff. I have debated it before. I debated it with Vito Comedy of the Dick Masterson's podcast co-host like a year or two ago or something like that. Trying to go off the top of my head of what I remembered. But it just seemed to me like they were pathologizing deviant sexual behavior coming from a trans person or somebody who was gender nonconforming, and trying to call it a thing, like a real observable phenomenon, rather than a trans person exhibiting eccentric sexual engagement and preferences or whatever, the type of behavior that if a cis woman were to do the exact same thing, or a cis man would do the exact same thing, people would maybe categorize it as a fetish, but they would not go on to say that it's a pathology.
The anti-trans people, but I'll let you respond to that, and then we can move on. Sorry for it's a little. I had that question when I was reading Sotomayor's dissent.
I think that's fair enough, and there are a lot. I mean, there are just a tremendous amount of people in the trans conversation who are engaging in bad faith, which is one of the reasons that I talk about it. Is because I feel like it's sort of in many cases it's the extremists on both sides who dominate the conversation. But I mean, my concern is from
Tali's not an extremist. She just wants to have a conversation about autogynephilia.
From what I've seen of the efficacy of this intervention, and it doesn't seem like this type of early intervention for this distress disorder, dysphoria, seems to have enough of a positive outcome, even to be really statistically significant, and to warrant the level of intervention, basically.
But your opinion would change based on the evidence, right? Like if the evidence were another way, or if your interpretation of the evidence were that it were super positive, you'd change your mind.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I appreciate that. There's a question from the chat. Folks, if you have questions, only good faith questions before we, as we conclude our discussion with Tali, please give us some questions for Tali. The first question I have is, do you listen to Blocked and Reported? I don't know what that is. I don't know what show that is.
This has, these opinions have Blocked and Reported written all over them. Jesse Singal.
I talked about that on our Live and Learn episode. Yes.
Cool.
Well, we're not so much anymore, but yes, I did for many years, and that was one of those are some of the people that I was listening to.
I am many things, but I am also good faith. Yeah, there are people in here that think that you're a grifter. I don't see why they think that you're nobody. And I don't see there being a lane that you fit into very neatly, because you have a bunch of different things that even trying to use you as a useful idiot for the right is kind of hard. because you're like Jewish, lesbian, like transphobic, like what are your other like Pokemon badges? What are they called? Like the like gym badges or whatever? Like I'm trying to think of like your intersections. Like again, yeah, like you have a trans partner, or like detransitioned. You're like gay married, detransitioned, like formerly trans wife or something like that.
To early on, heterodox liberals who were kind of talking counterculturally against the woke stuff.
Like you would need to be like only you couldn't do both of them. You would need to be like only one of those identities. Like if you were the like you couldn't also be Jewish. If you wanted to be like the lesbian that's against like trans people or whatever, that would work. But you're like Jewish, so I think that like impacts it because the type of people that would want to use you or whatever are probably gonna have an issue with that. Like the fact that you're like Jewish and a Zionist.
I have a question about so the people you most respect, Richard Hanania, Destiny, people like Sam Harris, even I think Jesse Signal. He's not a Trump supporter. Like, does it bother
Signal?
You?
No, he's not at all.
Yeah.
Signal.
Does it bother you that many of these people that you respect basically call Trump like a piece of shit, fascist guy? Like, do you ever have that dissonance in your head, or are you able?
It probably doesn't bother her. I'm sure it's a thing that actually it's the only. Those are the criticisms. Those are the people she's willing to hear out their criticisms of Trump, like the Sam Harrises and Jesse Singles of the world.
To disentangle their respect for Trump from their other positive traits.
I'm able to disentangle, and yeah, I mean, like sometimes I think it's valid, sometimes I think they're going a little overboard, and yeah, I mean, I'm obviously able to listen to people that I disagree with.
What do you?
Not against trans people, so that also complicates things. No, but you're like a trans med, so there's like always a place for that in like transphobic discourse.
Think woke is? What do you take to be the meaning of the term woke?
It's the same way that like Candace Owens doesn't hate black people; she just hates BLM, right?
Basically, what I reiterated a few times here. It's like essentially it's a worldview.
Or like Milo Yiannopoulos didn't hate gay people. I love gay people. I'm a gay person myself. I know many gay friends, or I know many people that struggle with homosexuality. And then like goes on to like dedicate their entire platform to like spreading homophobia.
That looks at everything through the prism of oppressor and oppressed, and sort of dogmatically enforces that, and then so there's like sort of like the woke belief system, and then the woke behaviors that people talk about. So when people are talking about like woke right and stuff, they're sometimes pointing to the behaviors, like, oh look, there's this cancel culture on the right, and they're being identitarian and all these things. And I think those are it's reasonable to call those like woke tactics or woke behaviors, but that's generally what I mean.
Got it. And
I'm not trans med, but if you're defining it as like, no, those kids are not necessarily real trans people, therefore they don't need access to gender affirming care in the first place, then I'm not denying them anything because they're not being denied access to medical services any more than somebody is being denied an amputation for a limb they don't need amputated. So
for example, anything that would say, well, in this situation, X is the oppressor, and therefore this should be our view on it. That
I think trans medicalization is harmful, and we shouldn't pressure trans people to meet a certain level of medicalization to be seen as valid or as trans, or like as the gender that they identify as or whatever.
It's counter to oppressor, right?
If I understood you,
yeah,
yes, I think
okay.
that sure.
I
don't know if I heard you correctly, but
got it. What do you think that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden's most woke policies were?
Most woke.
So, policy-wise, I don't know.
I can think of it. Joe Biden's most woke policy, probably one of them was like, so he did this thing with Title IX where they changed the standards by which public colleges and universities were going to adjudicate sexual assaults, rape allegations on campus. They were asking all campuses that every single report of every single instance of an alleged sexual assault or rape be like immediately given, like investigated and taken seriously. That part I agreed with. But they lowered the standard for indicting a student of those allegations from clear and convincing evidence to just beyond a reasonable doubt. So it went from the threshold for having to prove that another student had essayed you or gave you unwanted sexual advances or unbecoming sexual harassment, etc. It needed to, the threshold went from being very, like, the standard threshold to probably lower, like 51% at least. And I didn't know how I felt about that. Like, colleges not complying with this, meaning that they were not going to be receiving certain federal funds. Because one, I don't know that we should be lowering the standard of evidence for any student that's accused of a crime, no matter what it is. But there's pros and cons to both. I think overall it ends up it's not a good policy.
I think for Kamala Harris, she said something like giving preference to black people for something. I forget, maybe for a housing policy or like a credit or something. There was like something that she was saying.
So that's sort of my and I guess that's also kind of my point is like so like I agree with the statement that the Democratic Party is not the radical left voter base necessarily or whatever, even though some of those people don't make up the voter base. But I do think that a lot of
goes digging for something that simply doesn't exist. But it does. My people like me that know about this stuff or whatever, but I don't. He's not focused on that because I don't vote for Trump in protest of something.
Wokeism did.
Oh wait, Tali responded to what I said. You said, what did you say? As trans or as valid. Okay. Maybe you're not a trans bud.
It just sort of like seep in to mainstream liberalism. And so there's a lot of like, you know, sort of more mainstream, moderate even liberals who just kind of absorb some of this stuff into their way of thinking and their way of speaking. And so, like I resent that type of messaging. And I think a lot of people resent it even more than me. And we shouldn't be doing stuff that's building resentment. I don't think it's good for the cohesion of society. And I just think it's wrong. I think it's a really flawed way to look at the world. But I also think it's bad for our society.
Got it. All right. Before you go, I want to ask some questions about yourself. What do you like to do for fun?
No. We're not humanizing Tali today. No. What we're doing instead is encouraging all viewers that are watching me on Twitch to follow if they aren't already, or subscribe to me and get access to an ad-free experience or emotes in my chat, or gift to other people so they can enjoy much of the same. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream or subscribe to me if you aren't already. That way you can catch when I go live. And I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade _ on everything. And if you want to support Straighterade or Straighterade _ on both platforms, Twitch or YouTube. For Twitch, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or my Streamlabs tip link that is in my YouTube description, and my Ko-fi link. You can buy me a coffee from Ko-fi. I mean, he's digging for something in her that does not exist. Very, very possibly, this could be the case. Well, I'm trying not to completely fuck my schedule in the ass, and so it's 3:20 right now, and I'm gonna be good. And even though I would love to stream till 6 in the morning, as I usually have been doing, if we talked, you would like me too. I do like you, Tali. Your ways of thinking just drive me fucking bananas, but it's not unique to you. It's just like, it's like your positions are stupid. That's it. I find you personally enjoyable. But I find your beliefs and things like either abhorrent or very, very dumb. I find you to be very nice though. But it's good to be polarizing. It's good. It's good to be polarizing. Okay. Take it from me. Take it from me, miss. Like the only reason why people even know who I am or like why I do this is literally because the thing that you want to see disavowed. Changed my mind. I argued for and it went viral or whatever. Wokeness has gone too far. Changed my mind against Stephen Kenneth Bennell II. And I was the one saying, has it gone too far? Has it even gone far enough, honestly? So. Sleep. I will sleep, but first I'm gonna raid somebody. Who's awake? Okay. There's Resi. Let's see. We're going to Resi? I think we're going to Resi. Where are we going? But yeah, I'm going to be back, and it's going to be at a normal time. You guys watch, trust, believe. I am going to be live today, the same day. I'm going to sleep, and I'm not going to sleep until like 2 p.m. And I'm going to be live at like early. I don't know. Like, just, I'm going to do it. Watch it happen. Okay. Watch it fucking happen. It's going to happen. And that's why I'm not staying up till 6 a.m. to stream all night. So I don't fuck my sleep schedule up entirely. Okay. I have no clue what the hell Resi is talking about. But, oh, he's reviewing. Okay. This is perfect. Resi is currently reviewing the Live and Learn conversation. So if you guys want more, like, shitting on Tali content, because he's probably going to be doing that, hell yeah. So absolutely fucking perfect. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Holy shit.